Hello everybody, this is a huge tutorial today. So I'm really glad, I'm really excited that we're actually coming back to shoot some incredible free courses here on the channel. So I know that we've not been doing that for a while, but we kind of have been publishing quite a lot of useful topics, tutorials, things that have that can really make you to ace your Web3 development. So in this particular tutorial today, I want to show you how to build a lottery Dapp, not with React, but with Next.js. And we're going to be using Redux as well, Redux toolkit, so you're going to see how all of these things work under the hood. It's built with Tailwind, fantastic UI, clean, and the smart contract was built really smartly as well. So you're going to see all these things functional in this build today. We're going to test it with Chai assertion framework. You're going to see all that in effect. Okay, so this is a new series that we're starting, and in this series, I think this series is named the Next Dapps. Okay, because they're built with Next.js. So that is what we're going to do in this particular course. I hope you're ready, and if you're ready, please hit that like and subscribe button, smash that notification bell and subscribe. Okay, so that is it. All right, so before we move forward, I want to show you about this website. This is Dapp Mentors website. It just recently got launched, dappmentors.org. Okay, so in this website, this is where you have information about our services, what we do, modus operandi. Okay, our courses as well is also going to be on this platform. This is where we have our courses, our books. Any of those are premium courses, premium things. You can buy it from here directly. Okay, we are actually transitioning from buy me a coffee. We're not using that platform as our primary platform anymore. So I recommend that whenever you want to buy any of these materials, you should come here. Okay, so with that said, we also have Dapp Mentors Academy that is coming soon, which is like a membership platform that will be subsidized for you people to have access to all my premium materials. Okay, at a very subsidized price. That is what this Dapp Mentors Academy is about. It's like a school. Okay, so you can have access to well-detailed, world-class materials for advancing your Web3 development career. Okay, so I also have partnership and services. Okay, if you want to partner with me, if you want to ask me some questions, consultancy, and development services, here we go. So this is how you get it. Okay, and if you want to partner with me, you want to discuss some business deals, some interesting stuff with me, not some shabby stuff, okay? Something really business oriented, okay? You can partner with me here, not to come and ask me questions. If you want to ask me questions, I have consultancy services, okay? So you just make sure that you follow those things so that we'll be on the same page. So that is how it is. So this is all about this website. With that said, let's jump into this tutorial. Okay, so this is what we're building today. Okay, we're building this platform. This is Dapp Lottery. Okay, it's a place where you can do lottery using Web3 method. Okay, so you can actually be able to create a new lottery, by coming to this place and entering this information below and click create. It will create for you. And the cool thing about this specific this one, okay, which I really want to show you, is that I'm going to disconnect from all of these accounts. I really remodel this one. This Dapp is at a higher higher version. Like, what I mean is this, that these are being read from the smart contract directly, and I don't even need to connect my wallet for me to actually be able to read this information. Like right now, you can see that this lottery has been completed. This is the draw result here. You can see number of people that won this and all that. So I want to show you how this works, under the hood. I'm going to restart the entire thing and then we'll go through it. All right, so let's jump into this place. I'm going to end this this work that is ongoing right now. I will do yarn, okay, yarn, yarn header, run scripts. I have a second script called cedar.js, which kind of populates those stuff for me, create some NFTs, some lotteries for me and just populate it on the view so that I won't have to create it myself manually. All right. So, and then you do yarn dev. This is Next.js style. Okay. So here we go. And you can see that even the images, all these are random things that have been added. All right. So each one of this lottery has like a timer, like this is remaining 4. I did make sure that this one, is 9, and you can see this one is 19. So it's larger, but I'm just going to work with this one. All right. You should notice like people can win up to this 9.78. Okay. And this draws today. Okay. It draws in less than 4 minutes now. Okay. So first of all, for you to be able to do this, you need to connect your wallet first. And I'm using this very first account, but I'm going to connect all of this account at once so that I won't have to do this one after the other anymore. So I'm going to connect all the accounts at once. So I've connected it. You can see that this particular account here is the admin account or the account that owns this particular lottery that created it. That's why this generate button is there. So that means if I change this, okay, you see that button is gone. Okay, it's only going to be available for the admin account. Okay, for this specific owner of this lottery. All right, so I'm going to generate some numbers right now. So these are lottery numbers that people can come and use. Okay, so you're going to see how this whole thing functions under the hood, but I'm just going to generate 9 numbers. Let's click on that and then we'll click confirm. You can see all these numbers have been generated for us right there. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so people can start purchasing it. You can see the price. This is the ticket price. So this is how much, and it was actually specified by when we were creating this, that is the script that was in charge of creating this. Like this particular one has a different one. Let's say I want to create 8 here, generate 8. You can see that the ticket price is actually 3. Okay, so what about this one? Let's generate for this one. Let's say 110. Generate and confirm. You can see that it's 1. So each one of them have a different tickets, price. Okay, so but for this one, I want to head and get some people buying this thing. So I myself, I'm going to purchase one of these tickets, and I'm going to get other people to purchase this ticket as well. So I'm going to come here. This guy is going to purchase 2. All right, so I'm going to purchase this one again, and I'm going to get another guy, to come. This one, I want this guy to purchase, 2. All right, so let's get some other guys purchasing as well. This account, let's purchase 2 as well, and let's get one more guy, one more different person, like this last person, to purchase this available one. And you can see that each time I purchase, the number of participants are increasing. So I'm going to say confirm, and you can see it's now increased to 7 as well. So all of these things are happening with Redux under the hood. Okay, you guys want that Redux, you got it. Okay, so that is happening right there. I'm going to switch back to the admin account, which is this one. And you can see, so right now, you can actually come to this draw page, and you can see that we have 0 winners right now and 7 participants, and this has not been drawn. Okay, before I can draw it, I have to click this, but you can see that still counting down. It's not yet time for me to perform the draw. So when I perform the draw, what will happen is that the number of people that I specify to win, remember, the person that can do this is the one that created this, okay? And that is when he can actually receive his own portion of the money as well. So this person will be able to, whomever by random selection come as one of those people that is selected, they will be able to claim the prize. So I'm going to say perform draw. I want 2 people to win, emerge as winners, okay? So I'm going to click draw now and click confirm, and look at that, it is drawn. Look, this is a winner and this is a winner, and you can see 2 winners, and these 2 winners have just received their money, okay? Trust me, they have received their money. All right, so that is the money is not really big, so it doesn't get really noticed in that, but these 2 people have received their money. So basically, this is how the lottery works under the hood, and it's all functional. And this is what I'm going to be teaching you in this particular tutorial. I hope you're actually excited and energized like me to get done in this tutorial. If you are, so let's get started. All right, so I want to show you how this Dapp lottery architecture works, okay? It's pretty self-explanatory, but let me just show you how it goes. This is a lottery owner here, so anybody can be a lottery owner, and you are supplying information about a specific lottery, such as the title of the lottery, the amounts that winners can win up to, okay, the prize pool basically, and the ticket price, things like the logo of the lottery, and what else? The description of the lottery and the date that it's going to expire. All right. So you fill up all this data in a form and send it to, of course, the front end. We have a function called create lottery or something. So it's a create function that is handled by Ethers.js. So Ethers.js is going to, execute this function, and automatically, because we're using MetaMask as our provider, it's going to trigger MetaMask to authorize the transaction, which is where you now have to approve that transaction. Once that transaction is approved, it's going to be sent to your smart contract with all this data. Lottery data is going to be sent to your smart contract. So your smart contract is going to create that specific lottery and list it on your site, as the lottery that has been created. All right. Now, from this lottery that has been created, you can then generate lucky numbers, which you're going to be required to sign, to authorize it, or to approve it with your MetaMask connection. And once it is generated, you can see the lucky numbers right there in this place. Okay, so anytime you visit, that lucky number is going to always be there. So the lucky number is going to be generated only once. So you got to specify how much numbers that you would like to generate for this specific lottery. So once the number is generated and is listed, buyers or lottery participants can then come with their money and purchase their unique lottery numbers, the numbers that they feel like they want to choose. So they select the lottery number that they choose, and in purchasing it is going to also, they're going to need to be authorized, by MetaMask as well. So they have to use MetaMask to authorize that transaction. And once that transaction is authorized, that lottery number is registered under their account. So at the end of the day, when the owner of this lottery, because the owners, they don't get anything until that lottery is drawn. All right. So they will now have to click a button that will draw the lottery, and then which will trigger the lottery result. So they're going to be required to specify the number of people that are to win this particular lottery out of the number they have, just in case, for example, we have about 15 people that purchased the lottery number. You can decide to say like, okay, I want 4, I want 3, I want 5 people to emerge winner. So those 5 people are going to emerge winner, and they can see their randomly, selected, and then their numbers will show up. And that is basically how this lottery platform works. All right. So you're going to see all these things as we code it up, step by step in this in this course. This is a free course. This is like a premium course, but I'm giving out for free in NextJs. And in subsequent in the future, when you want this sort of build, you have to come into Dapp Mentors Academy, which is a subsidized place where you can have abundance of this sort of materials, premium for free. Premium, sorry. So with that said, we're going to jump into the tutorial, and we'll start coding it up step by step, starting from the front end. All right, guys. So I'm going to show you some of the dependencies that you really need, for you to build this application with me. Okay. One of them is Node.js. You can't argue with this. This is like the foundational kind of level, how much you need to get this thing together. Okay. So you need Node.js installed. If you're on Mac, download Mac, install it, have it, restart your machine, do all that kind of stuff, and Node.js will be what? Functional. And the proof that you have Node.js on your machine is when you run node -- version. Okay. When it gives you the version number, I'm actually using 16.17. It does pretty good for me for now. I haven't thought about upgrading yet. So, but this will prove that you have Node.js installed. You need git bash, okay, unnegotiable. Git bash is pretty good as well. You can, it's not like dependency or something, but for you to be on the same page with me, so that when I write some command and you're not having troubles trying to execute that same command, you have to have git bash installed on your machine. And if it is installed, you should just do git -- version, and you can see that git bash is what installed. Okay. And you also need yarn. Okay, yarn is pretty dope. Okay, that is what I use for all my tutorials, and it's very important that you use that to roll with me. And if yarn is installed, you just do yarn -- version, and you can see that is installed. Okay, so those are very, very important. One more thing again that you need to install is you need to install what's it called? VS Code. Okay, VS Code is what we use for real development. And as you can see, okay, this is an ID integrated development environment, and you need all the packages, all the stuff that we're going to be using in this thing all in one place for you. So VS Code is what you should use. So you have to download it according to your operating system. Okay, one more thing I have to emphasize about this yarn is that in case you're using version that are like 16, I understood that I have to run this code for my version 16. I have to run callback enable to get it activated. Okay, get yarn activated. Yarn actually comes with Node.js. Okay, for you to get it activated, if it's not activated by default, is for you to run this callback enable, and it will be enabled for you. And when you now run git yarn -- version, it will now be available for you to see. So that is what you want to take note of. Next, Next.js. Okay, this Next.js is undebatable. Okay, and you need to have it fully functional for you to follow up with this tutorial. So these are the things that that you're gonna need to get started in this tutorial. Don't worry about this Next.js project. We're not gonna use like the ordinary way of doing it. We're gonna use git bash. Okay, I'm going to clone a repository that I've prepared for this Web3 kind of thing. Okay, and it has all the latest stuff. That's why I told you to have git bash installed as you follow along with me. So if you're set, let's get started into the next section. So the next thing on the line here, you need this starter kit. Okay, this starter kit was built okay, to help you speedily develop decentralized application with NextJs, okay? It has all the cool stuff. I have installed in this NextJs starter kit. It has Hard Hat, it has Tailwind, okay, it has what else again? It has React 18 and it has Redux, okay, if I haven't mentioned that already. So you have all of these things all together in this particular in this particular repository. Please make sure you leave a star, just to show some level of appreciation, to this hard work. So this will not allow you to run into some dumb errors with some inconsistencies or lack of compatibilities with some certain packages, because you won't need that anymore. All of these things are just there, and the way of installing it is just straightforward, a no-brainer. So how do you get started? You can just copy this URL, or you come here and copy this URL here. You come to your what's it called? Let's say you come to your terminal. You can come to your this is my way of doing it. Okay, you can do it any other way as well. So I'm going to create a folder where I will have this thing. So let's call this new folder, call it Dapp Lottery, okay, underscore or YT for YouTube, okay, because I'm doing this thing for you guys. All right, so I'm going to create that. I will open this folder on the terminal, okay. I'll open it on the terminal right there, and I'm going to now run git, okay, because of git bash, git clone. I'm cloning that repository. And this is the repository location, and I'm using this dot because I want to empty out the content or clone the content into this current repository directory that I am. And then you click clone, and you see it just finished cloning that. And if you check this, you will now see items that are inside of this place right now. So I'm gonna close my I'm not gonna close that. Let me just leave it there. So right here in my terminal, because I have this whole thing, configured, I could just easily do code. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this particular project I was working on before, and I'm just going to open this one on VS Code, say code dot, and the project is going to be launched on VS Code. Okay, so now this is the project on VS Code, but the problem is that my node module has not been installed. These are all the packages that you're going to be needing for this. Okay, you can call this Dapp Lottery, or whatever you want to call your own. And these are all the information that we're going to need. These are all the packages that we're going to need in developing this. So that's why I told you to install this. Okay, so you save that. What do you need to do next? Okay, you open your terminal here. Let me increase the font size. So I'm increasing it, bumping it a level upward. And then you want to run yarn install. Okay, let me do this. Okay, all right. Okay, you want to do yarn install. All right, and then you run that yarn install. All right, and it's going to go ahead and install all of these things for you. Okay, but I've already done this before. I don't want to go through the whole process of waiting this long for this to finish. So I'm just going to pause this video and come at the end and just show you that all these things are installed. Okay, so I'm going to pause it. So all my dependencies have been installed. Like you can see, I have my node modules right now. So the installation was completed. Okay, so all of that is here, and we are actually ready to get started. Okay, now what I need to do next is this. I have to just do yarn dev. Okay, yarn dev, not yarn start. Okay, you run that, and then this is what's up and live on the browser. Okay, so I'm going to come here. You can see that this is what our starter kit. Yay. Okay, so this is where we now start working on these projects, and we start doing that by from the next section of this tutorial. So hope you're excited, and if you are, let's jump into the next section. So to get started here, we're going to be building this thing component by component. And this is a huge application, and obviously it's going to take quite a while. But to facilitate that, what I'm going to be doing is to copy and paste some of the content, especially with the front end, okay? So, and in this section, we want to be formulating the front end, starting from the header and what to the rest of what the application. So let's jump into this application right now, okay? I'm going to close this. We're going to go to these pages here in this index. This is where all this information, I'm going to just come here right now and delete these items. So I'm going to delete that. Just say hello, h1, say hello, and let's save that. See, that is what we have right now on the browser. Okay, so I'm gonna just come. We're not gonna need all that. I'm gonna remove all of this. Don't need all of this sort of stylings and all that. So I'm gonna remove them all. All right, so this is what we have. And now I'm going to create a div. All right, so inside of this div, I'm going to have one of my header components, for the header, and then we'll have jackpot. Okay, have jackpot component. So we need these two components inside of this. I'm going to create them one after the other. So now to create this component, everything is going to be done within this root folder, okay? So I'm going to right click on an empty space here and new folder, create new folder. So you call it components, okay? So this is where all our components for this project is going to go into. So the first component I want to create is actually the header component, okay? And it has quite a lot of, information, okay? So let's create it one after the other. All right, so I'm going to come here to this component, call this new file, say header.jsx. Okay, so inside of this, I'm going to use this extension called React, arrow function and export. Okay, which is basically, hold on, let me show you that. All right, so okay, let's come to this extensions place. See this particular extension called ES7 React Redux, snippet. We need that. Okay, that is the snippet that is responsible for making all those shortcut things, come true for us. Okay, so that is what we need, and we're going to get it together. Okay, so see the extension. Now come, as they say, React arrow function export. All right, and this particular one, and click tab. There we go. There we have it, and we can remove this, okay, because the components are basically React. Okay, so save it. Okay, and when I do, I want to include it here, so I'm going to call it here. Okay, and say header and do /. Please understand that we're going to be importing this from, no, it's not going to be like this. Say header from, you click this @ symbol / components / this header here / header. Okay, so we're grabbing that there, and then we save it, and let's check it out on the browser. So you can see that header right there. Fantastic. So coming back here, we'll go to this header component, make sure that we paste in some vital information right here. So we're getting this image. This is an image component that comes with NextJs. Okay, and this is also a link component, just like we have a link in React. This is also another component that comes with what NextJs. Okay, and it will enable us to do some navigation around. Okay, so these are the two information that we need. We also need more. So one of the things I want to do that inside of here, I want to say a div. This div, let's just say hello world, there. And I want to add some classes and styles. So I'm going to paste this class. Basically, I'm just saying in Tailwind that the padding on the x-axis should be 5, and then anything middle screen and above should be what? It should be 40 instead of what? 5. That's what I'm saying. And then I'm actually what? Adding some styles to this, okay, background, and I'm adding a background URL, interpolating it with this one here. Okay, and making sure that it's fixed and it doesn't repeat and it is top cover. So when I save this, we check it out here, you can see that particular little background there. So that is one of the things you must know. The next thing I want to do is to copy and paste some other content. So for example, this particular hello world here, I want to paste this. Okay, I'm going to explain that for you. We have a class here, a div here that contains what? That contains these two items, these two items. All right. So it contains the site name, this Dapp Lottery, and it also contains what? Some DOM navigation that doesn't work, but it's just there for aesthetics reasons, and then a connect wallet button. When I save that, you check it out on the browser, you can see that this, and this, that is just what I've just done there. All right, it's nothing difficult. So it's just simple simple Tailwind. Okay, so the next thing we want to do, we want to paste more items. Okay, so after this segment, after here, all right, let me close this place. So after this part, I want to paste this other part, and I will explain it for you. What does this have? This is a div containing one other div, okay, which is this div and this other div. This first div here contains some call to action, some banner written information, okay? And then while this one contains the image that is just showing a hand, let me save that for you and show you on the browser. I'll come here. Okay, now it is complaining. What is it complaining? It's complaining about this URL. And one of the things that you must understand about NextJs is that you have to specify the location where your you have to whitelist some certain links, okay, where your images are coming from has to also the whitelist, or you want to make sure that you completely make it open so that your images are always accessible or received from any domain at all. That is what we want to do here. Okay, how do you do that? You right click on the root of the project and then create a new file. Call it next.config.what? Let's call it JS. Yeah, and then you paste this. What is this about? So basically, this is what a module that is exporting an object. And this object is image, and you're saying remote patterns, and you're saying protocol is HTTPS. The host name is anything. So this makes sure that your images can come from any location at all, okay? And it doesn't get, thrown into what error. So when you save that, and then you come, even though you refresh, it won't happen. So you have to restart your server. So you end it and don't do yarn dev again, okay? And it is restarted. And let us refresh this. Okay, see that? So this is what we did, okay? This is the image that it was having complaint about. So this is the text at the left-hand side, and this is the image on the right-hand side. All right, so and lastly, what we need is we need like a one call to action, a button here that will enable us to create, help us to create new lotteries if we want to do that. So let's put that button there. I'm going to close this. So after this div here, I'm going to paste this one here. This one simply, is a button, okay, is a link, but it looks like a button. that helps you go to this location. This location is not existing right now, so if you click on it, it's going to be erroneous. All right, so when you click on it, you can see that here. Okay, but that I'm pasting it in the wrong div. So I'm going to take this thing one step back further. So I'm going to move it here. Okay, so now we have it outside of that div. Save it, check it back. So you can see that create Jackpot, which is a place where you can create your lottery. So that is basically all about this particular component, the header component. Okay, so in the next one, we're going to create the rest of the items that makes up for this page. All right. Okay, we're done with that header component. Now create a new component. We're going to call it Jackpots. Jackpots dot JSX. All right, so we're going to do what we normally do, React, arrow function, and export. So that kind of populates stuff for us. Let's save that, include it here. Okay, so I'm going to make that a component. All right, so auto import suggestions not working out. So this is Jackpots. Okay, so I'm going to bring it up here. So we have Jackpots there. When I save that, check it out on the browser, you can see that Jackpots, right? So let's work on it, that component. All right, and working on it, you come to this place. The first thing you want to do is, you want to give it some backgroundish, grayish looking thing, okay? So I'm going to copy and paste this, okay? So I'm going to replace here, paste this here like this. So this is the Tailwind template, and styles for bringing about it. Okay, for this place right now, I'm going to, for now, I'm just going to comment this out for now. I'm going to say hello for now and save it. Okay, so now when we come back to the interface, you can see that we have this lottery jackpots. Okay, we bring you a persona, blah blah blah. All right, so this is how it is being replicated. Okay, down below here, if you remember, our original design was to have some cards of lotteries. Okay, so that's what we want to do. All right, to do it, we need to create another component. Okay, another component for our jackpot. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it and paste it for you. It's not going to be a huge deal. Okay, so I'm going to come here. Now, this is the first component. One can still create another component below here. Okay, you can create it, even here, whatever place you feel like. Okay, but for me, I'm going to drop it here. Okay, so this is a single jackpot, so like a single card. And this is what, these are the CSS properties for it. And it's supposed to take a jackpot, like, what is it called? It's supposed to take it like an array of objects. So each object is passed into here, and these are what makes for that particular object. So for example, now I could come here and create that object myself. I could say, let's say we come here and say const data, and we'll say is equal to an array. That array is going to have one of the object. This object, what does a jackpot have? It has, it has a title. So we say title. All right, so you can say lorem. Description, you can say ipsum. Okay, it has an image. Okay, that image we can actually just go online. Let's just come online here, search for something like Spotify logo. Okay, gonna click on this first one, copy this image address here, come back here and do this image address, paste it here. All right, still come back here. Okay, and what else we need? We need price. Okay, have price with a Z. All right, so this price could be something like um 10.232, and we need another one. We also need something like an ID. Okay, we need an ID. Okay, this can be 1 for now. We need what else? We need ticket price. Okay, a ticket has a price, so we have ticket price, ticket. Okay, ticket price, and ticket price we can something like 0.02, and I think for now we're okay with this. So let us save that, and then we can then come here. We're going to release this part. Okay, so right here, these jackpots. All right, so what is happening here? I could say const jackpots is equal to you know what, let's just pass the array of jackpot from the index.js. So I'm going to pass this as what, jackpot here. Okay, so that it can be looped in this place. But for here, I'm going to cut out this. Okay, I'm going to cut it out, come to this place here. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here. Okay, and we'll come here, we'll say jackpots in small letter, jackpots, say const jackpot is equal to that data because an array. So now I will pass that as a prop. This is React, so jackpot. So save that and save this. Let's check it out on the terminal. Okay, we're having this truncate function, which is not yet present here. Why do we need that? Okay, so for now we can remove it. Okay, so this description, we could remove it here. All right, so let's save that and see. Okay, now there is link tag, and we need to import that. It's not found here, so let's import it. So Control click, we import it from NextJS, this link here, and also this image. We also need to import it from NextJS as well. So we'll save that, and let's check it out. You can see that this is what we have right here. Okay, so it's only one item on the array. So what happened when, let me close this. So when we come here, we can duplicate this. We'll call this ID of 2, say Spotify lottery challenge. Okay, so I'm gonna say this one is about 15 up to, and the ticket is about 3. So let's save that, check it out. You can see that this is what we have designed so far, and I'm just sketching it up for you and helping you to understand the flow right there. Okay, so with that, but this is not very effective. The next thing we need to do is to make sure that we can generate this like the way you will use a programming to generate fake data. Okay, so which is what we want to do in the next section. All right, so we want to be able to generate fake data, okay, that we can use instead of using this method here, okay, so that we can do it in a much more cleaner and much more dynamic way. Okay, how do we achieve that? First step I want you to do is to create a folder. So call it services, okay, and inside of these services, I want you to create a file, call it fake data.js. All right, so this is where we're going to be creating all our fake data, and we're going to be using them, in this application. All right, so let me bring in this is a fake data, call it function, so const generate, lotteries. Okay, and it's going to take, an n amount, like that is a number of lotteries that you would like to what generate. All right, not done that properly. Okay, there we go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize a const lotteries. This is the array that they are all going to be stored. All right, so now inside of this function, I'm going to generate bulk of lotteries according to the number that I specify. So I'm going to click enter, paste this. This is a for loop, and I'm going to explain that. Starting from 1 down to the number, the maximum number that you want to be generated. That is what this for loop is doing. It's going to create a random string. This I is going to convert it to string. So the I is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and to infinity. And then the title is going to be what created this way. This is a description. These are like information that a lottery has. Lottery has these information, okay? And this is what the owner, okay, which is a function that we're going to create soon that will help us to generate an Ethereum address. Okay, this is a price that we generate, numbers between 10 to 100, and this is ticket price that will generate number between 0.1 to 0.01 to 0.1. Okay, and this is an image address that's just going to be available for all of them. And what else? This is a date, the time that it was created at. We use this, in between these dates. And okay, all right, so in between these months, okay, so you can create it any one of them. This is the time that is expiring at, and which we're going to create a function for that. And also this is the time that it will be expiring, and this is another still the same function that will help us to get random integer between 10 and 100. And this drawn is going to be false by default. And then lotteries is going to push it into this lotteries array. All right, all this information as an object. And then lastly, okay, outside of the for loop, we will now say return that lotteries array. Okay, that's cool, but that's not all. All right, we still need to be able to generate, Ethereum addresses. All right, so let's generate some Ethereum addresses. Okay, so in generating random Ethereum address, I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so these are hexadecimal character, and this is the starting address. And using a for loop is just going to just going to be using these characters and be appending to them, and at the end of the day we have an address. So for each one of the loop, this is going to be taking place to generate a random address using this piece of code here. And then we use this math.random, and this floor basically just randomizes stuff, like what's it called, approximates a certain number for you. And this is just a random number generation that randomizes the string and then extract it, and random character between this digit to this character, and for 40 times going to do that. Okay, so and then returns it for you. That is where this particular address is used for. And then we have other functions, okay, that are very much important as well. I'm going to just copy and paste them to make things faster. So for this one, I'm going to paste this here. So this generates a random float for you, a random floating number. This generates a random timestamp for you, all right, and this generates a random integer for you. And you can see where it's being used for. This random integer by you feeding it time. You can see that it takes the random timestamp, take a minimum timestamp and a maximum timestamp, which is basically the beginning of the year and the end of the year. As you can see from this place, this is the beginning of the year and this is the end of the year. Their values in timestamp, that is what we are getting, and that is what we use in generating that timestamp, randomly. And again, This one here, you can see that it has minimum value and minimum value and maximum value. So it generates it for you, and this generates integers for you. And at the end of the day, we can then export, say export. All right, what are we exporting? Generate lotteries. So we're exporting that function at the end of the day so that we can use it outside of this place to do our stuff. Okay, so now instead of, we're not coming here. So instead of using this method here, what we want to do, we want to use the server-side features of NextJS, the server-side feature to actually generate, grab this data first before we start rendering them. We don't just want to render them. So we want to use NextJS server-side, a feature to do that. But you have to do export const, you say get, server side props. You have to specify it exactly, and this is going to be synchronous, of course. And okay, so this function will run before anything, the page, the HTMLs, they even get rendered. So this is going to be run. So we're going to say const, all right, and call this data, and we'll say generate. We're going to call that function generate. Generate what? Paste it now. Whoops. So we want to generate this fake data. I want to generate lotteries. So we'll say generate lotteries, but this function needs to be imported first. How many lotteries we want to generate? 5. Okay. So what we want to do first, we need to import it. So we want to import. It from where? From /services/fake data. So this is what we are importing it. What are we importing? This generate lotteries. Okay. So right down here, we can then use it. So this thing now, we want to say return, okay, a prop. Return prop. Okay. Props. Okay. What are these props going to be made of? Let's say jackpots. Okay. Small letter. Jackpots. And inside this jackpot, we don't just want to return data like this, because Node.js kind of complains if you don't stringify it. Okay, so I want to stringify it first. We want to say JSON.stringify. All right, but not just that. I don't want to be coming here to come and unstringify it later on. So you can also do stuff like this. Okay, JSON, dot pass, and then wrap it inside of this. So this kind of works. Okay, this is what I've tested, and Node.js responds very well. I mean, Next.js responds very well with it. So with that said, you then come here, you actually, exactly as this name is here, you copy this name, you paste it here. This is Jackpot. Okay, so it's the same thing as this one. You don't need this line anymore. All right, so this is Jackpot here, and what is saying? So this is complaining because I'm not using TypeScript. Okay, this isn't TypeScript. This is pure JavaScript. So what I want to do is I'm going to save this and come here, rename this to what? JSX instead of TSX. Okay, and you can see that error is gone. So I'm not using TypeScript. Maybe in the subsequent tutorials, I'm going to be featuring TypeScript, in my tutorials. You can see it just prompted me that there was some changes here, and so I'm just going to save this basically. All right, and exit out there. So now that we've done this, let us save and check it out on the browser. So there is one function that we're missing. It's called ordinal suffix. Okay, and that function is pretty important, to this fake data generator. So we're going to have to copy that, bring in that function. Okay, we'll bring in that function, and that will resolve this. Okay, so let's come to this fake data. this is where that ordinal, where is it? This ordinal suffix I is being used. So I don't really see much use for this. Instead, I could just do something like I. So just interpolate it. Okay, it doesn't matter, okay, so I'm going to save that here and refresh. You can see that my data is now being randomly generated. Like you can see data are very unique, generated properly, that kind of stuff. All right, so let's check out something. It seems that our date is not being it's not showcasing properly, so we need to fix that. Okay, so let us fix that straight up. So there is this thing called draws art that we haven't actually put into place. It's not here. So this created art, we can, let's just duplicate this, call it draws art, okay? And this one, I'm going to also include it here, okay? So I'm going to save that. Let's check it out. You can see it kind of gave us a timestamp, but don't worry about it. We will later on format all this data properly. Right now, they are just fake data being generated, okay? So what does that mean? I could come here. Of course, I don't need this anymore, so I'm going to delete that data here. So I could come here and specify that I need seven of them, save it, come here, refresh. You can see I have 7 of those data. So basically, this is the front end of our application, of our homepage. In the next tutorial, in the next part of this video, I'm going to show you how you can do the individual pages on, when you click here, it takes you to the individual page. So we're going to do that in the next tutorial. So let's work on this page here because this page doesn't exist yet. So we want to work on the create lottery page so that we can use it to create new lotteries. To do that, it is very simple. Let's come back to our code. I'm going to close out from these for now and hope I don't have that whole Git thing going on. Okay, I have Git installed on this, so I don't know if I can remove it. Can I? So this is it. Delete Git. Okay. So momentarily, okay, it's out. So now let's come back here. So we want to go to pages and create a new page. Right click on your folder and click new file. We want to call this create.jsx. All right. So of course, you're going to use the same methodology as before. This is basically how what you're going to do. Let's copy this place, bring it here. I'm going to copy this as well, this header, bring it here. I'm going to call this subheader. But for now, let me comment this out. Okay, so this is something that we're still arranging, and yeah, you can just copy something as cool as this. This is basically a React function. All right, this is basically a React function that is happening like this. You can decide to do it like this, or you can decide to use that here, this short form RFC, this one here. So you don't need to import React. This is what a create function, and it exports it at the end of the day. So this is what it is. So let's kind of save this and check it out on the browser. So when we click here, you can see that it's leading us to this page. Fantastic. So now let's work on some cool features about this. Before we proceed, to working on this, we need to add a specific component called subheader, which is basically, it's quite similar to the header component we created before, but I'm just going to copy and paste it and you see how it goes. So now if I come to this component, I already have this header, but I don't want to use this header because it's too large. I'm going to create another header called sub header dot gsx and paste this here. Okay, now let me explain that for you. We're grabbing this link component from NextJs, and we are defining where our background, this is a URL where we have our background image that we've used before. I'm going to be comparing this side by side. It's the same background image as this one before. Okay, so I'm going to need that background image. So this is the component, and I'm just basically defining a div that has a background color of a background image of this image, and fixed it up in this position, just like we did before with here. You understand? There's nothing too difficult about that. And then I'm pasting the same thing as before. If you can see, we have these things here. They are basically the same as before. The only thing is that it doesn't have these parts. Okay, that is a part that it does not have. So it's almost like a replica of the other header, but doesn't have all the whole extra stuff that is not necessary. So I'm going to save that and then bring it here. So I'm going to say in this header place, going to call it sub header. So inside of this sub header now, this is where we'll design our lottery application. Okay, so the first step that you want to do is to, of course, copy we're going to bring in this is the header component. Okay, we're going to bring in this will help us to make sure that the title of the page, and the favicon, they are all, in place, in check. All right, they are reflecting this create new jackpot, or you can call it lottery if you please. Okay, and then we also need another component. Okay, we need, let's say, div, and this div has a class name of mean height is what screen, and it has a bg of slate. That slate is 100. All right, so inside of it, we're going to bring in that subheader component. I'm going to bring it in right there, and let's save it and check it out on the browser. So let's check this out. You can see that it's basically the same thing as this, but it's just chopped out. Like, it doesn't include all of these other things. So that's the difference between the both of them, but they are exactly the same thing. Okay, so great. So now let's bring in the form. All right, the form is very important. So, to bring the form, I'm going to do something right here. I'm going to say that define a div. Okay, let's close that div very well. So this is a div right here. This div just have a flex, and it's a flex column base, justify center, item center, and inside of it we have this other div. This div is similar in terms of justification, alignment, but in this div we just have a title that say create jackpot, and a p tag saying what, bring those dummy stuff just to make it look real. Okay, you can see that here. This is exactly what I mean. This is how it is. So now let's bring in the form. The form is where you will be writing. That is, the form will be responsible for taking information for us. Okay, so before I bring in the form, I want to create some essential data. So what do I mean by that? Essential data in the sense that we want this is going to help us to take the form data. I'm going to make sure I import useState from React. So basically this is going to be where we set our title, description, image, price, ticket price, and expire. So these are data that we're going to be taking from each user. All right, and then we're going to have to use a form to set it up. the form is important for setting it up. All right, so I'm going to bring in this form right here, paste this form. So these are just basic HTML form element, okay? And there's a function that is supposed to be called handle submit, which I'm just going to quickly, create here. Call it handle submit is equal to, of course, it's E, and say E dot prevent default, say log, submitted. Okay, so let me save that. So before we save that, I just want you to know that this is a form, all right? And when it is submitted, it invokes this function. This is an input for title, all right? This is an input for image URL. This is another input for the price. This is the price. This is like how much in total is going to be won. Is that winners can win up to, okay, the price pool basically. And this is the ticket price, how much each user, each participant in this lottery is going to have to pay to purchase a ticket. And then the date or the time that is going to be expiring. And here's the description of the lottery. And this is just the button that submits it. So let's save it and check it out on the browser. So when I do that, you can see this is the information that makes up for this lottery page. Okay, it is this simple, but that is not everything. Of course, there is still some logic that we need to bring in. Okay, so I'm going to bring in some updates to our function here. This function, let me update it. So I'm bringing in two functions. One is a reset function. Reset basically, make sure that the title, description, all those storage, their variables are emptied, okay? And then what else? This is basically what it is here. This is an asynchronous function. It's not a regular function. And we're checking to make sure that these things are, you actually have a title, description, image, and all that. It's not empty. We define a parameter that captures all of this inside an object. And this, for this experience art, we are actually converting it to a timestamp, okay? Because that's how we want to save it. We want to save it in the smart contract like a number, so it has to be in timestamp. And then this is what we just log in at that, and boom, we're done. But for that, there is one more thing that I think we kind of skipped. Okay, so what did we skip? We are supposed to actually get this router. Okay, this router is not defined yet, so we need to define it. And to define it, we just have to bring it up here. We're getting this use router. We're grabbing it from this next/router. So this is the router library is responsible for performing all the navigation activities for us. So once we submit this, we log it out on the screen and we reset this, and then we can push to the home page just to make sure we can see that. So I'm going to save that, come here, and perform. Let's just write dummy data. And okay, I'm gonna be like 0.03, and want it to expire by this time. Let's say today. Okay, today, yeah. And I have this. Let me generate some dumb data and click submit. This is not a valid URL, of course, so I could just copy this. Where are you? Onto this subheader. So I could copy this right here. This is a valid URL. Come back here. I'm gonna paste this here and click on submit Jackpot. You see that that's just what it does under the hood. And let's check it out here. Console. You can see that it logs out that object. You can see the description. These are the data that we're going to be sending to the smart contract at the end of the day. So this is just it, and this is how you create the create jackpot or create lottery page. All right, so in the next part, we're going to start displaying individual pages. For example, when we click on this right now, we don't have any page there. So we're going to resolve that in the next video. All right, now to create the next page, which is like the jackpot page that shows individual, lotteries, you're going to have to do something different. NextJs doesn't work exactly like React when it comes to routing. This is how you define routing in NextJs. You specify it in a folder system, a folder structure. So for example, if I want to go to slash jackpot, I have to slash jackpot, and I want to make that individual page very dynamic, with dynamic routing. I have to define a new folder, I'll call it jackpot. Okay, and inside of this folder, I'm going to create a new file, and you have to use this specific format. You use square bracket, and say jackpot, because I'm looking for the ID. So jackpot ID, and you say .gsx at the end like this. Okay, so this is how you define that specific a dynamic route. And now I could just do a copy of something similar like this. I'm going to come here, copy this page, and of course, I'm going to change some things, make things faster for us. So I'm going to call this page, let's call it, for this place, I just want to make sure that this is capital letter, because I like naming my component with starting with capital. So I'm going to close that. Come here, change this naming convention. I'm going to call it Jackpot. Okay, no, let's just call it Jackpot. We can call it whatever we want. So let's call it Jackpot. So for an individual jackpot, all right, and inside of here, I'm not going to need all of this. Okay, so I'm going to delete these. I don't need this use state here. So I'm going to remove the things that I don't want. So I'm not going to need any one of these things here. So for now, I'm going to remove them all. And I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to remove these ones. So at the end of the day, I just have Dapp lottery, and then you say like jackpot. Okay, so this is it right here. Let's remove this. All right, so this is what we got. And let's say we come to the browser. Let's click on the specific one. You can see that it lands us to this page, right? So that means if I come here and say H4 hello world, and then you check the front, you can see that here. So this is where we start defining, the rest of the things that we're going to need, in this tutorial. So the next thing I want to integrate is like a draw time table. All right. So this is like a table that basically just shows us some information about the specific lottery that we want to work on. So it's pretty large, but I'm going to walk you through on how to do this, because if I start coding this thing one step at a time, I'm going to spend a vast amount of time here, because the front end, it may seem simple, but it kind of have quite a lot of work. It's not just straightforward like writing a smart contract or creating a backend. All right, so let's come here. I'm going to call this component draw time. All right, so I'll come to this component folder here and create a new component, call it draw time, or let's call it jackpot table. All right, jackpot table.gsx, RFC theme. Okay, so there we have a jackpot table, and let's include it here. I'm going to remove this, close this. We don't need those two here. So we say jackpot table. So we're importing it from this component here, but I don't want to use this format. I want to use this at, just to make sure that it's always well represented. right? So let's save this, check it out on the browser. You can see that jackpot table. All right. So in this jackpot table, this is where a ton of the work is going to go through. All right. First of all, I want to I want to I want to actually okay, first of all, let us work on this here. So this div, I'm going to give it a class name of padding top bottom of 10, and px of 5 is going to have the same bg slate at 100, and inside of it I want to have another div that, of course, this div is going to be flex, flex column as the direction, and items are going to be center, justify is going to be what, center. So text is going to be center, text center, and py is going to be what, 10. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to paste in some of, oh, I hope I'm not making any mistake here. Let's go back. So this is where we have right now. So I'm going to click enter, paste this. So what are we doing? Are we having extra? I think we're having extra. So I'm going to remove this. All right. So this is supposed to be dynamic content that will later come. But for now, I'm going to remove them from all of these places. So those are supposed to be dynamic content, but they are not there right now. So we're going to bring them up later. Okay, so let's save this and check it out on the browser. So this is like, this is going to show us the lottery title, also the participants and all the sort of data. Okay, so we need that. All right, we need that. And what else do we need? We need like a button, okay, that we can use to okay, so we need a button, a place, so that is after here. We need a button. I'm gonna do this, and okay, for now I'm gonna remove this, and let's say we're gonna need a button that will help us to generate lucky number, and then another button that will take us towards the result page whenever we need to check the results. Okay, let's save that, check it out on the browser. Of course, I'm going to have to import this link. It's not defined yet, so I'm going to auto import it from next link right there. It's imported. All right, so, and of course, here for now, we're gonna say for now, let's put it this way. No, let's make it like one, something like that for now, but we're gonna have to make it dynamic later. So let's save this and check it out on the browser. So this is it. So this is like two buttons. One take us to this page that doesn't exist yet, and one, supposed to trigger a modal which you can use in generating a lucky number, a set of lucky number, which we're going to do soon though. And we still need more data. So the next thing I will need to do is to import a table. All right, so let's grab this table. All right, so this table is pretty important. So after here, bring this table here. So I'm going to paste that table there. I shall format it, then I'll show you. So the table is just, this is the table, okay? Hope you're seeing all these classes very well. So this way ends. And you can pause and you can code along with me, So, or you can check out the repository to get all this whole front end thing, up and ready. And you have this here, select your winning lottery. These are just basic things. We don't have lucky numbers yet generated, so for now I'm going to just say something like array. I'm going to do a fake array of 5 element dot what fill, okay, and then I could call this dot map on it. It doesn't matter, so I'm just going to leave it like this. A lucky number, blah blah blah. All right, so this is a lucky number, and for here I'm going to remove this for now. Anything dynamic, I just want to leave it out for now. I don't want to meddle with it too much, because we're going to be what, bringing up all these things. We're going to make it dynamic later on. So gonna do this, and this for now I'm gonna remove it. So this is how it is. Okay, this is the button, everything like this. So let's save it and check it on the browser. So of course we need to import this icon. All right, this is FA Ethereum. So it's an Ethereum icon. So I'm going to import it at the top. And all of these icons are automatically installed in this particular starter kit. So you can have React icons. That is where it's coming from. So at the top here, I could import, from React icons / FA. What am I importing? I'm importing this FA Ethereum. Okay, so I'm importing that. Let's save that and see. Okay, you can see that. So I'm generating like dumb 5 numbers right there. So basically it is a table that you're seeing there. The table has this title, select your winning lottery, and this header and this information. Okay, this information, none of them are dynamic right now. I just want to bring in the part which you can actually see. Okay, so this is the stuffs that you're going to need. All right, so in the next part of this video, okay, I'm going to show you how to populate this with real information or generated information for now. So in the next section, I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay, now we need to be able to generate some fake data for this jackpot table, which is going to be really instrumental for what we're doing. Okay, so where do we generate fake data? In the services folder, this fake data file here. So it's going to be something similar to this, but it's not going to contain a for loop, because we're not trying to do that for multiple ones. We just want to do it for one. All right, so I'm going to come here and paste this. This is another function that is similar to this one here, but instead of generating many lotteries, it's just going to generate one, okay, based on the ID that I'm passing. And this is what the image is going to get all these things for us and put it together. I'm just going to add this particular part, call it, oh, sorry. We're going to call it draws art. So I'm going to get this like that. All right, so this is what we got. So this generate lottery function will help us to get individual lottery according to the ID. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and make it exportable. All right, and not only that, there is this function here that we created called okay, I don't think we have it yet. So, but there's a function that is called generate lottery participant, which I'm going to also get it to for you. So what does this function does? It operates almost similar as this get generate lotteries. So this generate lottery participant for you. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here. So look at what it does. It creates an array of participants, an account, a fake Ethereum account, an array of a fake Ethereum account. Using a for loop, it creates an object called participant and then randomly generates the account, generate an account using this array here. And then that is randomly selecting an account using this array here. And then the lottery number is a randomly generated string, and then a key called paid, which is false by default. All right, and then it will push it at each time it's generating it for the number of times we specify, and then returns that array for us. Basically, that is what this function does here. So I'm going to copy that function, come here, paste. Okay, so we have like the two other functions that we need what? We've gotten this, we used it before. What we need now is this generate lottery and what? This generate lottery participant. We're going to save it. Then we'll come to the jackpot page. So using call this using what's it called, the server-side rendering technique, we're going to bring in some of this data. Okay, we're going to paste it here. What are we doing here? So I'm going to grab the jackpot ID. Remember this is jackpot ID. So the dynamic ID on the browser, which is this number here. Okay, so I'm going to grab this number. That is what I'm saying by that ID. So I'm going to grab that ID using this method here. Okay, and this context here, context.query, you get this jackpot ID, and I'm going to generate lottery number. Generate lottery number. We don't have that yet, so we're going to have to import it from that fake data. So let's do import. What are we importing from? /services. Okay, /fake data. Okay, in this place we're getting what? Get lottery. Okay, not lotteries, and what? Generate. So generate lotteries and generate lottery participants. Those are the two that we need. And I think, is it generate? Are we missing something here? Okay, I'm sorry. So we kind of mixed something up here. This is not the function I'm really looking for right now. So this is the function I'm going to need. I'm going to need another function called get purchased number. So which is, it has a length of character that I want to generate. Okay, so it has a length of character that I want to generate. Okay, so now I'm grabbing, I'm creating a result array, and for each, this length indicates how long I want to perform this. Okay, so we can also call it count. Okay, so for how many times we want to generate a purchase number, and what, create this string called let, and for each time is going to the length of it is 6. 6 means that it's going to be 6 characters each. So for every time, for each time, it's going to go through these characters and randomly select one of these characters for 6 times. And once it does that, it would append it to this string and then push it into the result. At the end of the day, return the entire array of results. That is what is happening there. So I'm going to put it here and make it exportable as well. Then save that, come to this place. So at this place here, we've gotten this lottery IDC, that in this lottery, generate lottery, I am actually passing the jackpot ID, which is very instrumental. Like you can see here, generate lottery, we have to pass in that ID, and that ID will become the ID, will become the lottery title, blah, 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 all of those sort of things. So now I'm passing that lottery, generate lottery in there, and also this get purchased number. That is what I'm now calling here. And in the get purchased number, I want, how many numbers do I want? I want to pass in, I want to return 5 lottery numbers. Okay, if I want 6, I can also specify 6. All right. So I'm also doing that for these purchased lottery numbers as well. I mean lottery numbers and then purchased numbers. Okay, lottery numbers and purchased numbers. That is 2 that we're getting. And then at the end of the day, we're just making them available as a prop, which we can then pass into this place. Okay, which we can then pass into our React function or next component as params, or I mean properties. Okay, so when we pass it as properties, we can feed them into these this place here, because we kind of need this information here to make our table dynamic. So for example, I'm going to pass in this Jackpot is, this is a prop of this table, jackpot table. I'm going to pass in this lottery, and the jackpot of the lottery numbers. Before I do this, let me show you this. If I do this right now, if I just copy this and say log, all right, paste that here, save it, and let's see it on the browser. So I'm going to come here. This is the browser, inspect elements. Okay, let's refresh that again. So we're having this saying that, okay, now I have to like also make that adjustment for this fake data here. We're having this ordinary fixed thing. Okay, I'm gonna what? Remove that. Okay, you remove that in this generate lottery, so you remove that function, just leave it like this. All right, so here we go. So everything works now. When we refresh it, you open this. This is a console log that contains all this object. For example, this is the lottery information. Great. This is the lottery numbers. You understand that? So they're kind of different though, but these are what the lottery generated numbers. And these are the things we want to pass into this table. Okay. We want to pass this data into this table. That's why we're making it available right there. So I'm going to close that. Come here. Come to this jackpot table. Come to this jackpot here. I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, we're passing jackpot as this lottery. We're passing this lucky number as this lottery numbers. We're passing this participant. These are those that participated as what? These for now. Okay, these generated ones for now. Okay, but later on they're going to be changed. Okay, so for now those are just fake data. Okay, we're using this as participant now because they are what? I repeat, because of what? We just want to supply those things that are later on going to what? Change it and make it much more dynamic. So now I'm going to copy this, save that, come to this jackpot table, paste it here. Sorry, of course, paste it here, but I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, just going to remove these things because they are not important. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So these are what? These are the props that this jackpot table is going to be, requiring. That is why we now have this at this jackpot here. We can then do this jackpot.title by us just, doing this. Okay, jackpot.description, we pass the curly brace, and jackpots, the participant. You do this. All right, let's save that and see first. Okay, you can see that this information is becoming a lot more dynamic. So you can see I have 49 participants. You can see lottery 1. So what happens when I come here and click on this lottery 3? You can see that all this information are becoming dynamic. You can see it's 39 here, and these numbers, they will keep changing as we go. So next, we need to now come to this place. Okay, so instead of doing array.fill, we're not going to have to do that anymore. We just need to what? To loop through these lucky numbers here. Okay, that is what we're going to be looping through, these lucky numbers. So I'm going to change this to what? Lucky right here. And for these are going to stay the same, but this is not going to stay the same. I'm going to what? Change that. I'm going to do this too. And this lucky number, I'm going to just also make sure that it's dynamic, it's supplied dynamically. So save that and let's check it out on the browser again. You see that these things are actually being dynamic now. Each time you refresh, they are different because they are not being, grabbed from the back end. Okay, they are actually being generated as fake data, but we're doing this so that we won't have to do a lot of recoding later. Things are going to be a lot easier for us when we are working on it later on. So one last thing that we want to do is just a button. Okay, that button, basically what it does is, let's come here. We want to handle purchase. What does that mean? Whenever whenever anybody clicks on that this buy button, you can see that this is what a handle purchase, a synchronous function. It takes a lucky ID number and just log it out for us. So we want to hook it up to this button. Want to say on click. Okay, what does it do? It should handle purchase, and we're going to pass in that lucky number for now. All right, so that's what we want to pass in there. So there we go. We save this and we'll come here. When we right click, check it out on the terminal. Okay, so now when you check it out on the terminal, click buy, you can see that. Okay, you can see that it logs out the ticket. You click on this one, it's actually logging out the ticket. So this is what you use to purchase the lucky number that you're trying to purchase on later. Okay, so that is it for that part, but we're not quite done. We missed out a component which I'm going to show you in the next video. Okay, now let's create let me see where we're supposed to drop it. Okay, look at this countdown. This is a countdown component that we are supposed to create. Okay, so I'm going to come here, say countdown component.jsx. All right, so inside of this countdown, do my RFC thing, spot it. So let's save that and let's come to this jackpot table and let's release this, save it, check it out on the browser. Say this countdown component is not imported yet, so let's make sure we have it imported. So I'm still going to be like @component/that. Okay, so now let's save that and see. So this is the countdown component that we need to work on. What is this all about? So in this countdown component, I'm going to come and just replace this. So this is how it should look. This is the design of it. Okay, but I could do a good justice in breaking this down. Okay, let me do this. Sorry. So I'm going to break this down into multiple rows to make it a lot easier for you to see. All right, so yep, so with that, okay, so this is how it goes. So this is the component. Let's save that and see. So this is how this component looks like. We want to bring in some extra information into this place. Okay, so first of all, for this component, it's going to take in a property called timestamp. Okay, so that timestamp is pretty important, and then we need a use state that by default we subtract the current date in timestamp, because date.now gives you the current time in timestamp. I'm going to subtract it from the timestamp that is being returned to us, and then set it as time left. So that's a specific time that is left. So what happened afterward? Afterward, I want to use a use effect hook to do my calculation to know that is, I'm going to paste this here, import this. So look at what is happening. I'm using my use effect right now to calculate for things like set time interval. All right. In this set time interval, I am checking for time left. I'm trying to determine a time left, which is basically this time minus date.now. This is exactly what I did here. Okay. And for every 1 seconds, I want to always be checking for the time that is left by subtracting it, because date.now will keep on increasing, it keep on becoming bigger and bigger. So you want to be able to keep track of that, and then of course immediately clearing it out. All right, so make it that timestamp a dependency. Okay, afterward we're going to do our logics to determine what is days, what days means, what hours means, and what seconds means. Okay, so we have days. Days are basically, this is 1 second times what? 60 seconds making what? 1 minute, times 60 minutes making 1 hour, and then times 24 hours making 1 day. This is a representation of 1 day. This is a representation of 1 hour. This is a representation of 1 minute. And this is what? A representation of what? 1 second. All right. So these are all the information from by dividing this time left. Okay. That is how we're getting all of these things. And then with that, we need to do an if-else statement. So what do I mean by that? I'm going to say, let me just copy this part, close this, copy here. So I'm going to say, in this return, if there is a timestamp, first of all, okay, because, if there is a timestamp and this date, this current date, is what? Is less than that timestamp. All right. We want it to what? To display this one for us. Otherwise, it should what? Display this. So this is what we're doing. Okay, this is the one that it should display 00. That means that it's expired because the current date is not greater than what? I mean, this timestamp is greater than this current time. Okay, so that means it has expired. Remember, if we have timestamp, and secondly, if the current date is still less than what? The timestamp, then what? You should display this one that we're going to what? Interpolate with all these counters. So I'm going to come here and say, here is going to be a representation of days. Here is going to be a representation of hours. Here is going to be a representation of minutes. Okay, and lastly, here is going to be a representation of what? Seconds. All right, so basically that is all there is about this specific function. So we can then save it, and once we save it, check it out on the browser, you can see that counting is happening. All right, so it keeps changing for every refresh. Okay, you can see that it is counting. It will keep counting down until it gets to the finish line. So this is basically an important component, that needs to be what? Brought into this project. So next, I want to create a component that I want to click on generate lucky number. We're able to enter the number of the number that we want to generate, number of lucky numbers, and then we can then generate it. So we'll do that in the next tutorial. So we need to create this component that will enable us to do this piece of code. Okay, we want to be able to launch a modal that we can enter the number of lottery tickets that once generate, and then we generate that. That's what we want to do. So to do that, come in here, close out from this table here, and I'll come back to this place because this is where we're going to be doing it. Let's create a new component. We'll call it generator.gsx. Of course, make sure that is there. Save it and bring it up here at the bottom here. Say generator, coming from that component. Make sure that you're using this @ symbol. It's a lot cleaner that way. Save and check it out on the screen. You can see that generator here, but that is obviously not where we want to use it. Okay, so we're going to actually design like an interface that we put the entire thing in a modal, okay, for us. So let's come back here. So this div right here, I'm going to change it and come back here like this. Going to paste this here. Let's call this, h4, h4 generator, and this close place for now. Let's just have it scale of 100. Okay, so I'm gonna do this for now, and I'll explain to you why I'm making some changes later on in the future. So let's do this like this. Save that. We're having a fixed, okay, position is going to be fixed, top, left, 0. The width of this modal is going to be as wide as the screen and as tall, as high as the screen as well. Flex, item, justified, background, is black, and then we give it a background opacity of 50. It's going to have a transformation and a transition, animation thing that is going on, and then the duration for it is going to be 300, and then I want to scale it to 100% by default. So I will save that and check that out. You can see this is where my generator is now. It's kind of putting that blurry looking or a dark backdrop, you understand? So that's what is happening there. So, but that's not only it. We need to create like a card. All right. So I'm going to create like a card that we make things a lot better. So come here, say div. All right. Inside of this div, I'm going to put this h1 in and give it this class. So we're having a background white, shadow is extra large, shadow is of this color. This is shadow color, and rounded XL. The width is going to be 11 out of 12. And on medium screen and above, it's going to be 2 out of 5. And we give it that constant height and all-round padding of 6. So save that, check it out. You can see how it's looking, right? So this is the whitish area that we're talking about right there. Okay, so let's advance this form. We're going to bring in some more, useful data in here. So what are we doing? I'm going to clean out this. I would say that we'll have a form. Of course, we're going to make sure we close that form. So this is the form. And let's remove this, or let's just create a on submit function for now. Const, this function, which is going to be an asynchronous function. And yeah, okay, so I'm gonna just do log. So the log, no. See, let's say hello for now. All right, so this is what is basically happening. I'm gonna remove this for now. I'm gonna bring all this thing, and it's gonna make sense to you. We're gonna grab this icon. This is an icon here, so I'm gonna grab it from React icons. Gonna say import this from what? React -icon/fa. Okay, so that is where I'm grabbing this icon. I will save it and check it out. You see generate number, and you can see this little dot here that we can use in closing the modal later on. Okay, so we're bringing all that together, and now let's bring in some beautiful forms, form fields into it. So I'm going to bring in a form field. We only have one form field that we need, and then a button that will help us to generate that that we can use in hooking up that function, submitting the form. So let's paste it here. So this is just one div that contains what? The form inputs that we can use in entering the number, and you can see the steps is in 1, and this is the minimum value, and basically this is it. Okay, but that is not like everything. We still need to make sure that we have these what is it called, this set lucky number and lucky number. So we can do const, paste this. Okay, one is lucky number, one is what? Set lucky number. This is going to be coming from useState. Okay, so default is that. So we have this here. So this is set lucky number, and this is lucky number right there. So let us save it and check it out. Okay, you can see this beautiful form here. This is where we're using imputing values for generating and saving what data. Right now, this is not enabled, and so we want to make this a reality. When we click on this, you should be able to close this form down modal. So to do that, I'm going to just duplicate this. I'll call this close. I'll call this set close. All right. So by default, it's going to be scale at 100. Okay. It's going to be scaled at 100, and I don't want this to be the traditional, to string this way. Instead, I want it to be in this format. I'll use a backtick, and I'll paste in that classes. The reason why I'm doing it like this so that I can be able to do stuff like string interpolation. All right, and I could just say close. Close, it will now be giving me whatever that is inside of this place. So let's save that and see. So you see that everything works exactly the same. There is no difference. We'll refresh this. It still looks exactly the same. All right. So now we want to be able to hook up this set close, to this button here. So we want to say on click. Okay. We want to what? Set close. What are we setting it to? We're setting it to scale of scale of 0. Okay, that's what we're setting it to, scale of 0. Save that. When we click here, you see that it goes away, but when we refresh, it comes back. When we close that, it goes away. Okay, this is cool to an extent, but that is not everything that I'm going to need for this specific listing. But for now, I think that will be okay. All right, so before we go, we need to be able to generate lucky numbers. Okay, so what do I mean by that? I can do this. This handle submit right here, I'm going to update it. Okay, what am I doing? I'm saying that it's going to have this event.prevent default. Okay, which we make sure that this form does not submit via the get or the regular way a form submits. And I'm going to log out this generate purchase number. This generate purchase number, remember, it's a function that we created in this fake data. Okay, look at it right here. Generate purchase number. Okay, so one will actually utilize it here as well. So I'm going to get it import, this from slash what services slash fake data. So I'm going to grab it from there, and that it passes a number that is the numbers of items that I really want to generate. Okay, and at the end of the day, I basically want to set the scale to 0. So let's do it like this. So save that, come to this place, refresh, make sure that we're seeing the console, and okay, I've not removed this keep on. So I'm coming here to this Jackpot page. I'm going to remove that so that it won't have to be, logging out things all the time. So right here, I'm going to clear this. I will specify, I want to generate like 8 random numbers. Click that. You can see that it generates 8 of them unique random numbers. Basically, that is what I want to achieve with this. So with that achieved, I think we kind of are done with this, with the design, the front end aspect of this page. Okay, the next page we want to work on, which is here, but we have not done it, is this result page, which we'll start implementing in the next video. All right. Now, in creating this page, this results page, this single result for showing a single result of a specific lottery, this is what you need to do. So you come to this pages, create a new folder, just like with Jackpot, because this is going to be dynamic. Create result, and then that is a folder, and inside of this folder, you're going to do use square bracket result ID. You see the way I created this ID starting with capital letter I dot JSX. All right. And then what we can do is just copy most of these things. Okay. Let's just copy this for now. And let's close. Okay. Copy this and just paste it here. I'm going to just change some certain things, like this is going to change this. Okay, I'm going to change this to result. Okay, single result. And for now, I'm going to remove this from here. I'm going to call this result. Okay, and I'm not going to need these two components here. You can say for now h4 hello world. All right, and then I'm going to remove these two components from here totally. Save it, and let's see. You can see that this page is live and everything is all okay for us. So now let us put in the information that makes for this specific place. Okay. So now to do that, we need to create a component. This component is going to be called result table. All right. So we'll come into this place, say result table. All right. So we're going to do result table, new component result table dot JSX. All right. So it's going to just copy quite a lot of things related to this, jackpot page, jackpot table. So I'm going to copy some vital information there. So like right now, I'm going to make sure that it's not result table, jackpot table, but what result table. And I'm going to remove all these things for now because I will not need them. I'm going to remove quite a lot of things and just keep what is most important for now. So for now, these are the information that I don't want. I don't want some of this information to be here, so I'm going to have to remove them. Okay, so let us just get these things together. For example, I want to say lottery ticket. Instead of buy lottery ticket, I want to say lottery result. Okay, I'm going to remove all this just like we did before. So I'm going to remove this. When we start making it dynamic, we're going to bring them back. Okay, so I'm going to remove that, remove this. Okay, and yep. So for now, for this place, after the description, I'm going to rewrite that place. I'm going to basically just update this place with this information here. So it's going to be in this format where you have results for, this is number of winners. Okay, and this is what number of participants. All of this is going to make sense to you in a moment. So I'm going to just remove this. I don't want anything to be I don't want any kind of, okay, so I don't really want any kind of errors for now. Okay, so I'm going to like remove this for now. I'll put it in a string for now. Or let me just remove it for now. So I'm going to remove it for now, bring it up later. This countdown component is important, okay? But for now, I'm going to comment it out, all right? So I'm not going to need generate lucky numbers, all right? I'm not going to need that. Instead, what I want is, I want to see perform draw, all right? And if we can make this a green button this time, it will be a lot better. So, and this can go back to the jackpot page. Okay, we can say jackpot. Okay, so it takes us back to that place. And afterward, we will need to remove this table because we're going to have a different design for it. But for now, let us save this and check it out. I'm going to remove this. Okay, let's just check it out on the browser for now. So let's refresh. You see, it's not showing because we've not included it in this place. So we want to what? Include it here. I want to say result table. We're importing it, from that component folder. So I'm gonna make sure that I reference this properly. Save and let's check. So this is what we have right now. This is just what we've designed so far. Nothing, crazy about it. All right. So the only thing I've not worked on is this part, which should display information about the people, the participants, in this specific lottery. Okay. So let me just do a copy and paste of some data inside of there. So right now, come to this result table. So in this result table, I want to change some of this narrative. I don't want this. Okay, I'm going to delete this whole thing, and I just want to let me paste this information here. I don't think I copied that very well. So, and make sure I also close this place as well. Okay, so I also need rounded to be what? MD. So right now, I will say you can do hello world here, H4, hello. So this is how it is like right now. Let's save it and see. So this is how we are changing the data here. It's just a text, this taking this particular div now. So to proceed further, I'm going to change that div, this hello world text, instead of it being hello world, I want to change it to these, winners and losers using these classes here, increase the text by 2, extra large, font bold, text slate at 700 and text center. When you see that, this is how it looks right now. All right. And I want to bring in a div, okay, that I can use, to loop through some information. So for example, here should be what? A div. Okay, that div, first of all, is going to live inside of what? This. And we're making it overflow to be auto so that we can scroll it in case, there are so much people that overflows, so much participant that overflow this 80 height that we've specified here. Now here, I'm going to do array just like before. Array, I'm going to say 9. Okay, array.fill, okay, and .map participant. So these things stays the same on. Okay, now let me comment out this place instead. Instead, I want to do like a fake Ethereum wallet address, that kind of thing. There X to something, bam, bam, bam. This is how we want to represent an Ethereum number. We can remove all these things for now. Okay. So for now, I'm going to comment out this thing, comment out this place, the rest of here. Okay, so this is high. Let's save it and check it out on the browser. So we haven't imported this identicon, so let's import it at the very top. I'll come here and say import what? Identicon from React Identicon. Okay, this is part of the package that we brought in. If you check your package.json here, it's part of the package, this React.identicon that comes with this starter kit. Okay, so I'm just gonna save that for now. For now, I'm gonna remove this function as well. So now that we have that installed, I also want to grab this FA. Okay, it's already there. What else? So let's save and check it out. And you can see it's complaining about this result. Okay, for now, I'm going to just say, this. Okay. All right. So this is how it looks. You can see that we have a dynamic table that contains winners, and it's also supposed to be containing losers as well. So this is what the React identical. These are individuals that won, and supposed to have a list of those that won and those that lost. You can see how auto scrollable this is. That is a very beautiful feature. So that is for this page. We are not done quite yet. We still need to supply this dynamic data, which supposed to be very useful to make this thing look a lot more real. All right. So to do that, we have to supply that from our lottery result itself, and I'm going to show you what needs to be done. All right. So when you come here, remember in this result page here, there is this get server side props, but this we copied from what the get, we copied it from this get jackpot ID component. So instead, we want to remove it and bring this one, paste this one here. This one is just about the same thing, but this one is, why this one is targeted at jackpot ID, this is actually targeted at result ID. Okay, now this result ID, what I want to be able to get that specific lottery. You see, just like we did with this, we're able to get a specific lottery. Also want to get a specific lottery here, and after we grab the specific lottery, we want to get not purchase number, but we want to get participants. Okay, that is where this generate lottery participants comes in. All right, and also want to get lottery results. Okay, instead of lottery number. So that one is going to be pulled from the back end later on. Okay, and then we just make it available, and those becomes the props which we can use in adding to this place. So for now, I'm just going to copy this and replace it with this one so that we can grab, a lottery participant, just like we have here, this function here, get lottery participant. This one generates a lottery participant for us, fake data, of course. So let us do one thing. Let's make sure that we are passing into what our props, by default. So I'm going to pass this here. Okay, so this is going to be coming from the server side, and it's going to be made available here. And once it is available there, we can then pass it. If you want to really test that all these things are actually, coming from the backend, let's just log it out on the console and do that, save, and come to this place, look at it from here. You can see this object, you can see the lottery, is this specific lottery that we have here. This is lottery data. And you can see that lottery result is actually undefined, and lottery participant is also undefined. This generates lottery results. Okay, so that is kind of giving us undefined. Generate lottery participant. In generating lottery participant, let's look at this fake data here. We want to specify the count, the number that we want to number of data that we want to generate. So I'm going to come here and specify something like 6. Let's see, save that. Check it out. You can see that lottery participant right now is getting me 6 accounts, which is pretty cool. So that is what I wanted. All right. So now that we're sure that those things are generating as they're supposed to, now we need to pass them as properties into this result table component. So we want to pass them as properties here, and let's save that. And then I'm going to close out here, come to this place, to this result table, and you want to be grabbing this data from here. Okay, just going to remove all this. Okay, and this. Okay, so make sure that they are destructured, so you're passing it like this. So this is how it should be. And at this point, you want to make all this data dynamic now by bringing back the curly string. All right, so I'm gonna come here, bring back all this curly string. Okay, bring back all this curly string. Okay, so length is greater than what? 0. And let us see that for save that. Check it out. You can see that this information there, it's actually being dynamic now. Okay, that is pretty cool. So it's dynamic now, which is great. So, but that is not the only thing. We still have more things to bring in here. So we want to enable this. Okay, this countdown. Let's save that and see. So the countdown is not available for our what use. Okay, because it's feasting or is using this timestamp is equal to what jackpot dot expires at. Okay, so it was dynamic by default. We needed to make sure that we are passing dynamic data inside of it. Okay, so here we need to specify that this is going to be what this jackpot dot id. All right, so that is where we're going back. If we want to do that, we're going back to that specific jackpot. All right, and now you come here. Instead of you doing this array dot field dot map, we want to do participant. We're using this particular one, this one participant here. We're saying participant dot map. Okay, for each participant, let us uncomment this place. All right. Before we uncomment it, let's leave it for now. We're going to fix that a little bit more. So I want the participant lottery number, and I want this to be re-enabled. That is saying that if result.winner.include this participant, should show this one, otherwise should show this place here. Sorry, I'm going to remove this. So this is what we want to list out. And let's save it and check it out. So you can see these are what real information now. Participant dot what lottery number. I'm just going to make a little differentiation in this icon because we want to use this participant account as what we are passing in as string here. Let's save that and see. So you can see this is their real string representation, their account representation right here. All right, so now we need a function called a truncate function. This truncate function, we're going to later move it to the blockchain service, okay? But for now, let us create a truncate function here that we're going to be using to make things looking like a wallet address, to bring it into this format, to transform a wallet address into this format. So I'm going to remove this one and enable this. So this is the participant account, and it's going to truncate it, four characters at the starting point, 4 characters, and the ending with 4 characters, and then the total space should be what? Total character should be 11, making it what? Putting dots in between them. So let's save that, and you see that it just automatically just randomly do all these things for us, which is really cool. Okay, so look at this specific error. I want to show you this error here. This error is so important that you understand how to get your way around it, because I've found myself with this error and I did some research before I was able to understand how to get myself around this specific error. So make sure you pay close attention to it on how I'm going to be resolving it right now. So to resolve this error, what you need to do is to come to your code, go to your pages, come to this app.tsx, okay? In this app.tsx, come here, and I want you to create a use state variable for show child and then a use effect. So I'm going to put this here. I'll make sure that I import this from React and also import this from React as well. So we have this use state variable that set show child is false by default, and once use effect is completed, you should toggle that show child to what true. This is because NextJs is a server-side rendered framework. So some things on the browser, will not be some things on the by the time that these things are being rendered from the back end, some things on the browser are not available, and that is what is causing those conflictions. So in order for you to resolve those conflictions, instead of you using this method, you want to do this, okay? If it has not show child is not true, and the type of window is not equal to undefined, that means the window has been set or it has not been set yet. Then you should just return no. Otherwise, once the window is set, that is no longer undefined, and once this thing show that shows child is true, then it should then what? Proceed to rendering the component. That is what we're just doing in this place. So let's save that. Okay, and then we check it out on the browser. You can see that error is gone. Let's refresh it again. See, the error is gone. That is what we're talking about right there. Okay, so with that up and running, I think we're good for the result page. It's just that the thing remaining now is for us to be able to perform draw. By clicking this, we're able to perform draw, and a modal should appear for us again, which we can use in entering the information about what we want, how many winners we want to emerge from this list. Okay, so we'll do that in the next section of this video. So to get this together, to be able to click that button called perform draw, and then it launches that component for us, what we need to do is to make sure that we create that component. So I'm going to duplicate this generator component for us because it's very close to what exactly that we need. So I'm going to rename this newly created component as winners.jsx. Okay, I'll do that. Make sure I close this and this winners.jsx. Okay, so in this winners.jsx, I don't think I'm gonna, let's remove the things that we don't need. All right, so wherever I see this thing called set locking number, I want to change it to, so I'm doing a batch edit. Okay, I'm editing both of them one time. I'm saying set number of winners. Okay, and here I'm going to also batch edit. You can see that. So I'm going to call that number of winner. Okay, number of winner. All right, you can say winners, and here we see set number of winners. Okay, so now this is how it is, the same modal thing. Okay, everything kind of is looking the same. We won't need to generate numbers, so we're just gonna remove this straight up. We won't need this here, so I'm gonna remove that. And what else? Okay, so now instead of having lucky numbers there, what we want to do is to change that sort of lucky number. I want to change it to number of winners. or we can say winners, e.g. 3. Okay, instead of generate and save, we want to say draw now. All right, so I think we're good to go. Let's save this and see. Save, and then come to this results page. All right, come here, and we're going to include that. We're going to say winner. This component, we're going to include it here. And of course, you want to make sure that we're having that @ symbol with it. So structure this properly and save it. Come to the browser. You can see how it is. This is what we've been doing. We just need to make sure that this is not saying generate numbers. Instead, it's going to say imagine winners. Imagine winners. So let's save that and check it out. See, so imagine winners. So how many numbers of winners are going to be imagined? How many number of participants are going to be imagined as winners? So let's say something like 3. You understand? We just do that. You can see that it does happen. So basically, these are like all the components, all the front end components that we will need in this application to get it up and running. So as of now, we can see that this application, every part of it is functioning properly. We click on this place, we're able to generate numbers. We can be able to go to draw page, you understand? And we can be able to come back to jackpot page, okay? And go back to draw page. So that is, all of these things are being rendered at real time using NextJs. So in the next part of this tutorial, we're going to be working on the smart contract of this application, and we're going to build it, test it and get it all together ready. Okay, so I'll see you in the next section. All right, it is time for us to work on the smart contract part of this application, which is basically the backend. Okay, for you to get started with the backend, you need to create a new folder, and that is one of the cool things about this package, because I've already gone ahead and the package has all this hard hat configuration that you would not need to do any further thing. Even Open Zeppelin contracts are already here, so it saves you a whole lot of time trying to install these things one after the other. So this is just the perfect package.json, the starter kit that you will need to build a good Dapp. Okay, so now right click here, create a new folder. We call it contract. Okay, this is where all your smart contracts are going to live. All right, so here you want to create a new file, call it Dapp Lottery.so for Solidity. Now inside of this place, I want you to just paste this. Basically what is happening is I'm defining the license identifiers, MIT. I'm using this version, anything that is above this version of 8.7 and above, okay? And I'm grabbing this contract from Open Zeppelins, which include the O-level smart contract, for making sure that I understand who this deployer of the smart contract is, and counters for making a good calibration, so that we can be able to know the number of lotteries that we have in this platform and all those sort of things. All right, so you define the contract, by saying Dapp lottery. Okay, this is the smart contract right now. So this smart contract is going to be what? O-level, of course. And you want to make sure that it's specified that it's using counters, okay, for counters.counter. Okay, you normally see this library being used with Open Zeppelin's ERC721 tokens and all of those things. All right, so but I also want to make sure that I use it to, that is this right here. I'm going to use this here, this library, to define a private state variable called total lotteries. Total lotteries. Okay. Now, I want you to understand that we want a lottery to have this sort of information. So we define a struct. This is the data type of a lottery. So a lottery structure should be, it should have unsigned integer, okay, 256, okay, and we call that the ID. So it's going to also have, this is going to be a string for title. Okay, so a lottery has a title, it has a description, it has an image. So we'll call this description, we'll call this image. Okay, I'm not going to go ahead. Let me just copy and paste some of these things. Let me just go ahead and copy some of these things so that will be a lot faster. All right. So basically, this is the structure of a lottery. It has a an ID, title, description, image, which is a string, prize, and a ticket price, number of participants, number of winners, and if it has been drawn or not, the owner, which is an address, the time it was created, and the time it was updated. Okay, so we need all that for creating a lottery. Of course, so let's come here. If there is any other thing that we need to create, we'll create them on the go as we go. So the next thing I want to do, want to create want this create lottery function, okay, that receive a title, description, image, and price, and ticket price, and expiration date from let's say MetaMask or Ethers.js. That will be, from the interaction with the smart contract. Okay, it will receive it from the parameters. All right, wants function to be public, of course, is a public function. All right, in this function, all right, in this function, we want to perform some requirements. These requirements are going to make sure that we're passing the right data into here. So we want to check, validate that the title is not empty, the description is not empty, the image is not empty. We want to make sure that the price is not 0, the ticket price is not 0 either. I want to also make sure that the expiration time is greater than the current time, which should be in the block. And I've gone ahead and actually create a function that will account for, let me paste the function here. So this function basically adds 3 zeros to the block.timestamp, because in Ethereum, the block.timestamp is only 10 digits, but in JavaScript is actually 13 digits. So I'm adding this, multiplying it by 1000, and adding this, this extra 3 zeros into it to make sure that it's actually on 13 digits instead of 10 digits. Okay, so we are not using this block.timestamp, by default. We're actually padding it with 3 extra 0 and calling it here. So that's why we have that situation going on for us. So afterward, I want to move ahead and say, we want to say total lotteries. I want to increment it. So it's called this increment function method. Increment, okay. It comes with this increment comes with this counter library right here. So that increment is there. Okay, so next we want to do this lottery struct. We want to use it to define a lottery. Okay, so this is how you define it. So this lottery now is now an object of this structure, which we created above here. Okay, so that basically contains all of those. This right now basically contains all of these lottery structures, information there. All right, so what do we need? We need to be able to to merge, to put these things, like I've created a variable now. I want to assign this data in it. For example, this total lotteries.current will give me, because I incremented it, started with 0. By me incrementing it becomes 1. So This we call the current index, which is basically 1 at this point, and that becomes the lottery ID. And make sure that this title becomes this title, description becomes this image URL, and all of those things here. That is what you're seeing there. Now, at the end of the day, you want to say lotteries. Okay, we want to define like a place where we store all the lotteries. Okay, we want to be able to store all the lotteries, but we want to store it in a mapping. All right, what is this mapping about? Right here below here, I want to say mapping. Okay, I'm mapping unsigned integer 256 to lottery what structure, but want this to be what lotteries. You understand? So each lottery ID is going to point to the lottery data. Okay, that is what I'm just saying here by this mapping. So with that, now I can then say lotteries. I'm what targeting wherever I have this lottery ID, okay, which is this that I've just assigned previously here. So I'm going to target this location. I'm going to what assign it this lottery that I just finished building. This one here, this lottery here, bam. All right. So that we ensure that we've been able to what create a new lottery. So this will help us to create new lotteries on what our platform. So that's cool. Next on the line, we need to be able to import lucky numbers, okay? Because it is not really cool. What do I mean by that? Like I'm going to show you a function right here. Okay, so this function here enables us to import generated lucky numbers. Okay, let me paste it here. So it's called import lucky numbers. What it does is it takes a specific lottery ID, and then it takes an array of string which are lucky numbers. Okay, because Solidity by default cannot provide us with a truly random number generation system that is reliable. So we need to grab that from our own backend language or front-end language that can make that thing, generate or create numbers for us, which is cool because if you come, that is the reason why when we click on this, what's it called, generate number, and then we're able to generate all these numbers. The front end, we're actually generating these numbers from the front end, and then we'll send it to the back end. That is what will happening under the hood. So now let's come back here. So basically, we're creating a function called import lucky numbers. It takes in an ID, takes in an array of what lucky numbers, which are in string format, and then it wants to make sure that it checked that lottery. In the lotteries, I'm targeting the ID, and the owner is it the same person as this? Because only the owner should be able to import that lottery. Otherwise, you say what unauthorized entity. All right, and we want to make sure that the lucky numbers. This is just another mapping still, which we need to create above here. So those are lucky numbers. You're simply saying that there is we've not imported any numbers yet in this place, so it doesn't have any numbers already, because if it already been generated, if it's already been stored, you should not go ahead and perform another generation again. So now what we need to do is to make sure that we create another mapping. All right, I'm going to just duplicate this mapping is going to map unsigned integer to what? A string, a string, but it's an arrays of a string, and it's going to be called this generated lucky numbers. So each lottery is going to have an array of what? Numbers that have been generated for it. That is basically what this is saying. All right, so that is what this function does. Okay, so it's check. After check, we also want to make sure that the participants of this lottery, okay, I want to say participants lottery ID.participant is less than 1, that means ticket has been purchased already. So this happens if you're trying to import again when ticket has already been what? Ticket have been purchased. You're trying to import some new things. Basically, that is the same thing as this though. So both of them function the same. So we can choose to remove one of them, all right, to make things a lot slicker and better. Okay, so if you already import something, you can't import it again. If you already generated into lucky numbers, you shouldn't be able to generate again. So that is what those things they do. So these also make sure that this lucky number, I think this should be like the first thing that we check for. Want to make sure that we check that this array that you're sending, or this array of string, is not empty. It must be greater than 0, otherwise the lucky numbers cannot be 0. So those are the things that forms that particular function. Now we need to be able to purchase or buy those we want to be able to buy the lotteries. Okay, and in buying lotteries, these are the things you need to do. You need to create another function. All right, we'll call it function, we'll call it buy tickets. Okay, what do you need to in buying ticket? Unsigned integer 256, the ID of the lottery that you were trying to purchase a ticket on. And not only that, the lucky number, the index of the lucky number. All right, the index of the lucky number, that is what we're doing here. I want this to be public, and this is payable function because people have to use money to purchase the lucky numbers. Okay, so we're not passing the number directly, but we're just passing the index because all of these numbers are stored in an array. So we're using this index to track exactly where that lucky number is in that array. That is what we use in purchasing it. Okay, so that is the trick there. So we're checking for some requirements. What are the requirements? We want to make sure that this lucky number used, okay, function, we're using this to make sure that this lucky number has not been used already. Okay, so we've not created this, and we need to create it, which is another mapping basically. And this mapping is a 2-dimensional mapping. All right, what does that mean? It means that I'll say mapping here, and of course inside of here I'll say another mapping. Okay, this time around, once for every lottery, we want to check for every one of the lottery ID, that is for every one of the lucky number, which is why I'm still specifying this. We want to check if it is used or not. So use a boolean to track that usage. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, close this function. Okay, put it here. So lucky number used, a lottery, the index of the lucky number, and we'll check if it's used or not. So that is what this particular piece of code is used in checking. All right, and okay, so afterward, we want to check the ticket price. This amount of money that the MSG.value, is it greater than or equal to this ticket price? Because for you to buy a ticket or a lucky number in a particular lottery, you have to make sure that however they are selling that ticket is what you're trying to use in buying it. And if you want to put more money to it, that is your own business, but basically it must be greater than or equal to this ticket price. Otherwise you say insufficient ethers to buy tickets. All right, to buy tickets. All right, so if those parameters passes correctly, the next thing I want to do is I want to say because lotteries, I want to target that specific lottery. I want to call the participant of that lottery, and I want to what? Increase it by 1. All right. After I increase it by 1, I want to what? Add this lottery participant. This should be another what? Another mapping. All right. That we have not done yet. So in this mapping, it will have information or structures of what? Lottery, participant. So let's come to the top here, and we can duplicate this one here and we'll call it lottery, lottery participant. Lottery participant, okay? And in this lottery participant, I will need to create a structure, okay? Call it struct. All right, it's called lottery or participant struct. That is what it is called. So let me show you. It's called participant struct. The participant struct. This is what it's called. And then what does it contain? It contains an address, which is basically the account of whomever is the participant. It contains a string, which is what? The lottery, number. All right, and it contains a Boolean value that tells whether this person has been paid or not. So now you can now say, participant struct here, but want to store an array of it. Okay, lottery participants, an array. So for each lottery, we'll be able to get all the participants of that particular lottery. That is what that line of code is for. With that, you can come there and then say this lottery participant for this lottery want to push, using this participant struct, want to push this person that bought the ticket, want to declare that the lucky number, want to grab the lucky number. This is where the lucky number is. In this lucky number ID, we're targeting the index of it, and then want to say it's still false because this person has not been paid. Okay, so now that is well done. Next, okay, we're not still done with it. We then need to make sure that we say that this place here, which is lucky number, is it used? Want to assign it to be what? True now, because we've actually used the lucky number. And then we have this thing called service balance. Service balance is how much we have, on our balance, okay? The platform's balance, okay? So I'm going to come here and create something called, this is going to be a public variable. So we have public balance and public percent, okay? Let's get that together. So public balance and public percent. So service balance and service balance percent. Service balance is going to hold information such as all the money that has come into our platform, all the money that we've received in our platform. So that is what service balance. All right. And service percent is how much, how many percentage we are taking, for every transaction that takes place in our platform. So for every successful draw, when people perform a draw, a lucky winner, some winners that win, there's a certain percentage that comes to us. So we use this to store that percentage there. All right. So that is what the use of those two things are. And then at this point, you can say service balance, you increment it, okay, by what? msg.sender. So this is now going to keep track of all the money that is going to be flowing into our platform. Great. So with that, the next thing you need to do is we need to create a function that will help us to select random winners. Okay, to help us to select random winners. So let's work on that. To work on this function, you're going to say function randomly select winners. Okay, so this function is going to carry an assigned integer, okay, called an ID. So this is basically the lottery, ID, and then assign integer again. This is going to be called number of winners. Number of what? Winners. So this is the total number of people that you want to emerge as what? Winners. All right. This is going to be public, of course. And now this is the parameters of the function. So for the function, I have to do some checks. You have to check for some things. For example, this function requires that whomever is randomly selecting the winner should be what? The owner of the of that particular lottery. But we also added an or. So it's either the owner or the platform, okay, this person, or if we're not supposed to use it this way, this msg.sender is what? msg.sender is equal to what? The owner of this platform. Then they can actually perform this random what? Selection. All right. So this is like very important. Because why you don't want to leave the whole selection to only the what? The randomly the owner of the lottery. What if the owner of the lottery doesn't? Maybe he died or something. Worst scenario, he died. He's not able to click that randomly select button. But some people have already purchased ticket. So these people that have purchased ticket, they still need to get paid. Okay. So what happens is that the platform, the owners of the platform can come into the rescue here and what? Randomly select the winners, and that will what? Activate payment for everybody. You understand that? That is why we're putting that, clause here. Now afterward, you need to check that lottery result is not completed. Okay, we've not created this particular mapping because this is a mapping here, and we're going to create it next. Okay, there's a mapping called lottery results. Okay, and lottery result comes with a structure. All right, so let's create another structure here. Call it struct, and say lottery result. Okay, a lottery result structure. This is what it contains. Okay, contains an ID. It contains a boolean for marking if something is completed or not. It contains another boolean for understanding if a certain lottery has been paid out or not. Contains information as of the time that this lottery was paid out, and it has another information to determine the shares that each person on the platform gets. So share per winner, that is what it's called. So each winner, how much is each winner is going to get from the platform. And lastly, it contains winner. So winners is going to be an array of what? The participants. Okay, so participants struct an array of what? Them. So that is what it's going to contain. So now I can then come and say create another mapping, call it lottery, lottery result. And in this lottery result, we are mapping each lottery ID to what? To each lottery result. And what is the lottery result? We use this lottery result structure. Okay, make sure that you have this. So this is cool. Now we can come here. This now makes sense. So we're checking that what? This lottery result has not been completed. Otherwise, say lottery have already been completed. I also want to make a check. I want to check that the number of winners is less than or equal to what? The lottery participants. Okay. Have we created that lottery participant? Yeah. So this lottery participant is going to return an array. So we check for the length of what? That array, of lottery participants. And we're comparing, because you don't want to say winners like they have 10 participants and you want 15 people to win. So this is going to prevent that kind of garbage from happening, which can't even happen because the smart contract is going to run into error with that. So with that, We're not done. This is one of the most important function in this particular piece of code. Okay, so right now I want to start doing more things. For example, I want to come here and paste this. So I'm initializing an array to store selected winners and also what their participants. All right. So this is a participant struct, and it's going to store. I'm creating an array of what participant struct, but the size of the array is going to be based on the number of of winners that I specify to win. All right, and then I'm also creating another variable called participant, which kind of grabs all the participants of this lottery. All right, so those are the two things I'm just doing there. The next thing that I'm doing, I'm initializing their indices, because you have to pay attention here. This is where it gets really, really tricky. Okay, so I'm pasting it here. I'm initializing the list of indices with the values of 0, 1 to their infinity. All right, so what does this mean? I'm specifying, I'm creating an array of unsigned integer, and they are going to be called indices. And I'm specifying the size of this array to be as large as the participant array. Okay, and for each space in these indices, I'm just adding their accurate data. So if element at position 0, I'm just adding 0. Position 1, I'm adding 1. That is basically what this idea means here. So that is what I'm doing there. And afterward, I'm going to perform a shuffle, an essential shuffling of these indices right here. Excuse me. So for I is equal to the length of the participant minus 1, which we make sure that it calibrates properly to reflect this sort of 0, because this one is starting with 0 and it's not starting with 1. So right here too, it should not neglect that this I should end with 1. You understand that? So now end with 0, sorry. So now for this, I'm going to say until I is greater than or equal to 1. So from that number down to 1, we want this to be decrementing until it gets to 1. The least number should be 1 here. All right. Then this particular pack here, this logic you see, this is a logic that is used in Solidity to perform some kind of a randomization act. You understand? What is happening here is that I'm calling this unsigned integer, trying to convert something to unsigned integer. Okay. So so right now, this here, okay, what is happening here? This KCAC 256, okay, and ABI.encoder pack is used in combination with an ever-changing number, which is this current time, because this current time keep on changing. So this is changing, and it's going to merge it together with this loop structure as well, and perform what is this thing called again? This is called a remainder calculation. When you divide something to the remainder, okay, the remainder of it, and then you merge it together with plus, I plus 1. This kind of give you a J, give you a number within that range of that range of the length of that indices. So with that number, use it to target, okay, use it to target one of those indices, the value of those indices, okay, and toggle them. You understand? You're doing a toggling, you're shuffling it, okay. So I'm saying that wherever I have this index of J, I want to assign I to it, and then for the I want to assign the temporal. You see this temporal, this, so I'm assigning this J to it. So it's more like I'm shuffling. I'm taking out something from something else, I'm putting something else. basically. But just understand this, even though this may look a little bit confusing, just understand that this is a Fisher-Yates algorithm. It's an algorithm that is used for what? Shuffling items within an array. Okay, so that's what we just did here. All right, so after we did that, we need to be able to select what? Winners. All right, let's select winners. To select the winner using the first number of what? First number of winners indices. Okay, so what is happening here is that we're defining an array, a for loop again, and it's starting from 0 and it ending at what? The number of winners that you intend on what? You intend that they should become the winner. Okay, what is happening is that this winner is equal to what? This participant. See, we are using this index here. This index is not in a very uniform manner, because why? Because we've done this shuffling on these indices right here. Okay, this index right here, we've done a shuffling mechanism around it. After we initialized it, okay, we did a shuffling around it. This shuffling is carrying various position indexes, but the value of their indexes are also different, so it's being shuffled. So we are accessing the value of each one of these index, which is a shuffled one. So for the first 3 persons, and then just grab it and what? Make them the winner. But it's unpredictable right here because it has been shuffled. So it's not exactly 0, 1, 2. It could be something like the value of this index at I could be something like 6, could be something like 3, so it could be something like 9. So that's one of the things you must understand here. So this is where the trick is. The reason why we did this, so that when we are doing this, the winner will be a random selection. Fantastic. So now I'm going to access this particular mapping and call the winner method and push in this specific person as a winner. All right, so I'm putting this person as a winner. All right, I'm going to do that for all the 3. If I say 3 people should win, I'm going to do that for all the 3 people, and they will have to all win. Okay, so that was it. And afterward, you don't have any other problem, because the rest of it is fairly just simple. All right. So next thing that you want to do is to say that the result completed status is true. The result, the timestamp in the time of completion is this current time. The winners are basically this. That is the number of winners. In this for this particular lottery is actually the length of the array. So how many winners are in this array? Okay, so that is what is happening, and the drawn is what is going to be what? True. Great. So, but one more thing, we want to immediately be able to what? Pay. Okay, we want to be able to pay the lottery winners immediately. Okay, so I'm going to do pay winners, and this is going to be a function that we're going to create very, very soon. Okay, so what is this function about? This function is what? Creating lottery winners. So let me come here, paste this function here. This is where it ends. Make sure that is well calibrated. So pay winners function accept the lottery ID is going to be an internal function, so you can't call it outside of this smart contract. So first thing we want to do is what? We want to say that we want to grab all the winners, okay? We want to grab all the winners for this particular lottery, okay? So we are targeting the lottery results, by the ID and grabbing all the winners. And then we what? Put it in this winners variable that is of a type of participant struct. All right, after we do that, we want to be able to get the total shares, okay? Let me tell you what is total share here. So this is the total share. Total share is equal to, this is the the lottery ticket price. This is how much, the ticket gets sold to all the participants. And I'm multiplying it by the number of what? Participants that I had that purchased the ticket, okay, for this particular lottery. That is how I know total amount of money that was realized from this lottery. Okay. Afterward, I want to actually just get the platform share. I want to just get all the shares. Okay. I want to calculate something. All right. So what is happening here? This is the platform share. So the total shares times service percent. For example, if I say 10% of all, of the all ticket that is sold for a specific lottery belongs to the platform, then 10% is going to belong to us. So we are what? Making sure we grab our own percentage for the platform, as a service fee, okay? And then the net share. The net share is basically the total shares minus what? The platform share. Then we'll now have the net share. And then now, shares per winner, this is how much each winner is going to what? Take home. Okay, each winner is going to take home this specific share. It's going to divide this net share by what? The total number of winners, which is marked by what? Winners.length. We'll know all the winners in the platform. So afterward, the next thing you need to do now is then to pay these winners using a for loop structure. All right, we want to pay the number of winners. So we say for, I0 to what? The length or what? The winners want to what? Perform a pay to. Pay to is a function. It's paying to the winner's account and that share per that specific what? Winner. So, but of course, we need to what? Write this function. This function is called pay to function. All right. I normally use it for all my coding, all my smart contract coding, because it ensures that payments get delivered successfully. So this pay to function, will specify the account or the address which we want to send the money to, and the amount of money that we want to send, and it will perform the transaction for us. So that is what we're doing here. After this, then we also want to pay our service fee. Remember, this is what the owner, this is the deployer of the smart contract, the owner. This is basically the service account. Okay, so we want to pay that platform share should go to this specific what? Owner. All right, so that is just what is happening there. And afterward, we want to do some recalculation or recalibrations. All right, so what are these about? So I'm going to come here and paste this. I want to remove the total share from the service balance, because this smart contract have now settled this. The lottery has been settled. The people that won have won and they've shared the money. Money has been balanced properly. So we're just going to delete it, remove it from our service balance. And here the lottery result, I'm just going to lottery result by this ID. I'm going to assign this ID to read. And also paid out is going to become true. And we're saying that shares per winner, how much did each winner take home? This is what they took home, these shares per winner. So we're putting up all this information there, and boom, that's kind of what completes this function, this randomly select winners and actually paying them at the same time. All right. Now with that done, we have some mere functions that we're just going to copy and paste. These functions are not too intensive. All right. So for example, get lotteries, which is a function that that will return all the lotteries that are in our platform. So we are saying lotteries, defining it, a new lottery, and we are specifying how the size of this array is going to be depending on how many number of lotteries that we've created on this platform. And then for each one of those lotteries in the lotteries mappings here, this lottery map is going to grab each one of them, we're going to grab each one of them and assign them into this array we created, and then at the end of the day it's going to be returned. That is basically what that function does. The next function is to help us to grab a specific lottery, paste it here. So lottery, and then we'll grab this specific lottery, and then Another one is what? Lottery participant. Okay. And lastly, lottery result. So let's paste those ones here. So this is it. Get lottery participants by targeting a lottery ID, and then it access the lottery participant mapping, and grab that specific set of participants for that lottery. Remember here, this is going to bring return an array, so that's why we're specifying this way. Now this one gets lottery lucky number. This retrieves all the lucky numbers for this specific what? Lottery by its ID. All right. And then lastly, get lottery result returns the lottery result by what? Its ID. All right. With that, we kind of have completed our what? Smart contract. All right. So, now let us make sure that this smart contract is up. There is no bug in it. Okay. So to check there is no bug in it, you just need to run this. I'm just going to end this service. Let me just end this, clear this. When we run, because we set up this thing, this is how this thing is set up, So when we run, we first of all need to run the node, the hard hat node. So with the yarn run, yarn hard hat, node. Okay, this is going to launch all the launch a blockchain network for us so that we can operate with all these accounts, right? And then we want to come here like this, or let's just open a total different portal. I want to say yarn hard hat compile. So if there is any error, it should show up. So when we run that, you see it's having an error here. You can see that clearly that this error is in line 8. And on this line 8, there is an error in how this is not supposed to be pointer. You understand? It's erroneous. So we're going to come here and change that to what? Counter. Okay? So save that and run that check again. Okay, it's on line 149. Where are you? Okay, line 149, which is here. We want to check, line 149. This is it. This number of winners, undeclared what? Variable. Did you mean number of winners? Because you can see the difference between this W and this W is clear. All right. So we need to fix that. So to fix that, we can simply change this small letter W to big letter W's. Okay. Save that. Let's run that again and check. Okay. That was resolved. Now service balance. Okay. Which is line 13 now. All right. 113, which is here. Line 113, this place is saying that what? This operator, MSG just saying that, balance is not compatible. You see, we didn't want to do send that. We're supposed to do msg.value. Okay, so let's change this to value. All right. So, and then let's run that again and check. If everything is okay, it should compile successfully. Okay, it is compiled successfully. So all the code seems to be programmatically sound, but this is not a testing. This is just to detect if there is what? A syntax error, and we'll be able to clear it. So with that, we are kind of done with the writing of our smart contract. In the next videos, in the next section, we'll now have to start testing them programmatically and to ensure that each one of those function, are functioning just like it was written. So in this section, we're going to jump into testing out this smart contract. Let me have it open on one. And then you need to create a new folder. So you right click on the root of this project and you create a folder called test. And inside of that, we're going to create a test file called Dapp Lottery.test.js. All right. So inside of here, I'm going to require two essential packages, the child, framework, and then the Faker library. For the Faker, these are also installed. Like I told you, this is a comprehensive dependency starter kit. Okay, it has all the cool stuff that you're going to need. You see this Faker libraries here, and you also have that child assertion library, also available. So by default, you have all those things that you need to write your smart contract, to write your decentralized application. Okay, so that is the two things that I'm grabbing. And also I want to grab two functions, very short functions that will enable us to convert numbers to and from we, okay, because we is like the transactional currency. We have ethers, which is like the native currency of Ethereum, but we is more like what is being represented at. So you have to always be able to convert and translate numbers to we. So that's why it is very important. Okay, so we have another function, okay, that we need to bring in, the function called add days. Add days, basically what it does is to add a number of days into a timestamp and return you that timestamp. Okay, so that's what it does. It adds a number of days to the current timestamp to give you like a futuristic time. Okay, so we're going to use that for whenever we're doing this expires at. Okay, it's more like using that to fill a form. All right, so after that we need another function. This function is called generate lucky number. It has the same function as before when we have it in these services and fake data. See this function here? So it's the same as this. So what it does is to actually generate some numbers for you, some lucky numbers in the sizes of 60 characters. Okay, so that's what it does, and it returns it as an array depending on the number that I specify here. All right, so other than that, we're not jumping into the main contract. You say describe. Okay, what you want to describe this as, this is going to be Dapp lottery. Okay, so basically all the stuff I'm going to be writing is going to go into this place, and afterward, inside of here, all right, this is where I will then proceed to write the contract and the logics that will help me to interact with the smart contract and to validate that every function is working effectively just as I've intended for it to do. So the first thing I want to do is, before I start writing this smart contract, before each test or group of tests is going to run on this smart contract, I want to be able to deploy this smart contract into the network. So how do I do that? By writing this hook that comes with this child assertion framework. It's called before each. I don't want to really import that. So before each, I want an asynchronous function, and this async function we're going to perform. We're going to save it in a variable called contract. Okay, no, let's get this first. Let's say we want to grab the contract, which is by calling this await ethers. Okay, remember this ether is actually coming with the hard framework itself, so it's not much necessary, but you can just bring it here, which is what coming from this ethers. So ether is coming from this hard framework. Ethers dot get contract factory. Okay, get contract factory. And when you're grabbing this contract factory, what do you need to grab? You just need to pass in Dapp, okay, lottery. So the name of the smart contract, that is what you just need to pass in. And after you do that, you need to then save it in a variable called name contract. But we need to declare this variable first, okay? How you declare it is going to be a let variable, say contract, okay? So this contract, we're going to save it inside of here. I hope that makes sense, okay? So with that up and running, the next thing that we need to do is to let's run this next line. We want to say this want to grab some accounts, okay? Want to grab some accounts. How do we grab it? We want to say service account, okay? That would be like the deployer's account. This is participant one. So I'm going to get like a multiple participant. I want to get 2, I want to get 3, I want to get 4, and I want to get 5. Okay, so 5 participants, and I'm going to assign it with this thing called await, ethers. Okay. Oh, okay. Await ethers dot get signers, not signer, but signers. Okay. So I'm going to grab that. All right. So here we go. So we've grabbed all these participants and accounts that I'm going to be using for this smart contract testing. All right. Afterward, I want to say contract. This is small letter contract. It's not been defined yet also, but we can define it here. Say contract. Okay. So it's not available here. Contract is equal to await. What are we awaiting? This contract, this one here. Okay. Contract, the big letter one, dot deploy. All right. So I'm going to deploy it using this service account, because if you look, boy, I think we forgot something very, very essential in the development of the smart contract, which I'm going to include right here. Okay, in the development of the smart contract, there is a certain there's a constructor function that we did not include. Okay, it's very important that we include that. Okay, so let's include that constructor function. So right here, after the mappings, let's include the function. So we have this constructor function just before we have here. Okay. So this constructor function, what it does is to grab the service percent, this percentage, that you want to use for the service. All right. And then you pass it, into this service percent, because that is what you're going to be charging for each percentage. So that's why I needed that. So now with this, let's run that compilation command again, and this should be all right. So it's compiling successfully. Great. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to pass in that service percent, the percentage that I want to use for deployment. So now I'm going to come here to specify that service percent. I'm going to say service, okay, percent. Service percent is equal to we want 5% of every 5% of every that is every earnings that is gotten from each lottery that was drawn. You understand? So 5% of every earning that comes from each lottery that was drawn, we want 5% of it. So that's what we specify here. So here now, I could not pass the service percent here. So now I'm going to use this await modifier and say want to wait for the contract to be deployed successfully. So once it is deployed, before any other set of instructions are run here. So here we're going to declare the first group of tests that we want to check for. First, we want to check for the deployment state, okay, deployed state. So we want to check for all the smart contract, the state of variables once this has been successfully deployed. All right. How do we check it out? When we use this it, okay, this is a unit of a test. So each test is going to be surrounded with this it block. It's basically like a function, okay. So it's a group. It actually contains each test. Okay. So what should this do? It should, confirm. Should confirm a deployment information. Okay. Deployment info. So it's going to be an asynchronous function. All right. And here, this is where we'll do our testing. All All right. So we want to say result. Result is going to be what? Okay. Before we say result, we want to what? Say await. Want to wait for contract dot owner. Okay. This owner is coming from this package, ownable package, and it helps us to identify whomever deployed this particular smart contract. That person becomes the owner. So when I call this, it's going to return me an address. That address becomes the owner. I want to store it in a variable which I could use in testing. I want to call it result is equal to, but I've not declared this yet. So to do that, I'm just going to put this here as result. Okay, because I'm going to be using it, quite frequently. So I say result is equal to what? This. So now I'm going to use this chai assertion library now to what? Really test for what I expect this deployer to be. So I will say I expect that the result that I just gotten, to be, equal to what? Equal to service account. This service account, which is this one here, dot address. Okay, that is what I expect it to be. And I want to also check the service the percentage that is what I allowed, that I actually specified it, if it is actually correct. So I will come here and say, await this contract, okay, dot service percent. All right. Await contract dot service percent, and I want to store it in this result as well. Fantastic. So now let us test it out. Okay. In testing it out, let me just copy this line and say this result. I want to convert it to number first, because it brings about some error if I don't convert it to number, and I'm going to show you in a moment. So I'll say service percent. Okay, so I want to confirm that this particular address is what? This percentage is actually equal to the one that I specified when deploying the smart contract. So let us run this test and see how it functions. Save it, come here, all right? My blockchain node is running here, so with that, I will come and say yarn hard test. And once I run that, you see that it was successfully, it passed successful. What if I did not attach that to number, I didn't convert it to number? What happens? So it fails, saying that this value, big num, value 5 to equal 5. So what is it? The value is being represented this way, but I need to convert it to a number. That is why that little this clause is very important. Okay, it helps you to convert it to number, and when you run that, it passes successfully. Fantastic. So with that done successfully, let's run the next set of instruction. I'm going to copy and paste this, and I could actually comment out this one. I'll call this one here lottery creation. Lottery creation. Okay. It should confirm lottery creation. So it should confirm that you'll be able to create what? A lottery. That's what it simply means. Okay, creation. All right. So what are we going to need to do here? So first of all, let me remove about this. So first of all, I want to be able to query for, I want to get all the lotteries, So get lotteries. I want to grab all the lotteries and I want to check, without deploying without creating any lotteries first, we should have 0 lotteries being returned. All right. So I basically expect that the result that is coming to have, length of, because it's an array that will be returned, I want it to have length of 0. So that is what I expect, without me creating any lottery yet. So now I can come in and create a new lottery by running contract.create, lottery. Okay, this is the function that we wrote here that enables us to create lottery here, right here. And this function, takes these parameters: title, description, image, price, and ticket price and expiration date. So that is what we're going to need here. And what are we adding here? First, I want to add title. Okay, I didn't specify this title before, so we're going to have to create these titles now, this description and all of those things. So now let's come here. After the service percent, I want to say const title is equal to, I want to use faker to generate this title. So I say faker library dot what? Random dot words. Okay. And I want maximum of 5 words. Okay. 5 words are okay. So I want const description. We can just do this description. Okay, description. Okay, the description wanted to give us a lorem, okay, and paragraph should give us 1 paragraph, okay, of text. And afterward, we want to also create image, okay. The image should be faker.image, all right, and specifying image URL. Okay, so that is it for that one. And afterward, I want to say const price. Price is actually equal to TOWE. TOWE is this function that we used here, okay, which converts numbers to what? We, right? How much do I intend on passing in there? I say 10, okay, that is the price that people could win up to, all right? And then and this one here, ticket. Okay, call it ticket price. All right, ticket price is 0.01, okay, 0.01 ethers. All right, and also I want to create this variable called expires at. Expires at, I'll use this function that I created earlier called add days. I want to add 7 days, to this. So it expires in 7 days from today. And then you have const, on that one, call it lottery ID. Lottery ID, what is it about? It's going to be an ID. I'm only going to create 1 ID. Okay, so we're not going to be creating more than 1 lottery anyway. So say const, this number of what? We'll come back to this later on. Okay, later on we'll come back to this. So let's come here. So the title, we have it. Okay, we also need description. Okay, description, image, all right, price, ticket price, expires at. Okay, so these are the information 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So six data that are going to be passed in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. So these are the data that we're going to be passing into that very function, okay, to have a lottery created. All right, so afterward we can then do result is equal to await the contract. We're going to grab that lottery again. Okay, let me just grab this, copy this, and do this. Result await contract dot get lotteries result, and we expect it to be what? 1, because we just created 1 right here. So we expect the number of items in the array to become 1. So let's save it and run that. Okay. Okay, that created successfully, and that validated that we can actually get all lotteries, and we can actually create lotteries as well. So that is fantastic. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to generate lucky numbers. Okay, in generating lucky numbers, this is what we need to do. We're going to say lucky numbers generation. All right, lucky number generation. All right, in this lucky number generation, we're going to have some things that we want to do here, but for now, let us let's just come here. Before this lucky number generation is going to kick in, before each, we're going to use that before each here. All right, So before each right here, I'm going to say async, all right, a synchronous function. And I want to create, I want to create a lottery first. Okay, before we can generate numbers, we need to have a lottery available. So I'm running this thing to create a lottery first. Once it is created, I can then run this one here, going back results. What this thing is, this function is what it should do is should confirm lucky number, import. Okay, lucky number import, because we are actually importing lucky numbers. We're not generating it inside the smart contract. We're generating it with our own programming languages and shipping it into the smart contract. So I'm going to say await contract. Okay, this contract dot get lucky numbers. Okay, so let's search for that function, get lucky number, get lottery, lucky number. So this is the function. So I want to check if this lottery already has a lucky number, because without me creating any lucky numbers yet, so it should have, it shouldn't have any lucky numbers yet. So I'm going to pass in that lottery ID, which is 1 by default. You can see that. All right. So now I'm going to check. What do I expect here? Okay. I expect that, all right, this result dot to have length of, it should have length of 0. Okay, afterward, you can then perform, a contract, perform the activity of actually import. We'll import it and then check again if it has been added. So I'll say import. So we'll run this function here. So this function, the function that helps us import lucky number. So this function here, import lucky numbers, which takes in an ID of the lottery and then the number of an array of the lucky numbers. So I'm going to put this here, and inside of this import lucky numbers, I'm going to specify the lottery ID, and I will consult this particular function that helps me to generate lucky numbers. Okay, so what I want to generate right here, I want to generate how many lucky numbers. Let's put this here function here. Let's say we want to generate a certain number. Let's say let's just go and let's generate about 5 of them. Okay, so we generate 5, but instead of putting it here, we can say numbers to generate. Okay, this number to generate, we can create it as like a variable. Yes, a const, all right, and give it 5. So we want to generate 5. So right here, this is going to be what, 5 lucky numbers that it should generate. So after generating this and shipping it into the smart contract, the next thing I want to check, I want the length of this now to become what? How many? Guess what? Okay, want the length of it to become what? 5, which is whatever it is here. Okay, so now the length of it should become 5. Let's check it out and see if it obeys all that instruction. So to check it out, let's save that, run yarn test. You can see that should confirm lucky number import, and all of those things are working. What if I say I -1 from this and it becomes -1 or 2? Let's check. All right. So it fails. You see, it expects that these are 1, 2, 3 lucky numbers plus 2 others to have length of 3, but got 5 because 5 is actually what is inside there. So let's do this. Save it. Now that is successful, right? So, but we're not done. We still have about few more to run. So in writing more tests for, let's say, let's copy this. I'm going to comment out this. Why I do this is because running a test takes a lot of computer energy, machine power. All right. I'm doing this like a practice, not as if my machine cannot perfectly run those, but I don't want to be having so many tests listed here. I just want the one that I'm working on straight up so that I won't have any kind of, conflictions. All right. So this next test, I want to check it for buying of tickets. Buying of what? Of tickets. Okay. So what it will do is I want to be able to, before it's run, I want to be able to create a lottery. Not only create a lottery, but I also want to generate lucky number as well. All right. So once I create and generate a lucky number, then I should be able to perform this set of purchasing of lucky number. So I'm going to say this should confirm ticket purchase. All right. Ticket purchase. All right. In confirming the ticket purchase, I first of all need to get that specific lottery, because we have some function here, for example, that this get lotteries that returns all lotteries. This get lottery that returns a specific lottery. So I'm going to invoke this function, passing the lottery ID. And what do I expect here? I expect, that in this lottery, there is this thing called dot participant. Okay, the lottery has this thing called participant. Because we check the structure of a lottery, it has this participant here. So I expect that the lottery dot the result dot participant, I want to convert it to number, of course. Okay, to be equal to what? It should be equal to 0, because it shouldn't have any participants yet, because nobody have purchased any lottery yet. Okay, so after that, I don't want it doesn't have any lottery participants as well. So that means if I call this function, a function here called get lottery participant, okay, get lottery participant, it should return an array, right? But let's see if it does return any. It doesn't return anything, so I pass in this. So I expect that it should have a length of 0. So I'm going to just copy that, put it here. So I expect that this result should have a length of 0, because there should be no participant yet in this for this lottery. So now that we've tested for the initial state, let's perform a purchase of ticket. So we want to say await contract, okay, dot connect. Okay, this connect is a method of a contract that enables us to use another account, because we've been using the default account to make all these things, all this creation and all that. But if you want to use another account, such as we know that we specify bulk of accounts here, such as the first participant, okay, such as the first participant who want to be the one to purchase a lottery ticket now. All right, so we want to say dot connect with this specific account, all right, and then we want to invoke that buy ticket function, which is right here. Okay, that buy ticket function takes in a lottery ID and then the lucky number index. Okay, so those are the things that it needs to take. So we want to call this function and we'll pass in the lottery ID and we'll wait. Now to get the lucky number, that we want to get, we want to say number of, generated. That is number to generate. This is the number of what? This number of right here, doing this right here, this is going to what? Grab me the last number, the last index in that array. Okay, the last, this will give me a specific lottery ID. Within that lottery, let's say this is lottery participant, right? it starts with 0, 1, 2, 3 to, it's supposed to be 5 items inside, but if you're using the index, it's actually index of 4 is the last item. So since this is 5, I'm minusing this to make it index of 4, which is the last item. So I'm actually grabbing the last number in there. So that is what I'm purchasing. All right. And you know that this is what? A payable function. So you have to what? Pass in this thing called value. All right. This value, and then you say ticket price. Remember, this ticket price has already been converted to what? To we. All right. So it doesn't have any problem, So this is going to what? Purchase a lottery number. Now let us test out for the result afterward. After the purchase of this, let's test out. We expect that the lottery participant to become 1. All right. And then we expect that, this participant should also have a length of what? 1. All right. So let's save that and run that test. Bam. See, that test ran successfully. So it indicates that our function, our smart contract, is working effectively. Okay. Hope this is correct. This is not supposed to be ticket. Okay. It's supposed to be ticket. All right. So I'm going to change this to ticket so that the name should be very clean. All right. So this is good. This is good. I think we have 2 more set of tests to run here. So the next test that we need to run is I'm gonna copy this and duplicate basically. So I'm gonna do this here. All right. So I'm gonna paste this here and come here. So before we start even working with this one, I'm gonna remove most of this. So before we start working with this specific, this is a group of tests called selecting winners. Okay, selecting winners. Okay, so before we select winners, we need to first create a lottery. Good. We need to import lucky numbers. Great. After importing lucky number, we need to then buy buy tickets. Okay, which is where this function comes in right here. So let's use that function here and purchase a couple of what? Ticket. So I'm purchasing ticket for the first person. Purchase how many? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's purchase this person here. Let's make sure. Okay, this is okay. Purchase for account number 3. Purchase for account number 4. Sorry, account number 4, and lastly account number 5. So purchases for all of this. So 5 people have purchased what? All the tickets basically. So once it is successful, that before we start selecting winners, we need to first purchase all the tickets. And now we've purchased the ticket. Now we should confirm that we should confirm the selection of what? Lucky winners. All right. So we should confirm random selection of what? Winners. Random selection of winners. All right. So to do this, we need to first check the participant. Okay. We need to get lottery participant. Right. So right here, I'm going to come rewrite this. Okay, so get lottery participant, and at this point, because 5 people have actually participated in this, I expect these I expect the size of the array to be as is equal to what? Numbers generated, because this part purchased all the numbers generated, so the number of participants should actually be equal to this numbers generated, which is 5 basically. All right, and then I expect this lottery results. For example, there is this function called, get lottery result, which we still need to pass the lottery ID. So I expect this function called lottery result to, let's check it out. So there is a winner clause, because we check lottery result here. Lottery result has a winner, which is an array, winners, which is an array. So an array has a length method. All right. So now we want to say, expect result dot winners, okay, to have length of what? The numbers generated, which is T5, okay, because length of winners initially to be what? 0, all right, because nobody has won yet, so we expect it to have length of 0. So afterward, after this is successful, now we need to what? Select our random what? Winner. So we want to say contract dot we want to randomly select what? Winners, which is a function here. This function here. This function accepts the lottery ID and the number of winners that want to win this lottery. So paste in here, say lottery ID, and then what? How many people do we want to win? All right. So we want about, let's specify it here. Let's say 2 number of winners. Okay, we want 2 people to win. All right, so we can then use that number of winners here. Fantastic. After this, we want to check the lottery result. Okay, the lottery result now should be equal to number of winners. So number of winners should be inside there. All right, so we should have 2 people emerging as the winner. So let's check it out and understand. Run that test. So it passed successfully. All right, what if we say 3 persons to win when we actually specify that 2 people should win? It fails, right? It's saying that error expected that the length of 3 but got 2. So it's 2 people that are to win this, and that is how you run that particular function. All right, that is how you select what? Winners. We're almost getting through with this. We'll have one more test to run, and this test is about paying of what? Winners. Paying of the winners is quite similar to what we've already done, so I'm just going to change this to what? Paying winners. Okay, we're going to be able to create lottery, import lottery lucky numbers, have these people purchase and participate in the what? Lottery. And then afterward, we want to get lottery. What we need to do is what? Come here, come to this place. We want to get a specific lottery. So we're grabbing this lottery by passing the lottery ID. And then we're saying this lottery, I expect that winners, it has a winners clause, okay? Expect result dot winners, not to have but to be. But I need to convert that to number. Okay, I expect the total number of winners for that particular lottery to be equal to 0, because they have not selected the winners yet. All right, so we expect it to be 0. We also expect that there is a clause called drawn. All right, because when you check a lottery result, a specific lottery, when you check a specific lottery, there is this boolean called drawn, okay, which is either true or false, but by default is false. So expect it to be equal to what? False by default. Okay, so before we now select the random winners, all right, so we then next need to select random winners, but we can go far by testing for this as well. We haven't tested for this, so when we copy this, I paste it here because it's the same thing. I want to also test for these winners to have length of 0, because there are no winners yet. We've not done selection yet, so we expect that it has what? 0 winner. We also expect that it's not paid out. So there is this clause called paid out to be what? False. If you come here and check a lottery result, it has this key, which is a boolean called paid out. So I'm checking that payout is what? False by default. Then before we select the random what? Winners. After selection, we want to grab this. This should not have us the right number of winners when we're calling the lottery. We first need to grab, check for the lottery itself. I didn't actually check here. There's one thing that we could have done here. Okay, this here, okay, we're supposed to take it up here. Okay, because this is where in the lottery, that is where the drawn is. Okay, this get lottery result. Okay, I think we kind of are doing that double, so I'm going to remove this. So, pay that is also false. Fantastic. And now we run this function. And after we run that, we still need to check for all of these values again and see that they've been updated. So I'm going to paste this. Okay. In pasting this, I expect the number of winners, in this get lottery to be equal to what? That numbers generated. Number of winners to be this number of winners. So it's going to be 2. I expect this to become true, okay, that it's been drawn, all right? And then I also expect for the lottery, I expect that it should have length of what? This number of what? Winners as well. And then I expect that the pay that is what? True, because what? If it actually pays out successfully, just like we have this internal function is responsible. That means it ran up to this point that it actually what paid out. So that means that all of those people have actually received their payment. So let's run this test and see that it's working. So it's worked and it's ran successfully. We've been able to what? Test out all of these various functions of the smart contract. I'm going to go ahead now and release all of these things that I've commented out before. Release it and make sure that I run them all at once to see that all of those tests are running successfully. So run that. And there you have it, 6 tests in total, and all of them are passing successfully. All right. So that is basically how you test this smart contract. Although this is just the most simplified and condensed testing. It's not. I'm not testing elaborate testing for errors and all those sort of things. You can get that in my course, because in those 2 courses that I already had on my platform, which is NFT Marketplace and NFT Minting, full stack NFT Marketplace and full stack NFT minting course. All right, those 2 courses will teach you a lot concerning testing. All of these things are featured in there in an in-depth way. All right, so now we're trying to scratch for time. That's why we're making sure that this thing moves faster. All right, so with this, we have all of this, right there. All right, so we've been successful. We've tested out our smart contract, so we can certify that our smart contract is going to work when you start integrating with it on what? The front end. So in the next section of this video, I'm going to start integrating it, or basically I'll write a script to deploy the smart contract into the local network. And once it is on the local network, then we can start interacting and integrating it in the front end. So in this section, we want to do something different. We want to write a script that will enable us to deploy the smart contract, but not just the script, but we also need to write an underlying proceedings that will help us to generate or add, preload our smart contract with some data. So I call that smart contract seeding. Okay, it's also part of the smart contract development, so that you won't have to create each one of them by your own hands. Okay, so to do that, the thing you need to do is to right click here on the root of the project and say new. Let's call it scripts. That is what it's called, scripts, this folder here. And let's call this one called seeder, or let's just call it deploy. Okay, .js. In this deploy.js, we're going to need a couple of things. All right, so we're going to need a couple of libraries, just like we've done with, just like we did with the testing aspect of this video. All right, let's put this here. So we're going to require to grab these ethers from this hard hat. We need Faker library as well. We need this FS library so that we can store this the contract address after we finish deploying. All right. Once you do that, you want a function that can help you to convert. You want a function that can help you to convert numbers into we. All right, so you need that as well. We need another function that can help us to shuffle arrays. All right, so we need an array shuffling, function, which is this one. All right, so we call this, for let, and it basically just randomize an array for you and return it back to you. Okay, so you put in an array, it's random, it goes in, reshuffles that array, and then returns that array back to you, in a new format. All right, please take note, this function is basically for what? Converting, a number into what? We need another function here. So this function will help us to add minutes. Remember, in the test, we were able to add days, okay? But this function doesn't add days, because we don't have days to wait for. We have minutes instead to wait for. So we can wait for things starting from 5 minutes, but we don't want to wait for a very long period of time like days. So that's why we're modifying this function here to serve for that new purpose. All right. So we also have want to create parameters. Okay. So we want a function called const get params. All right. And in this get params, you need to pass in number of iterations. Okay. Number of times that this function, we have an array, a for loop in there that we can use in looping through. So we want to specify how many times that we can loop. Okay, so that is the reason why we're passing this iteration as a parameter there. So the next thing I want to do is to bring in the images. Okay, so this is an array of images that we can just shuffle, pick up one by random selection. All right, so we're going to use that. This is an array of images from the web. Fantastic. So afterward, I want to do this. I want to package these. I'm creating a variable, and it's going to utilize Faker for random word, just like we've done here before. All these things that we've did before. So basically doing that again. We're getting 5 words from Faker. We're getting a paragraph from Faker as description. Getting this amount. This is a random amount between 8 to 16. This is the price for each one of those lotteries. And then the ticket price for each one of those lotteries ranges from 0.01 to 0.05. And then the time of expiration, okay, will be should be 5 minutes ahead of time. But I'm also multiplying it by by the number of iterations, okay? So what does that mean? Each time that this get param is going to be called, a number is going to be passed from 1. This time is going to be multiplied by 5, which is 1. The next time is going to be 2 multiplied by 5, is going to be 10, just like that. And then this shuffle array is actually shuffling this image URL and then grabbing the elements at the number 1 spot. Okay, that is what is happening there. Fantastic. And then at the end of this particular function, we want to return an object. Okay, an object that contains the title, description, price, ticket price, expiration date, and then the image. So those are just the information that we're grabbing. So that is what this get param function does. Okay, so afterward, we need another function. This is like the main function. This is where all the activity is going to be run. Okay, so we call it a sync. Is a main function. So say function main, all right, and then everything is going to go into this main function. But at the end of the day, I want to be able to execute this function so that it will run. So I call it main, and then I say .catch. If there's any error, it should just relate that to us by saying logging of the error, all right, and also to do this process.exit, exit code, and we'll assign it to be 1. So this alone this is responsible for executing this function that we're about to write now. So inside this main function, this is where we write all the proceedings that are going to be part of this smart contract. First of all, I want to say that const the service percent Okay. Okay, service percent is going to be what? 17% of everything. Okay, and then the contract okay, is equal to await ethers, okay, dot contract. Basically it's the same thing as this here. Okay, where is it? This same line of code. So we want to grab that and want to do this right here. Fantastic. So we're grabbing that and we're also making sure that we deploy this. So we'll do come to this place, paste this. Sorry, we want to first grab these two here because these are responsible for paste deploying a smart contract on the web. So right here, I want to say const, of course. So we establish this and we deploy a smart contract on the network, with this service percent, and then we wait for its completion. So now after it is completed, I want to define a variable called iteration, okay, to be 6. So I want 6 lotteries at the end of the day. I want to do this TX, which is a short form for transactions, and then a result, because this is where I'm going to be storing all the results that we're going to be performing on the platform. Transaction is going to be stored here, results is going to be stored here. All right. So now let's come back here. So let's say define a function for creating an apartment. We want to call it const create. It's not an apartment, for creating what? A lottery. All right. So we're going to call it create lottery. All right. That's what it's going to be called. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. And of course, what is it going to take? Let's pass in this data. If you come to the data what we use in creating these are the basic information. I don't want to type all this in myself. I'm going to paste it here. Okay, you can see those are all those things like title. Okay, why we're putting it like this? Because when this result is going to become, it's going to be coming as an object. So we are destructuring it here. So that is how we're using passing it. All right. So now this function now, we're going to say await this contract. You call it with functions. Okay, a little bit different than how you call it with with Ethereum, with MetaMask. Okay, create function dot create lottery. All right, this is a specific function, and this function takes in all of these ingredients. All right, so I'm going to cut this, put it here. This is what it takes. All right, to create a function. To create to create a lottery. So, but I want to store this in this TX, variable here. This is transaction, and I want to make sure that I wait until the transaction is completed. So we say TX dot await. No, dot wait, not await. There's a difference here. It's not await, but wait. Okay. So after that, this ensures that this has been validated on the chain and it's been approved and added to the block before you can move on. So basically that is what this function does. Okay, that is what this function does basically. Now that that function has been created, the next thing you want to do is to use a for loop. Okay, what does this for loop does? We're going to change everything index to I. So starting from this, where is the array dot length? The array, how long do you want this to iterate? You want to iterate it as long as the iteration, according to the number of iterations. Okay. So now this is where we'll be creating, our lotteries. Okay. So I'm going to say await create lottery. All right. Await create lottery. What am I passing in here? I'm passing in get what? Params. That function above here, this get param function, and I'm going to pass in an iteration, a current iteration. Okay, so I'm going to pass in that I as what? The current iteration. But note that this thing starts from 0. So what we can do is either to say that we start this from 1 and we'll say greater than or less than or equal to what? This number of iteration. Okay, so this will ensure that all 6 or however number of iteration, the lotteries are created at that number of times. So afterward, we want to store in a result, okay? We want to grab all the lotteries. So we'll say contract dot get what? Lotteries. All right, this get lottery function. And then I want to say console the log. What are we logging? We're logging the results, to the screen, to the console, so that you can see those are the things that we added. So after now, all the things that you need for creating lotteries 6 times or as many as you want has been concluded. So the last thing we want to do is to the deployed smart contract address. We want to store it in a place that we can remember, which is in this artifact. We want to store it here, okay? So in storing, we need to grab the contract address. We want to say address is equal to what? JSON. Basically, you want to say it's an address like this. Say address, okay? Address, okay? This key, the address of the contract is going to be contract dot what? Address, all right? But I want to store it in a JSON stringified format. JSON just stringified. I'm going to pass in that, and a JSON has something called replacer. We don't want anything to be replacing anything, so we don't want to replace any indentation or any kind of things. Okay, so we'll say no, it doesn't replace any word there. And then once spacing is basically like the indentation, okay? The indentation, okay? This one basically is like a function that can be used to transform the results. We don't want to transform any result. We just want to store it like that. Meanwhile, this spacer is for indentation. So we want 4 spaces, for each indentation, 4 spaces, okay? So this is our address right now. So we want to store it in this FS library. Remember, this FS is being imported here. So we're saying fs dot write file, write file. And where are we writing this to? To / artifact, okay, / what? Contract, address dot JSON. So this is where we want to write it to. What is the value? What is the content of this file? We want it to write this address for us. And then this is what the standard, for writing this sort of file. There are mean standard, ASCII, base 65, and so many. But what we want is UTF, UTF-8. All right. If there is any error, this is a callback error. So if there is any error, we want this function to run. So I want to say if error, okay, this is what you should do. You should log out the error and just silently return. All right, that is it. Otherwise, if there is no error, you should just log out the information on the screen saying deployed, okay, deployed contract address, okay. And you can do this like this, and you can put the contract dot address. So with this right now, we should be able to deploy this smart contract onto the blockchain network. So let's come here, and the network is running here. Okay, so let's deploy the smart contract. Okay, so to deploy it, we run yarn hard run scripts / deploy .js. Okay, we're running this specific script, and let's run it and see if there is any error to show us. So there is no error. It runs successfully, and you can see this is the new contract address. You can also see it here that this, a lot of stuff happened though, but you can see that this is the contract address that we are calling, you understand? And it's exactly the same thing as this, okay? Ends with F as well. So these are all the what you can see. I'm going to just increase this so that you can see all these things. So these are all the these are these are all the lotteries that were created. You can see the title, you can see the description, you can see the image here, how it is different for everyone. This is, some values that you don't know. I think this one is the price, and this is the lottery ticket, and other kind of factors. So these are there. You can see, images are just randomly being selected. You can see here, this image is different. Okay, you can just see that the data are just being randomly generated. So now this is put in the network. When we want to start integrating, we'll be able to list out all of these things, and we'll do that in the subsequent video. Okay, so now in this so in this particular video, I want to show you how to hook up the entire things together. Okay, first of all, let me start this development server, yarn dev, so that it will be active and up and running. So let's refresh. Okay, we have that. So what I want to work on is this button. I need to be able to click on it and it can connect to MetaMask. That is what I want to achieve in this particular tutorial. But before we do that, we need to configure our Redux store state management library, so that we can have all this data centered in a specific repository where we can have access amongst the multitude of components that we have. All right, to do that, this is what you need to do. Let me close out from these. Okay, so at the root of your project, again, create another folder. This folder is going to be called store. Okay, this is where we store up all our information. Okay, so right now I need to create another folder inside of it, call it state. Okay, states. And inside of that state folder, I want you to create a new file, call it global state .js. Okay, so this is going to be the file that will contain all the states that we're going to be having here. We don't want to split them into multiple ones, because I don't want that pattern. Okay, this pattern is more consistent, and it's much simpler for anybody to just follow. So, but we're using Redux. Okay, so you need to be able to export a variable called an object, basically called global states. Okay, this global state, this global state is going to contain two keys. One is the wallet. Okay, this key is going to be holding your wallet address each time that you connect to the store. What I mean by that, it's going to be able to hold your wallet address when you click on this store, connect wallet right there. Okay, and let's just create this one called Jackpot. Okay, which should is an array, and it should contain it's supposedly supposed to contain all the jackpots or the lotteries in this particular platform. Right, so let's save that. With that save, we'll move to the next part, which we have to create inside this store. We'll create another folder. Let's call it actions. Okay, and inside this actions folder, create a new file, call it global actions.js. You understand the pattern that I'm using right now. Okay, that is how I would like to use this, so that it will be a lot better for everybody to use. So basically, I'm going to say export, basically the same thing as before, but just something different. So I'm exporting global actions, and each one of these items is going to be a function. So for example, set wallet, okay, is supposed to be used to update the wallet, which is going to, should be what, a function, a fat arrow function. This is the state, this is the action, and then this is the what, function. You just set the state, the wallet, you know, is equal to this action dot payload. Okay, so this is going to be supplied dynamically though by the Redux toolkit. Remember, we're using a Redux toolkit. Yeah. So now paste this one. This is going to be called set jacket. Okay, set jacket. All right. Jackpot. Sorry. Jackpots. Okay, so we're going to call this jackpot. Jackpots. So take note here. This state represents these states inside of here. Okay, all of these are the states. All right, to access a single individual that state, which is a key there, like wallet, I say state.wallet. And then the payload is whatever I'm passing as what I want to use to update it and set it as a value inside of this. So that is just what is going on here. So with this, you know, all right, the next thing you want to do is you want to create like a slice, which is basically like a reducer. It will kind of aggregate, you know, aggregate this state and this action together, make it accessible for, you know, use all throughout the component or all throughout the application. All right. So I want you inside of this store, create a file, call it global slice. Global slices, okay, I'm using a plural. Global slices.js. Inside of this, I'm going to import this data. So I'm importing create slice from Redux toolkit. Then I'm grabbing this particular, what's it called? Inside this store, I'm grabbing this action, okay, the global actions and the global states. I'm grabbing them and I'm renaming them in this format, okay, and naming them as capital because I have my reasons, because I want a certain format, so I don't want any kind of confliction. So that I'm changing the names of these files or this import to a capitalized format, okay. So now with this, you can then do export const. You're going to export another object called global slice, okay, is equal to create, you know, create slice, okay, inside of here. This is the object. All right, so what is going to contain? It's going to contain a name. This name is going to be called global, and then it's going to contain initial state. Initial state is going to be the global state. And then it's going to also call reducers. Reducers is going to basically be the global actions. All right, so these data are very important. So we'll need all this to be able to export them. Okay, let me just call the global slices. Okay, now I need to also export this const global action to be equal to global slices dot actions. All right, and then I want to export, you know, defaultly I want to export these global slices as well dot reducers dot reducer. Okay, so this is just it. This is just all we're gonna need. All right, so we can do this. Now there's one more file that is remaining. All right, one more file, which is, we'll create one called index.js. Okay, this kind of aggregates everything for us. All right, it aggregates everything for us, you know, so that it can be easy to utilize this, you know, outside. So now I'm going to basically import some files. I'll import this is a configuration of our store. So I'm getting this called the config store from what? Redux. I'm grabbing config store, and then I'm grabbing this global slices file, okay, right here. So I'm grabbing those two files. Then I want to create another object, call it const export. Okay, export const store. So this is basically the object that we use in initializing our what's it called? Our state management provider. Okay, later on, just follow me along and you say configure store, and then inside of here you create reducer. Okay, reducer is going to be this global state okay, to be what? Global slices. Okay, this is just it. All right, this is just all it takes for this to put up all these things together. This set of files must be what? Present. The global state, the global actions, where you have all the functions that you use to update. This is having all the states where you store your data, and then this global slices, which is basically aggregating the states and the actions together and making it exportable. And then in this index where we kind of what? Consume that and make it one unit, which we can then use in our app.js. So the next thing we want to do now is to go to our app.js. It's not basically app.js, it's just underscore app.tsx. Okay, so let's come to this action, come to pages, onto this underscore app.tsx. All right, and then we're going to import something. Okay, what are we importing? We want to import, want to use a provider to wrap around this. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, this is going to be within a provider. All right, a provider function, and this provider is coming from React Redux. All right, React Redux has this component called provider. All right, this is it. You see that it's coming from React Redux. All right, and paste this inside here. So this React Redux has a compulsory prop called store. All right, and all you just need to pass into that store is this store. Okay, we've not gotten it here. We need to import store from this store. So we don't need to do /index, because index by default can be short form like this only on a file that is named index. So we don't need to do that. So we can just leave it this way, and then we can pass that store here. That is just it. We are kind of done configuring our React Redux. So let's save that, check it out on the browser to make sure that everything works accordingly. So it's giving us an error on this. It's saying slices. So import not found. This global slices and this. So let's check it out. Why is it misbehaving? So when you come to this place called global slices, is the name correct? What are we exporting? Export default global slices. Are we doing something really wrong here? Let me rename this. Let me find that. Find that. Okay, you can see that this global is incorrect. You can see I added extra E right there. So I'm going to come here and rename this. Okay, it has to be like this. All right, save that and check it out on the browser again, refresh. So when we refresh again, we kind of had an error. It's saying that what is it saying? It's saying that import trace request module not found. This states, and then we have global states is not found. So let's come to this place. We may have named this incorrectly. So this is supposed to be global state. okay, and not state. So I'm going to rename this add s in front of it and add s in front of this as well. Save that. Check it out. Okay, so we don't have any errors. Let's check out this on the console as well. There are no errors on the console, so we are good to go. So in next video, we can start connecting our wallet now that we have our Redux, toolkit all installed and ready to jump in. All right, I'll see you in the next section. All right, so in this section, let us actually connect that wallet, okay? To connect that wallet, let us, start creating our blockchain service, all right? In our blockchain service, we're going to have all of those functions that enables us to manage our blockchain application. So we right-click on this blockchain, the service folder, create a new file, call it blockchain.js, all right? Blockchain.js, you paste in this. I'm going to paste that and I will show you one step at a go. For example, you will see that we are grabbing, we can actually import ethers from, let's see, from this place, ethers. All right, so now what we have is we're grabbing the store, right? We're grabbing ethers.js. We're grabbing those global actions, okay? We're grabbing global action from that global slice, all right? And we're grabbing the contract address from the artifact, okay? And then we're grabbing the ABI from the artifact as well. Those are what we're grabbing first. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to set up some essential variables. I'm going to paste this here. What is this all about? This global action here contains a function called setWallet. So these global slices, see this thing that we did? This slices dot what actions, returns all these actions, all these set wallet, set jackpot. It makes it available inside what? Inside this file, this particular variable called global action. So all the actions, all the functions that you wrote, you can see that set wallet, all of them are inside of this place now. So the global action contains them, it has information about them. So now we are actually importing that whole global action, and then this is the global action, then we are selecting this set wallet from it. All right, and then this address, since it's a JSON format, it has a key called address. Its name, by the way, is address. So we're actually accessing the address key out of it. And if you do that, you have access to the address, the contract address. And this is the ABI. They are basically the same JSON format. All right. So with that, there is this variable called is actually TX. It's a short form for transaction, okay? And then we have this variable called Ethereum. The transaction will help us to have information about every transactions that we are actually creating. So it will help us have access to every transactions that we are creating so that we can make some kind of a wait function to enable us to wait for the confirmation of that transaction before proceeding with the rest of the actions. So that is why the TX is here. This Ethereum is a variable that will hold the Ethereum object, that is being injected by MetaMask. So that is the reason for this set of variable. Another thing that you should note here is that since NextJs is a server-side rendered language, rendered framework, we want to make sure that before it renders, we want to wait, okay? We're saying that if type of window is not equal to undefined, then you should assign this window.ethereum object to this, because by this time, if this is no longer true at this time, if this condition is met, then it will what? Inject, it will pick up that injected, Ethereum object in the browser and store it in this place. Okay, so we are waiting to have the window loaded before we can proceed about it. So that's why we're having this like this. Okay, so I'm just making this a short form of this if-else statement, but I feel like I should leave it this way so that it won't confuse a lot of people. Okay, next we have these two functions called to we and from we, which will help us to convert it as from and to we. Okay, so it helps us to convert a number to we and help us to convert a number that is in we to what? A regular number. So those two functions are quite important. Other than that, we need two other functions. I'm going to show you one after the other. This one, we need this one called connect wallet. What does it do? Basically, I'm going to say report error here. Okay, basically this function, help us to, once it is clicked, it is activated. It's going to check if there is an Ethereum object. So if there is no Ethereum object, it's going to report an error saying what? Please install MetaMask. Okay, because if there is no Ethereum object, that means MetaMask is not found. So that's why we're having that there. And as with that, you need that report error function to be what? Anchored below here. All right. So this function will be used to be reporting any error that we have. So this connect wallet, once it is activated, after performing this check, it will grab request for an account connection, which it will return all the accounts in an array. Okay, so it will be arrays of accounts that are on your MetaMask wallet that will be returned. And then using this store.dispatch, okay, dispatch is, inside the store. So the dispatch, what are we dispatching? We're dispatching this function here and this specific wallet address. All right. So this wallet address is the very first one. The very first one indicates that the very first one in this array indicate that this is the wallet that was connected, the top wallet connected. So for example, if I'm connecting 5 wallets at a time, the number 1 is going to be what? This 0. So if I'm any wallet that I'm connecting, okay, the first one will be what? The number 1. All right. So that's what we're doing here. And let us save that. Okay, and then let's save that. Okay, with this we kind of are done with this, but we need to export this function. I want to say export this function. You want to pass connect wallet. Okay, let's save that and come to, I'm going to close out from this. For now, I'm going to close out from this. So I'm going to come to this component called header here. And in the header component, what we want to do, we want to say import, let me not do it like this. Let me do const, is equal to use selector, which is a particular hook that is coming from React Redux, okay? And we can pass a function, a factory function here called states, and want to access the states dot global states. Okay, so we're grabbing this and we're grabbing wallet inside of it from that global state. This is the wallet that we're grabbing. We're grabbing this wallet from there. Okay, now once we grab that wallet, we want to come to this button here. Here's that button. This is the button here. I want to do some if-else statement. Okay, so first I want to say if there is a wallet. Okay, if there is a wallet, we want it to show this, otherwise we should show this. Okay, if there is no wallet, you should show this connect wallet, but if there is a wallet, you should show this with that, wallet, basically. Okay, so that's what we're saying here, this if-else statement. Let's save this, check. You can see there is no wallet. And if there was wallet, it's going to be showing this. So let's hook up a button that will enable us to what? To operate that wallet. Okay, let's come to the to the code editor and hook up this button. Let's say on click. Okay, connect wallet. Okay, and this connect wallet has to come from, let's import from this services / blockchain. So we're importing connect wallet. Okay, this function we're importing it so that whenever we click on this button, it will help us to connect that wallet. All right, and it should update on the view instantaneously. So what do I mean by that? So when I click on this, you see that it is connected. It's just that I've already connected all these wallets before. I'm going to disconnect them all so that it will give us that smooth experience that we need. So now let me refresh this. You can see that it's not connected. When I click here, it's going to request for wallet connection. So I'm going to select all this group of wallet, and basically it just will give me the very top one. You can see this is the very first one. That will be the one that my account will be connected to. All right, you can see that it ends with 226s. So, but the problem here is that whenever, before we even have a problem, we need a function. There's a function that enables us to truncate this lengthy string. You can see how the wallet address is so lengthy. All right, we need to pick up the first 4 characters and the last 4 characters here and concatenate them, with a triple dot. So to do that, all you need to do is to come to this blockchain file, and we have this function here that is called truncate. Okay, with this function, I need to look at it very well. It takes in a text, a starting number of characters and an ending number of characters, and the maximum length that they should have in total. Okay, so and then it will perform that procedure of getting the first 4 characters and getting the last 4 characters, and then merge them up with this dot. You understand that? That is just what it does, and also merge it up again with the end part and return the text for us. So I'm going to make sure that I could grab this, call it truncate. Okay, it's exported now. At this point, I could come here and wrap this around that function, call it truncate. Okay, this truncate is coming from, it should come from truncate. Okay, so now this is the text that I'm trying to truncate. I want the first 4 characters, last 4 characters, and there should be 11 characters in total. So let's save it and let's check it out. With that, you can see that that lengthy string has now been broken down into this smaller number of characters. So with that, but the point is that when I refresh, it goes away. When I connect back, it comes back. I don't want that kind of situation. I want it to be constantly connected. To make it constantly connected, you will need a function called monitor wallet connection. Okay, and I'm going to go through it one after the other to show you how it functions. Okay, so let's come to our code. We come to this blockchain service. After this connect wallet, create this function here, and this function is basically a try catch. Let's do try catch. And yeah, so this is what we have right now. This is the error. So we're going to try, and then we're going to catch if there is any error. If there is any error, I want to just report that error as catch. Okay, so right now this is where we want to write some codes that will help us to keep the wallet connection alive, to keep the information about the wallet alive, to always get it even when we refresh. To do that, first of all, you will have to do this that you did before. Okay, these 2 things almost seem similar, but there's a thing here. You need to first check for the existence of MetaMask. And secondly, you are not requesting for accounts this time. Instead, you're grabbing the already connected account. Okay, that is the difference between what you've done before and now. Now I'm not using it underscore request account, but I'm doing it underscore what? Accounts. So that will return all the connected accounts to me already. After it's connected, I want to do a monitor. There is a watcher, a state that monitors an event checker that makes sure that if there is, for any reason, you change your blockchain network, this is going to trigger a reload. Okay, that is what this is all about. If you're on Mumbai and you want to move to Avalanche, it's going to cause your application to reload. That's why we added that piece of code there. So afterward, we also want to do this. What is happening here? If you change your wallet address, you say you were selecting wallet account of 1 before, and now you want to use wallet address of 2. We want this event to fire, and it should update your wallet address, in the store with the new one that you just changed. That is why we wrote this function. We still set it again to this account that just got selected. All right, that just got changed. All right, so afterward, we also call on this function again to monitor for any one of these events again. So that's what we're doing here. We are remonitoring it. So, and then lastly, we want to be able to check if there is no wallet address. So if there is any wallet address, we just want to store it in our wallet. But if it doesn't exist, we want to store the wallet to be an empty string. So it will return, it will remove it, and then we can report error like, please connect wallet, no account found. That is what we want to do. And then this monitor wallet, we want to make sure that it is part of the functions that we're exporting. So let's save it. Come to this underscore app.js. In this underscore app.js, this is what you need to do to make it worthwhile. You need to come here and say monitor wallet connection, which is from the blockchain. Okay, this function will be triggered here whenever the application is loaded. So on the load of the application, that monitoring of wallet account will be active, and it will start monitoring for any form of changes, reload, and all of that. So let me save that now. Now let's refresh. You check it out, you can see that this wallet just keeps staying there. It doesn't change, it doesn't make any difference. All right, which is cool. But let's extend this to here, because we check in this place, this wallet, we've not worked on this subheader. So basically what I'm going to do is to come to this header file. I will copy this entire thing, okay, this wallet place, and just go to this subheader and replace this button with it. Okay, and not only that, let me close this, I will also come here, copy this whole line of code, and place it here. So as of this, now I could make sure that I import my use wallet, my selector, and what else? This connect wallet, okay, which is coming from, let's come back here. Okay, we're going to import it from this place. So grabbing the wallet connect and the truncate function, to make meaning here as well. So let's save that, check it out on the browser. You can see that it's updated as well. It's always there, it doesn't change anything. When we come to the home page, it is there. When we come to display, it is there. When we come to this page, it is there. So it is always there. Draw, you can see it is also in this page as well. So that is what we want to achieve, and I'm glad we've actually achieved it in this specific section. So in the next section, we will start being able to create new lotteries. All right, so let's see you in the next section. So in this section, we should be able to read the real data that is coming from the blockchain, because obviously this is being generated. This is a fake data that is being generated, and we don't want fake data, we want something that we can pull from the blockchain. For us to be able to do that, step one, you have to go to this blockchain services file, and we're going to what import. Let me paste this function. This function called SSRO. SSRO is Ethereum contract. Okay, it has a difference from the normal way. There's a difference between if you've watched my previous tutorial on how I normally write this get Ethereum contract. I'm using SSRO Ethereum contract because I want to be able to utilize this sort of connection, even though I don't have a wallet address connected to my website. For example, if you check, this is the website, this is our application hosted live right now. You see that I'm not connected my account, and when I refresh, I could actually, access these work. This is being pulled from the smart contract directly. I could, check the information about it, and it's being presented to me all correctly. So for us to do something like this as well, we need to make sure that we're using server-side rendering, all right? Server-side rendering to pull data without, involving MetaMask about it. So since we're not going to be using MetaMask, okay, we're using this JSON RPC provider as the what? As the provider, our local blockchain server. We're using this and not the Ethereum client, all right? So we're only creating a fake wallet address so that we can use that to interact with the blockchain, okay? And please take note, because this connection, the contract connection, requires a signer, and since we don't have signers, we don't have someone that wants to do that, so we're creating a fake address and using that to this is a fake address, and then we're using that to specify as the signer, and then we can be able to pull our smart contract from the blockchain and then interact with it. So this is basically for server-side rendering, all right? So we're also going to create another one later on that will help us to communicate without requiring, that is to communicate only through MetaMask. So MetaMask is going to validate those ones later on, okay? So after this, we can come below here. All right, let's create our first function. The functions that we want to get is the one that pulls data from the blockchain. It's called what? Get Lotteries. Okay, Get Lotteries, what is it about? It's an asynchronous function. It gets the contract, that is, it invokes this asynchronously. Once we call that contract, await, then we store it in this location called what? Contract. Then with that, we also use await now, say contract.getLotteries, which invokes that get lotteries function that is inside a smart contract, and then data is being pulled from the blockchain and stored in these lotteries. Now we can return this data, but it will be unformatted. It will not be formatted still, so it has a lot of bugs. And if you want me to show you that, I'm going to just duplicate this, and I'm going to remove this. Yeah. So now let me export these. Okay, I'm going to export get lottery, save it, come to the blockchain, this index.page. In this index page, go to pages index.csx, which is the home page, right? So I want us to get that that particular function from the blockchain service. We'll say get lotteries. So instead of using this, I'm going to say data, okay, data2, all right. I'm using this get lotteries, okay. This one is being pulled from the blockchain, but since it is pulled from the blockchain and is an asynchronous function, you have to also add this keyword called await. It's very simple. It's very important, because if you don't do that, you will not get any data, all right. So now I could do this as well. Let's just call this lotteries. Lotteries. We're grabbing this second one, and then you come here. Let's specify lotteries. Okay, and let's just log that out. Log, all right, log other lotteries. Okay, so now let's save it, check it out on the browser. Come here, do this, check the console log. Let's refresh again. Okay, you can see these are the arrays, these are data that contract that have been pulled, 6 in total that have been pulled from the blockchain, just like we indicate in the iteration, because we check this script, Okay, there's a script that we wrote before. Inside the script here, this deploy script, you can see the number of iterations. um, when you check number of iteration is actually 6, so we're actually specifying that this create lottery should happen 6 times, and you can see that there are 6 items that are already been created for us, and you can see each one of them has those things that we request. Some of them have titles, some of them have all those things, but these things are quite unstructured, and we don't want that kind of unstructuredness. You can see like this is a number, but it's being represented as big num and all of those sort of things. We need to resolve this. We need to make it clean. All right. We need to make it structured. And to do that, what you need to do is to come to your blockchain, service. There is a certain function that we use to clean up this thing, and we call it a structured lotteries. All right. What is this structured lottery about? So let me paste it here and show you. Structured lottery is a function that receives an array or a collection of lotteries, and then it will go through each one of them, which is using this map, and what? Go through each one of them, each one of the item in that lottery, each one of them, and revamps it. Like, for example, you see the way it's converting the ID to number. Okay, so this lottery ID will be converted to number. This title remains the same, the description remains the same, the owner, which is the wallet address, has to be what? Converted to lowercase. This from we is the price that is being moved from we to what? In a number that can be read by a human being. And also this one, ticket price as well. This image remains the same. You can see the way we are accommodating for this. Basically, we wouldn't need this since we kind of made that adjustment already from the back end. So this is what this is going to give you created at. This is going to give you updated at. This is a function that we'll soon write, and this is also being converted to number. This is converted to a participant. So all these numbers, they are big number by default. So we need to convert them to human readable numbers. Okay, and once that is done, the next thing, we also want to include this drawn, which is a true or false value. All right. So instead of using this, one more thing before we jump, and we want to use a function that will help us to format the dates. Okay, because we need a date in a certain format. Right now, if you check the dates here, these are dates and they are not well structured. We need to structure this date as well once we are doing this. So to do that, we'll all do that at the same time. So come here. Now you have this. This is a format date. So it takes a timestamp, convert it to what? A read date. Create an array of days of the week, create an array of months of the year, okay? And then days of week, day of the week, okay? Which we use this by we just specifying it, okay? If it is Sunday, if it is Monday, it's going to get us what? The truncated version of it, or the short version of it. And the same thing as this get month is going to return us the shortened version of this as well. And we'll get the month, we get the year, and then we'll return a string that has an interpolation of all those different days. Basically, that is what the function does, and now that function is being used for created at and what? Drawn at. So with this in touch, we don't need this to return the regular format, but let's return a formatted version of what they get lotteries. And with that, let us what? Refresh this, and you can see these are what? The lotteries. You can see the way they are formatted now. You see, it has created a description, drawn, draw date, expiration date. Everything is well formatted now in a very human readable manner. So with this sort of format, we don't need this fake data anymore. We can just replace this with it. So to do that, I'm going to come here to the code, go to this index.js, and let's just remove this. Okay, change this to data, and this is get lotteries. Okay, and then we don't need this either. I'm going to remove this and remove this. And we'll do that, save and check, your computer. We can refresh. Okay, you can see that these are data that is being pulled from the blockchain, directly now, which makes a lot of sense for us and is a lot cleaner. All right, so I want to truncate this text a little bit because it seems like it's very huge. Okay, so to truncate that, we need to come to this jackpot and we need to come all the way here where that description here. So this description is going to be taking a truncation. Okay, so we say truncate, and this truncate, okay, is we want to pull it from the blockchain. Okay, so let's grab it from the blockchain. Say import, from at services slash blockchain, and we're grabbing the truncate function, and this truncate function, we want to take something like the first 50 characters and want to end with, 0 characters and want it to be that kind of, 55 in total. Let's see that, and you see the way it's represented, so we can make it a lot better. Say 53. Okay, so let's take this to like 100, and let's say 103. Save that. You see the way that is represented. That is a fantastic truncate right there and makes our work more uniform and more precise. So with that stated, okay, so we've been able to read our data. You can see how dates are represented properly, the expiration date, everything looks a lot better now, right? And when we refresh, the data stays the same because it is being pulled from the blockchain directly. Okay, so this is very, very cool thing about this. And, and we're generating this by running that yarn, yarn had that run script slash deploy. So each time we are deploying the smart contract, it does all these things for us under the hood. So one more thing that we need to do, we need to also be able to get a specific what's it called, a specific, like now when I click on this, you can see that name, these things you see here are fake data as well. So we need to be able to get those things together to structure them, and we'll do that in the next section. All right, so to resolve that difference pointed, about supplying real data here, what we need to do is to do something similar to what we've done already, which is to get a specific or unique lottery, okay, by passing the ID. Okay, we're going to call this function get lottery. All right, so get lottery does something similar as this one. This gets all the lotteries. This gets specific lottery. You can see the same format. Grab the contract, call the get lottery function and pass the specific ID, and it returns that specific lottery for us. But pay attention here. This is very important. So here we are passing in an array of what? Lotteries. Here, this function only accepts an array, okay? This is supposed to be lotteries that this function is receiving. So since it's not an array, we are actually wrapping it as an array, and then we're passing it into what? These structured lotteries, and then it will return the result as an array, and then we're just grabbing the first element, which is basically the item, and then we'll return it. All right, so that is what is happening there. And then you come here, you paste this so that it can be what? Exported. Now you come to this place. Okay, maybe I should just copy this line. Let me remove this line. We don't need it here. Copy this, save it, close this, come here. Okay, we have this already here. Truncate, say get lottery, singular. So you copy this, go to the bottom here. Okay, this is not the place we'll get this, please. All right, so we got to get this in the, go to the pages. Okay, go to Jackpot and this Jackpot ID. This is where you're going to interact with that. All right, so the first thing you need to do is, let's get this from the blockchain. We want to what? Get lottery, singular. This get lottery here. So instead of generate lottery, we're saying get lottery, and make sure that it has await in front of it, because if we don't, it becomes erroneous. It's an asynchronous function, so it's very important that you add that await in front of it. So you save that and check it out on the browser. Let's refresh this. You can see right here that we are pulling all this data from the blockchain directly. When we click on any one, let's say we click on this one that has account DRM across blah blah blah. Okay, you come here, you can see that that's what it is there as well. And the times have expired. Why the time expired is because we've created it like for a long time now. So for us to what, make sure that our time is kicking again, we're going to shut this thing down. Run yarn hard run scripts slash deploy.js. You run this. All right, so this bad boy is running, and it's, you see, you just posted all of this, generated them and put them on the chain. Now let's run yarn dev and see. So it's up and running. Now when I come look at the order which these things are, and of course they've changed a little bit, the images and all of that. You can also, you see that that account thing is gone. There is no more that one. The names have changed. And when you see, if I click on this first one, you can see that the timer will be ticking down because it was only 5 minutes for this. If you check this one here, okay, you can see that this timer is also what, kicking down. It's only what, about less than 20 minutes that it has. All right, so that is how you do that. Now in the next video, what I want to do is to this thing that keeps popping up like this by default, even when you come to this draw page, it also pop ups. We want to resolve this. We want this to be what, stored in the state management library. Okay, in Redux, we want to redux these items, all right, so that they will no longer be behaving this way. All right, so let's do that in the next video. Now, for us to resolve that whole, let me close this for now. For us to resolve that, if you come to this generator place, by default, it's scaling to 100. That is why whenever we open that page, this generator component just automatically pops up. So this is the generator component. Whenever we visit this page, this generator component just pops up by default. How we can fix this is by coming to our Redux page, our store, okay, which is here. Come to state, add a new key into this global state. Let's call this something like generator modal. All right, check out the name and make sure the scale is what, 0 by default. Okay, and then you also need a function that will accompany it. So I'm going to duplicate this and we can call it set generator modal. Okay, and of course this is what it's going to set. So when you do this, okay, this is all you need to do for all this Redux location. So now you now come to this place. First thing you want to do is to access what the real state is on Redux instead of using this component use state. So we can do this. We can say that const, we say is equal to use selector, okay, from Redux. I'm going to access the state, and we'll grab in the states dot global state. Okay, so what are we grabbing from it? We're grabbing this generator modal. All right, So whatsoever that needs to be here, okay, this should now become generator what? Modal. You understand that? So when we save this and let's say we'll refresh this place, you see that that thing doesn't pops up again, but whenever I change it to let's say 100, okay, you see that it pops up. So when I remove it from 100, it goes back to 0. So the default should be 0, which is cool. But I want, whenever I click this button, this generate mode lucky number, I want that modal to then pop up. For us to do that, we need to use some of the functions that are part of it. So right now, I'm going to what? Come here. I'm going to import, let's come here and say import, global actions. Global actions. Where are we getting it from? Getting it from this services, no, store. Okay, slash global slices. Global slices. Okay, so if you come to this store here, you see inside this store, we're grabbing these global slices right here. So that is what we're doing here. And we're grabbing, if you check the global slices, this is where we are exporting these these global actions. Okay, we're exporting it and then we're importing it here. Okay, now that we're importing it, that global actions, if you just hover to it, it shows that it contains all the functions within that store, within that actions here, all these functions, it has it. So now what I want to do is to access the specific function that I want. In accessing it, I could just do const, using a destructured method. I say global actions. Okay, in this global action, I just want to what? Access that set generator, which I could just do this set generator modal. Okay, so this is the function I'm accessing from here. Now I need to also grab dispatch. Okay, so I'm going to say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, which comes with what? React Redux. So this is going to help me to what? Dispatch this function. All right, so it's going to help me to activate it or put it into motion. Right, so that is how it's done. And I just need to come to this dispatch. I just need to come to this place instead of setting this close state or setting this thing by default this way. I'm going to come and say dispatch. Okay, I'm setting what? That generator modal to what? Scale of 0 whenever I click that button close. Let's save it first. Now let's come here, refresh, and okay, let's say by default this is 100. All right, save it, come to this place, refresh. Oh, sorry, something is not right. So scale is what? 100. Okay, this here is running automatically. So instead, we want to make sure that we put it in a fat arrow function. Save this. Okay, and let's refresh. So here we go. So now when I click on this button, it goes away, right? Because that thing is being reset automatically. So I want to be able to also click on this and then it pops up. Let's do that next. To do that, we're going to do something similar as well here. First of all, look at this. I want to copy this. Okay, come to this place, replace it here. And now, as it is replaced, we don't need this internal one anymore. And I think with that, we're good. So you need to also come to this jackpot table. Okay, this is the button that we're supposed to use in triggering that modal to what appear. So we're going to have to do something similar to what we've been doing before. Come to this generate. I'm going to grab this. And yeah, we're going to let's just grab this two for now. We'll paste it here. We don't need to use select because we're not going to be selecting anything there for now. And you want to also grab this function. Okay, so you come here and click. Okay, this is the function that you want to use. You also want to what? Grab this dispatch. Okay, so we'll bring it here. All right, so with this, you can come here. When you click on, when you want to hook up this sort of thing here. Okay, so you come here. Whenever we click on this generate button, that means on click. Okay, what we want is for it to what? Dispatch that, but it should dispatch it to be 100% by default. So whenever we click on this generate modal, it should launch this, and when we can close it internally as well. So let's refresh this. It is 100% by default. So let's come to this state and make sure that it was 0 by default. So since it is 0 by default, when I click this, you see it pops out. When I click this, it closes. Click this, it comes up. Click that, it goes away as well. That is beautiful. So let's do the same here for this emerging winner, this component. Let's get that straightened out as well. To get that together, we're going to do something similar to this. Let's just say winners modal. Okay, this winners modal got to come to this action, and inside of this action right here, set winners modal. All right, see, can just do this, make sure that there is no error about this. So this is winners modal. Okay, copy that, and this is what is setting. Right. So with that, you save it. You open this. We don't need this. Okay, let's just leave it alone. You come to this page. Come to not Jackpots page, but the result page. Come here. First of all, make sure you open this part. You also open this component called winners component. So inside of this winners component, we're going to do something similar to what we did here. What did we do here? We'll make sure that we grab this set of things. Let's grab it. Okay, I'm trying to make sure that we don't repeat ourselves too much. And we're going to also grab these items. Okay, paste that here above. So we've gotten dispatch, this global state action as well. So what do we need to grab? We want to make sure that we're using the winners modal from here. So here is going to be winners modal. And what about for the action? We want the set winner modal. Set winners modal, that's what we are grabbing. Okay, so you see all those changes that I've made, make sure you are making them exactly as well. So now this winners modal, we want to make sure that is here by default. All right, so you can see here that by default this thing is showing, but once I save this, you can see that it's no longer showing up. Right, fantastic. So now with that whole mechanics going on, want to be able to dispatch to open and close it. Okay, so by default, let me come to this global state. Let's make this 100 by default and see that it's showing up, right? So with that, we can come here and do dispatch. What are we dispatching? That's set winner modal. Okay, and then we're passing scale of what? Of 0 to it, so that we can use that to close that modal. I think we're also going to have to do it for this one. So with that, we don't need this one anymore. Let's remove this. Okay, so let's come here. See that by default, when I close this, it closes. I want to be able to click this perform draw, and that thing comes back again. Okay, to be able to do that, first of all, I could come here and make sure that I revert this to what? To close by default. Okay, to 0 by default. And then I'm not opening this place. And then I'm going to have to come to this other component called result table. Okay, this is where we'll use an item that is similar to this, what we did here. First thing, you need to grab these two items that are coming from the store. You want to import them here, which is use dispatch and use what? These global actions. Fantastic. Secondly, you want to grab the right action. So we can actually just use this to get the right action, and also this dispatch as well. So we're going to copy these two and bring it in here. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you notice that we are actually using this truncate, and this truncate, we have it available now in the blockchain, file. So we don't need to use that here. All we just need is to make sure that we're grabbing it from the blockchain. So we can say import, from, you can say slash services slash blockchain. Okay, so we're grabbing that truncates from there, function. So it's not going to be using the one that we just deleted now. So with this up and running, the next thing we want to do is to attach this function so that whenever we click, I'm going to copy something like this. Look at it, this line of code, close this. So whenever that we click on, say, we click on this, want to set winner modal, and want to set it to be 100%, 100 scale to 100. So let's save this and check it out on the console. So when I click perform, you see that's coming. Close this is going. Open this is coming. So we've been able to resolve that, and those things are not just popping out whenever we just do this anymore. Everything just is really smooth and all right, so in the next part, we need to advance these things, and we'll do that in the next video. So now we need to be able to generate lucky numbers, okay? That's what we need to be able to do, so that when we click on this, perform, and then click generate, and then it happens. That is what we want to actually achieve, okay? For us to achieve that, we need to come to, let's close out all of this for now. Close this. Okay, just close everything for now. All right, make sure you come here. So go to the services blockchain, and in the blockchain service here, want to create a new function, but it's not going to be using this server-side rendering. So we want to create a new function that is similar to it. We're going to call it client-side rendering, okay? This is the contract. So take note here. The difference between these two methods of calling. This is going to use MetaMask. This is not going to use MetaMask. Do you understand it? This one uses MetaMask. This one doesn't use MetaMask. Anytime that we want to invoke a method that will involve signing, transaction, then we'll call this one, that uses MetaMask to perform transaction. But the ones that has to just read data from the blockchain, then we use this one. All right, so that's different. Look at the provider. It's a Web3 provider, which is Ethereum, the one that is injected in your browser. Look at this provider is JSON provider, JSON RPC provider. Those are the two differences. And you can see that this one uses the signer. It just gets signers from the Ethereum Web3 provider itself, which is MetaMask. But this one uses this weirdly randomly created wallet to get as signer. That is what they use in creating the smart contract, or grabbing it or instantiating it. For this one, that is how they instantiate it. So basically, the difference, between this is here, majorly. The difference is just here, majorly. So this is the difference between the two of them. All right. So with that now, we need a function that will help us to create a new lottery or jackpot. All right. So in order to do that, I'm going to take you step by step in this. First thing first, you come here. Okay. So just going to close this right now. So first thing, you come to this place, you say, we're having this function. This is our function that we want to work on now. So create jackpot. We're going to receive title, we're going to receive description, image URL, price, ticket price, and what expires at. These are the items that are needed to create a jackpot. I'm going to wrap it around this try catch method, and whenever there is any error, I just have to report that error. So that is what we're doing for this place. So now the next thing we want to do is to, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to check if the Ethereum object is connected. So if we have Ethereum object, because you can't just decide to just perform a transaction if you don't have MetaMask installed. So if you don't have MetaMask installed, you're going to report that error. Please install MetaMask. Otherwise, the next thing I want to do is to grab my wallet address. Is to grab my wallet address, and we actually imported store some time ago there. So we want to do that. This wallet address, which is similar to what we did here, which you are seeing this is the method. No, let's use this, which is similar to what we did here. We're using useSelect here because this is a hook that is associated with a React component, but we're not dealing with React component in this file. This is just a basic JavaScript file. So now I want to say wallet is equal to, we're going to grab it from the store. We'll call get state, okay? And in that get state, I want to call get global states, okay? And then do dot wallet. You understand that? So that will get me my specific wallet or the connected wallet address. All right. So next you want to grab the smart contract. Remember here, this is how we just grab the contract, right? So this is how we used to grab the contract, but this time we'll be grabbing it from this one. All right. So server-side rendered Ethereum contract. So this is where we're grabbing it. Okay. After we grab it, you want to say await. Okay. This contract dot create lottery. Okay, which is the function that comes from this smart contract itself. So I want to come to contract Dapp lottery. You see this function called create lottery. Yes, this is the function that we're calling. All right, so we're going to call this function and then pass in these items, okay, in this exact format. Okay, so you have to pass it in this format. All right, so title, description, image, URL, price, ticket, and expires at, just the same way we have it here. Title, description, image, price, ticket, and expires at. You have to pass it exactly the same way. And after you pass that, you need to also specify where this transaction is coming from. So you say from who? From I don't think it's really necessary to do that, but you can do from this wallet, from this connected wallet right here. So I'm just going to do this because it's quite important. So from this connected wallet, okay, but I want to be able to know whenever this is completed. All right, I want to know when this is completed. So I'm going to store this in a TX, which is in this transaction. This is where I'm using this TX right here. So I'm storing it in this transaction. I want to perform TX dot await, no, dot wait, not await. Wait is a function. So it's going to wait out until this transaction is fulfilled. Once it is fulfilled, then this is going to be relieved. Okay, so let me break this down into, all right, so it likes it this way. So until that is fulfilled, then it is good to go. But one thing you should know is that these prices, they need to be in the Ethereum currency. That's why we need to right here to convert it to Ethereum currency, and then this to again convert it to Ethereum currency. So all of this like this. So that is the right way of representing this, and then we call that function, make that exportable now, so that we can start using it, paste it here. So we save, then we can come to this Oh boy. I think we kind of did the wrong one. So since we've already like done this create jackpot, let's just go and create a new jackpot instead. So we'll come to this page here. We're supposed to do for generating numbers, but we are actually starting with creating a jackpot. So I totally forgot that. So we'll come to this create page. This is where we want to what we'll work on. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is to import this from at services slash what blockchain. Okay, blockchain. And where are we grabbing here? We're grabbing create jackpot. Okay, so that's what we're grabbing here. Next, I don't know if I've actually done this but okay, now this is where we just need to, this is where we need to what perform that Ethereum piece of stuff. Okay, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're going to use Toastify method of doing this. Okay, and I'm going to show you why it is important. I need to be able to indicate, okay, I need to be able to indicate to the user when this is being created, is creating. Okay, for example, let me come here. Let me come to this place here. If I say I want to create a new lottery, all right, and then let's say I enter a DOM set of, data, and the price 1 point something, okay, 12, say 0.02, select this to expire today, and just use a DOM this and click on this. Say wallet not connected, so I have to connect my wallet first. And let's say I click this, connect with this wallet, and it's connected. And I click what? Submit. You can see, let me come here. Do you see that because I'm triggering MetaMask, you can see that this thing is showing awaiting transaction. This is why we want to use Toastify to wrap it around the contract that we want to use in performing that. So I'm going to close this. Don't worry, that didn't happen. Okay. So now we want to make sure that we use that method to achieve this. Okay. To use that method, I'm going to do this. I'm going to use Toastify. Okay. It's quite important that you understand how to package this Toastify. The first thing you need to do is that we need to wrap it around our app, those TSX. Okay, this Toastify comes with this package. So for example, what I mean by that is if you come here, you see React Toastify. We've already installed it. So that is one of the major benefits of this Web3 package. Okay, starter kit. So I'm going to come to this app here, and I'm going to say, put this Toastify here, make sure I'm importing it from React Toastify. So we have it there. And not only that, we also need to install, it has a CSS, it's its own styling. So I need to make sure that style is included. All right. If you don't make sure that it's included, it's going to not show you something very clearly. So this is the CSS that we're including in this particular, for this React Toastify. Fantastic. Once we do this, next we can then go to that page specifically and start creating, writing it the way it will make sense with Toastify. So I need you to understand that this is an asynchronous function. So everything is going to be happening asynchronously. So what you need to do is to say Toastify toast, okay, and as I click that, it's being imported from Toastify. So I say toast dot, I'm only going to write all these things once, okay. Later on, I'm not going to be doing this. This is going to be promise based, right? So I say promise, and inside of this promise here, please take note, inside of this promise, and also take note to put await in front of it here, okay, because we're going to wait for this process to be completed. So inside of this promise, we want to create a new promise. Okay, a new promise. What is this promise about? This promise is going to be, we want to also put a synchronous, a sync inside of it, and then this function, I will resolve and reject, not reject, but reject. Resolve and reject. Okay, this is a fat arrow function. So here, this is where we'll now, invoke our create jackpot function. So we're going to await, create jackpot. And then what are we passing? We're going to pass these parameters that include title, title, description, image, and all of these things then. So we're going to copy that and put it here. So these are the params that have been that we use in creating this. So on completion, which is then what? We want to also say a synchronous function. We don't want that since there is nothing we're going to be waiting for. So it's just going to be this instead. You see these items? I'm going to bring it here. Paste that. Okay. So it's going to what? Just, reset this, push it, and what? Resolve. Okay. So I'm going to say resolve here. This is where it resolves. I'm going to reset this form, push it and what? Resolve. We can even just do it this way instead, and that will still work. Okay. But if there is any problem, and we need to what? Catch this dot catch. Okay. The error, and then anything that rejects us. So we just want to reject it here. Okay. So basically, this will help us to be able to create new lotteries. Okay, create new lotteries this way. And with that, let's save it and let's check it out. Okay, so let's come to this place here. Create jackpot. Come to here. I'm going to look for Spotify logo. This one. Right click, copy image address, come here. I'm going to say Spotify Lottery Challenge and paste this address. The price is going to be 0.02 and 10. This is okay. The price is going to be like, people will be able to win up to 17 ethers, 70.54 ethers, and the ticket price is going to be 0.02. Okay, and the date of expiration, okay, we want it to expire like in the next 1 hour. Okay, so in the next 1 hour by 2 o'clock. So we have about 20 minutes ahead. So let's keep it at 2 o'clock. Come on, keep skipping this. Okay, this is 2 o'clock p.m. and which is today. And then we'll just use this lorem ipsum generator here to generate the description, paste it here, and click submit. Let's see. So it's having a complaint. Let's first for E is undefined. Reject this. Okay, so it's having a problem with, let's just find out what is going on here. Okay, so we have a form that is handling submit, and in handling submit, we're saying event, which is E dot prevent default. All right, and since it's asynchronous, this await toast dot promise, and then this is a new promise, async await, right now I'm going to just close these two things. Okay, and then we perform this. I don't really know why this is behaving this way. Let's go back and check. Okay, maybe the order which we're doing something is Spotify logo. Okay, Spotify logo. Oh, okay, and then the ticket is 17.4, 0.02, and ends today in an hour. Okay, so we'll just paste this, click this. Okay, it is cannot destruct property pending. Oh, I know where this is coming from now. So just excuse me. So where this error is coming from is this. We didn't actually complete this whole promise. Okay, a promise is one of the parameters of this toastify, and then the second thing is an object that contains information that should be displayed. For example, whenever we click on that button, it should what? Approve transaction. Okay, so I'm actually telling you to what? Approve transaction, and also not just approve transaction, but let me just put this here. When it is successful, we say lottery created successfully, and when there is an error, we say encountered what error. So right now, let me just uncomment these things and save it. Come back here. Okay, let's click on submit again. You can see how this is showing up correctly now, and it's telling us what to approve this transaction. So I'm going to click what confirm, and it is created, but it did not save. Okay, there is an error somewhere. The error is coming, nuance. There's an error with it, and let us find out why. So we'll find out what the problem really is. Okay, problem was that I just needed to reset my MetaMask wallet because MetaMask often has a way of being dubious. Okay, with all this chain, with all this local host network. So what I just did was to basically reset my MetaMask, wallet, which you can easily do by clicking on this avatar, come to this type reset, cleared activities, and that is it. That is what I did, and then I pasted it, and it worked. So, but for the benefit of that, let's just look for Facebook logo. Okay, and here is the Facebook logo. Let's look for one, something like this. Okay, so copy this Facebook logo right here, copy the image address, come to this place. I'm going to change this URL and call it Facebook, okay, lottery challenge, let's say 17.8, and this is the price, and let's say it's expiring by 5 p.m. today, and let's just generate a fresh data and put here. So let's click on submit jackpot. You can see the way it's behaving. All right, so confirm that, and it will add it to the chain. You can see that this is the Facebook challenge here, and this is the Spotify challenge. If I click on play now, you can see this is how long before this one expires. All right, meanwhile for this one that I'm bringing here, it will expire in about 3 hours. So this is basically how it works. Fantastic. Now that we can create lotteries, I think it's time for us to actually be able to generate numbers with it, and which we'll do in the next section of this video. All right, so let's actually generate numbers, okay? To do that, let's get to this component. Let's get to this blockchain file. We're going to do something similar to this, okay? So I'm going to copy this and come here. I'm going to write something like, okay. So we have this try-catch situation. It's error, make sure we represent it properly. Okay, so report error and report this error. Okay, we're going to call this function export lucky numbers. All right, and we just need two things. Okay, first we need an ID. So the ID of the lottery that I want to export these lucky numbers to, and we also need the lucky numbers, okay, which is like an array of randomly generated strings, six character strings. Okay, so this is how it is right now. So all having, we are accessing the wallet address, from Redux, and we're also grabbing the server client side rendered Ethereum client. Okay, so we need those things, and then afterward we need to perform the transaction. We want to say await this contract, okay, dot import. Okay, this is the component. Let me just come here. Okay, let me open this contract right here. Look at this contract. This is the function that we're dealing with. This function called import lucky number. So we are importing it into this function, but we are actually exporting it from here. That's why I named them a little bit differently. So it's going to require the ID of the lottery that you want to import lucky number to, and an array of strings which are the lucky number. So let's do this. Let's paste it here, and we're going to pass the ID, and we're also going to pass the lucky numbers. Okay, so that is what you need, and you want to ensure that this saves successfully. So you use this tx, is equal to await contract dot import lucky number. Okay, await contract dot import lucky numbers, the ID and what lucky numbers. All right, so now let's do tx dot wait. So this actually makes sure that we wait at the completion of this lottery, the number being generated and stored. So wait out until it is completed, it is, put on the smart contract before, it will be released. But don't forget that this has to be this has to be coming from a particular wallet address. So you see from this wallet, all right? So that's where it's coming from. And let's save that and make that available here. So I'm going to paste this. Okay, so we have all this right there. We save that. Now, closing here. Let's come to this component called generator. Component generator. Right here in this generator, this is what you must do. In this handle submit, this is where all the tricks are going to happen. You understand? So the first thing you want to do, you want to import. Of course, let me make sure that comment this out. First thing you want to make sure you want to await this toast, which is coming from React Toastify. It's right here now. And you want to do the .promise syntax, but I'm not going to code this all from scratch anymore because that will take a lot of time. Instead, what I'm just going to do, let me just copy and paste it, okay? And just explain what I'm doing to you, not doing to you, like doing, right here. So what I'm doing is this. We're using toast, and this is how it's specified: the new promise, resolve, and reject. But this function here, this is the function that is supposed to come from the blockchain services. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm going to import that function right here from services / blockchain chain. Okay, I'm going to import export lucky numbers. Okay, this export lucky numbers, we're passing in this jackpot ID. Okay, so we need to be able to grab that jackpot ID. All right, to grab it, let's do const router. Okay, router is equal to use router. All right, in this use router here, that is coming from next router, we want to do this, want to say const, want to destructure this from the param, router dot want to call this dot query. Okay, so this query right here, within this query, we have this jackpot ID. Okay, this jackpot ID is coming from the query, and it is because of how we structure this. Do you see this? Each particular this generator is captured under this what? Under this component, this page. So it has access to, it can actually know that this jackpot ID is what we are targeting. Okay, so now we're grabbing this jackpot ID, that is what we are passing in here, and then we're generating lucky numbers. Okay, how do we generate lucky numbers? All right, it's not purchase number, but lucky numbers. It should also come from this fake data. Okay, this fake data here, we have a function there. Let me show you. Okay, fake data called generate. Let me just find it. Okay, is to be called generate lucky numbers. Okay, and I think that should be in the blockchain file as well. So we're going to actually, push that generate lucky number to the blockchain file. It's just one of the popular functions that we'll be using because we want to completely just abandon, this is what it's like. Okay, this is the function here, but I'm just going to move it to the blockchain. Okay, and call it, let's call it generate lucky number. All right, and we'll pass it here. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Let's make sure that this is well structured. Okay, all right, like that. So okay, so this generate lucky number, we're going to what, import it from, instead of fake data, let's import it from here. They generate lucky numbers. Okay, so now this generate lucky number is going to return an array of what, randomly generated lucky numbers. How many times do you want to generate it is based on whatever number that we add here. If we want 3, if we want 9, okay, that is what we're going to use. So that is where these lucky numbers are coming from. This is what we're using in setting it. And then on completion, once it is exported successfully, we want to make sure that right here, we reset the lucky numbers. So basically what I was saying, we want to, on completion, we want to make this, want to remove that, reset it basically. And then we're dispatching or setting that global, that set generator modal, want to actually close it. Once it is done, we want to close it as what this line, and then we want to click, put this resolve. Okay, so that is basically what is going to happen. I'm not going to need this anymore. All right, so with this, let's check it out and see that everything is working, successfully. I'm gonna do this at least like this clean format. Okay, so now let's come to this browser. You can refresh if you want to. So you click on what, generate lucky number, and let's say I want to generate 7 of them, and click what, generate. You see how it is showing up, and then you click confirm, and it is generated. At least according to the books, there are no errors here, so we are sure that that went successfully. But it's not been, rendered here. Okay, we need to find a way of being able to render those generated. These are fake data, all right, but it's been generated though, but it's not been listed here. So we need to be able to now get those information that are what generated the new lucky numbers. Okay, let's jump into the code right here. Let's go to this blockchain, service. I'm going to create, let's write another function. This function is going to use the server-side rendering because how they read, I've decided to make this application to anything that is a read operation, it should go to what? The server-side rendering. But anything that has to do with, a write operation should go to the client-side, responsibilities. So this is a function here called get lucky number. You pass in the lottery ID, and it accesses the Ethereum contract, and then does number, await, get lottery number, and this returns. And with that, you'll be able to what, display them on the view. So let's make sure that that is available here. And let's take that up here. So here is it. Okay, now I want you to come to this jackpot. Okay, to this jackpot list, which we're not going to need this for now anymore. In this jackpot, you want to say get, get lottery lucky number. Is that what is here? Let's see, get lucky number. Make sure that we call that very clearly. Okay, since we're getting lucky numbers, now instead of doing lottery numbers and generating the fake data, what we can then do is say await, this, and you're passing this jackpot ID inside of it, that will grab you the lucky numbers. Okay, and let us save it and see how it goes. So let's refresh. Okay, you can see that this is our what, lucky number that we generated. You can see all of it here is properly being represented. You understand? So to prove to you that this is actually working the way we expect it, let me come here I click on generate. Let's say we want to generate 6. It doesn't have any lucky numbers yet, and then click generate, and then click confirm. It's generated, and now when we refresh, you can see those generated what, lucky number. Hooray! So we are able to what, successfully generate lucky numbers. Okay, so in the next section of this video, I want to show you how you can click on all this, buy, and be able to purchase each one of those lucky numbers and all that kind of thing. So we're going to do it in the next section. So we should be able to click this buy, and it should actually do something useful. That's what we want to achieve in this section of this video. Okay, so first thing we want to do is to introduce a little clause. All right, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to just do something for you right now. Okay, not that. Coming just a moment. All right, the first thing we want to do is to create a function in the chain. Okay, like come to this blockchain service, just like we've done with this. Let's just duplicate this function. Okay, and we'll call it buy tickets. All right, buy tickets. Okay, what do we need to purchase a ticket? We need the ID of the lottery, the lucky number, the index of the lucky number. Okay, we can call it lucky number index, lucky number ID or index, which means the same thing, and then the ticket price. Okay, because each one of the lottery, each lottery has a different ticket prices. Okay, so now that you have this, you need this contract, everything like that. So the difference now is this here. What you want to do is what? Buy tickets. Okay, you want to invoke this function called buy ticket. You pass in the lucky number ID. Okay, and then you want to say it's coming from this wallet address that is making this, and then the value, because this is a payable function, because we check that if you come to this place, check out this function called buy ticket, you will see that it's a payable function. So you have to pass some ethers into it, and the ether you're passing is the price of the ticket. So you want to say ticket price, but you want to wrap it in this TOWI function, because you want to make sure that the value that you're sending is in Ethereum format, currency format. So that's why you're passing it this way. So after this, you want to wait out that it was successful. And if it is successful, that's cool. So now let's copy this here. come here and list it as one of the functions to be exported, save it, come to not generator now, but we can just copy this function here, copy this function and come here. Should I copy that? Let me just come to this component, call it this component called Jackpot table. Okay, in this Jackpot table, I want to update this function called handle purchase. What does handle purchase does? Whenever we click on that handle purchase, it should go ahead and perform that Ethereum transaction. So I'm going to copy this and bring it here. Okay, I'm going to paste this here like this. So let me explain this one step at a go. First, we are what? Grabbing this wallet. Okay, this wallet is currently not available. To make it available, what we need to do is what? You need to do const wallet is equal to what? Use selector, and which is coming from what? Redux. You can see that right here. And we can say state. Okay, and we'll say want to grab states dot global, not global actions, but global states. Okay, so this is where we are grabbing this wallet from. So now that we grab the wallet, we are checking first that before you purchase before you purchase a ticket, you must have connected your wallet. So if your wallet is not connected, it should return with this toast notification saying connect your wallet. So I'm going to make sure I import this toast from React Toastify because it's quite important that you do so. Okay, so I'm going to bring it up here. Okay, so now that we have all this structure, that the next thing you want to do is you want to say toast the promise, just the same format as we've done before. Now this Jackpot ID, you need to grab it as well. How do you grab it? You need to grab it from, say, const router is equal to what? Use router. Okay, from React, from NextJs, from next/router. All right, and immediately you want to what? Say const in a destructured format of the object, which is this router. Okay, router dot query param query. You want to grab this thing called Jackpot ID. Okay, because these things all fall into this word Jackpot ID here, so we can be able to grab it from there. So now that we grab this Jackpot ID, it is not available here. Meanwhile, this lucky number is going to be coming from the function. I'm going to be passing it dynamically on each one we create, and then the lottery price, the jackpot is going to give us the price, the ticket price, which will then pass in and perform our transaction. Now that that is available, you come to this place. You can see that we are putting that function here, purchase purchase handle purchase. And this handle purchase, basically what it is doing is to pass in the lucky number. Okay, it is to pass in the lucky number. I think it shouldn't be passing in the lucky number. Instead, it should pass in the index of the lucky number, because what we're trying to target is the I. You understand? The index of it, that is the lucky number ID. Since it's an array, we're using the arrays to monitor for where this lucky number is. So we want to pass this I, which is a much more accurate, format of it. And not just that, I want to update the class name for this button. Okay, what I mean by that is, let's say we save this right now. Okay, and then let's say we click on want to purchase this one. Okay, so it is saying that buy ticket is not defined, so we need to import it from blockchain script. So we can say import from @services/services/blockchain. Okay, from there we want to import this function called buy ticket. Okay, so we're importing that function so that it will be available for us here. So let's test it out again. And testing it out again, let's just refresh. All right, so now let's perform that again. Okay, you see that it's triggering this, and let's purchase this one, and this thing is being purchased successfully. But you don't find a difference. How do you know that a certain button, a certain function, a certain what's it called, number has been purchased? Is by adding this line of code to this button. We just want to make sure that for any button, any specific lottery that has been purchased is crossed as is disabled from allowing anybody to purchase it again. So basically, that is what I'm doing. That is where I'm invoking this participant now. This participant is coming like an array of what? Of lucky numbers, okay? So I'm passing that lucky number to see if it's included in this array. Then it should show me what? If it should give me this opacity of not allowed, but if it's not there, that means that's not been purchased yet. Then it should show me this, regular colors. Let's save that, but I don't think it's going to make any difference for now. Why it's not going to make any difference is because the data that is being supplied as the participant are coming as a generated data. This data is not coming from the blockchain, but rather is coming as a generated data. You can see this. You can see this one here. This participant is coming from what? This numbers purchased. Okay, and numbers purchased. If you watch here, purchased number, which is this. Okay, which is this here. You can see that it is coming from a generated script, which is this fake data. So we can't actually have that to be correct. All right. So, but we need to make that correct. And how we do that is by writing a function called get purchased numbers. Okay. So let's come to this place. Where is it? After get lucky number, let's create a function called get purchase number. It's going to be server-side rendered again. And what is happening here is that we are calling the contract. We're calling this function called get lottery participant and passing the ID. It returns all the participants there are, for that particular lottery, and then we'll structure them. How do we structure them? We need to format the way these participants are being rendered. I'm going to show you how they are rendered for now, and then you see the difference between them. So let me show you how it is for now. So this is it. Let me make this function exportable. I'm going to just comment out this, and I'm going to say return, participants. All right, come here, make this function listed out here. Go all the way here. Okay, so now in this jackpot here, I'm going to just do this. Okay, so I'm just going to do this here, data, and I'm going to do get purchase number. We're passing the lottery ID, and this is coming from the the blockchain, of course. Okay, so all right, get purchase number, and this is coming from here. So why this is having a conflict is because I actually had used it here before. So what we can do, we can call this as tester. Okay, so I'm going to come here. Instead of using this, we're going to call it tester. Okay, and then we'll pass in that. Okay, and then we just duplicate this number. Say data is equal to whatever this data is. Okay, so now this is what is going on here. I just want to just show you here. I'm passing this data here as one of the items that is being returned from this server-side rendered content. Okay, so I'm going to log out that data. Okay, just for showing you something. Okay, now let's right click here, log it out. So let's refresh and see. You can see that we have an array that contains 3. So we've only had one purchase here, which is this one. This is the one that has been purchased. So let's purchase this one again. confirm. That one has been purchased. So when I refresh, have an array that has 2 numbers that have been purchased. So it's purchased by one address. So these are the participants of the lottery. And you can see that these participants keep on increasing as well because we have 2 participants here as well. So that is what is going on here. But this data is unstructured. So how do we structure it? That is what I want to show you, in this part of the video. So I'm going to come to this blockchain service. I will create, I'll come here. For now, let me hide this. I'll come here, say structured participant. Okay, structured participant. I'm going to remove this one and release this. Then I'll pass in all these participants inside of it so that it will be what? Structured. And when I save, and now I'm receiving an error. So it's not structured participant, basically structured number. Okay, is a difference. So I'm going to have to give you a different one altogether. So let's come to this place. I'm going to change this structured participant to structured number, which will receive the array. Okay, this is an array that purchase number as an array that has been initiated. These are participants, which is an array as well. For each one of those participants, we are what? Grabbing them. Okay, grabbing the number itself. What is the number? That number, you know that we have an address and a number to it. So the address is at index of 0, the number is at index of 2. So for each one of those participants, we are grabbing the number only, okay, the lucky number, and then we're pushing it to this array, and the end of the day, we're returning it. So that is what we're doing here. So when we save that and check it out, you can see that the array that is being returned is just an array of what? Of lucky numbers. Great. With this now, we don't need to do much work anymore. All right, we can just come to this Jackpot now, and we can then remove this fake data, okay, and make sure we release this one. All right, remove this data here. Okay, remove this one as well. Come to the bottom here, remove this. Okay, remove this, and do await, okay, because await, all right, await lucky number generation, but you have to pass in the ID of what? The ID of you know that this function here, get purchase number, take the ID of the lottery. So we need to what? Pass in the ID of what? The lottery, and we click on save. And when we do that, let's refresh. You can see that these numbers are blocked out because they are what? Purchase. Due to, why is this blocking out? It's because of this this tie that we attach with this button. We're getting all the participants. We are checking if a lottery number is within that participant, array. And if it is true, it's going to block it out. But if it's not, it's going to allow it to be what? Purchased. So right now, I can't purchase this one because it's not going to allow me. But even though it does, it won't even go through. Okay. But when I perform this here, I could then confirm that, and when I refresh, it goes. Now, one of the things that I want to resolve now is that I don't want this thing, I don't want to be clicking in. When I click buy, I want it to update on the UI at real time instead of me having to wait for it until, instead of me having to manually refresh the browser, which is what I'm going to teach you in the next section. All right. All right. To be able to click buy, and once it is purchased and then it actually gets updated in the view at real time, we're going to need the help of Redux to get that together. Okay, the current way we're doing this will not allow for such, because this is server-side rendered. Okay, and Redux is not aware of this data that are streaming down from the smart contract. So what we need to do is to make sure that once these data are coming, we want to first of all pass them to Redux, and then read them up, make them available to this component. All right. We don't just want to make them available to this component immediately, but we want to read them to Redux first, And then we're now reading from the one in Redux to these containers, from this to this component. That is what we want to achieve. All right. To achieve that, first things you need to do is to come to this your store, come to the state, and what are we putting? We want a single jackpot. So I'm going to say null here. A single jackpot, not that we hold this information for us. Okay, that single jackpot, so that all these things will be updating at real time as well. So we're going to get a single jackpot. Once an array that will hold lucky numbers. Okay, lucky numbers. All right, so we need an array that will hold that for us. We also need another array that will hold purchased, numbers for us. Okay, another array that will hold purchased number for us. So we need all this, and we need their equivalent function. So what does that mean? I come to this action here and say, let me duplicate this. Okay, sorry. So I need to duplicate them about 4 places. So first, I want to set for jackpot as singular. Okay, so I want to say set jackpot. Set jackpot. Okay. All right. So this is going to be updating the jackpot state variable. This one. All right. We also need for this lottery numbers. So we're going to say set. Okay, set lucky numbers, and this is going to update this lucky number. And lastly, we want this numbers, this purchased number. Want to also say, set purchased, number. I want to pass this here. So these are the function that we need. We'll save that. We'll make sure this is saved as well. Then come to your jackpot here. This jackpot page right here. Okay. Here is where we're going to perform a lot of those miracles. All right. So we say const, we want to grab some lucky numbers, okay, from this global actions, okay, and we must import the global actions first. So we're importing it from say store / global slices. So in that global slices file, we want to import global actions, and these global actions has some functions in it. So the functions we want set lucky number, want to use lucky number, this one here. Let me just copy that, set lucky number. I need that. Okay, we need set purchase numbers. Okay, close this, set purchase number. So we need this one as well. We pass this here, and also we need set jackpot, this function here. So those are the functions that I'm going to need. Put it here as well. So now these are the functions that I'm going to need from the global actions. All right. Afterward, we also need let's say const, want to grab some of those information from the state variable itself. What I mean by that is I want to say use selector, okay, and I'm passing the states, okay, and within the state I'm looking for global, not global actions, but global states. Okay, so I want to grab the lucky numbers. Okay, lucky numbers. Come on here. Okay, I want to grab the lucky numbers. I want to grab the purchased numbers. All right. I want to grab the I want to also grab the jackpot itself. Okay, so these are the things that I'm grabbing. Okay, and now I'm going to use effect to do the trick here. So I say use effect, which is coming from React. Okay, so I will say use effect. This is what I want you to do for me. Empty dependency. So use effect. I want to dispatch this function. I want to take this data and store them up here, and then utilize these ones instead of what? These ones. That is what is happening. It's a necessary step that will help us towards be able to update data at real time. All right. So before we proceed forward, I'm going to grab const, let's call it dispatch. Dispatch, we're going to get it from use dispatch, which is coming from this place, Redux. Okay, use dispatch. So for this whenever this use effect runs, what I want is for it to dispatch, this set jackpot. I want it to set it with this lottery. Fantastic. Okay, I also want it to set the lucky numbers. Okay, set lucky numbers with these lottery numbers. Okay, fantastic. I also want it to what? Set purchase number. All right, these purchase numbers with these numbers purchased. You're getting me right now, right? And now, instead of utilizing these ones that are coming from the server side, I'm going to have to utilize Jackpot in place of what here as Jackpot. I'm going to have to utilize these lucky numbers. I'll pass in these lucky numbers, and these purchased numbers, I'm going to pass in this one, instead of here. So this is what we're trying to achieve here. So let's save it and see if everything works great. You can see that everything seems to be working great. You refresh, all of these things are actively, being represented properly. There is no mistake here. So now look at where the trick is. We will now come to this blockchain file, this blockchain service, and we'll go to that purchase buy ticket. Okay, buy tickets here. So after the transaction has been confirmed, what we want to do is to use this set wallet. Want to also get within this set wallet here, want to be able to set some couple of stuff as well. So want to set not just wallet, want to also set what? Purchase number. Want to set participant. Okay, want to set lucky numbers. Okay, want to set lucky numbers, and want to also set the jackpot. Okay, the singular jackpot. These are the things that we want to use. So at this very place now, we also want to grab dispatch. Okay, we have it in the store. So we can come here after successfully purchasing a ticket, want to say this store, we want you to dispatch a function. What's the name of the function? Set purchase numbers. Okay, we want to set this purchase number to what we're going to call here. Okay, let me bring here. I'm going to say const purchased numbers. Purchase numbers is equal to I'm going to grab it from this function. You know that we have that purchased. Oh, here is it. Get purchase number. So I'm going to grab that function, and call it here. Pass in here. Okay. Make sure you put await because it's asynchronous. So await, and then we'll put this function here. Of course, you need to pass in this ID, which indicates the ID of the lottery. So it's going to grab that purchase numbers for that specific lottery, the updated one after this person just immediately purchased one. So you want that. You also want two other functions, two other data. So this one is going to be called lottery. Okay, lottery participant or lottery lucky numbers. Okay, so want to say what we want to do here is there is this lucky number here. All right, so we're going to invoke this function get lucky numbers. Okay, so let's grab that and come here in place of this. We'll pass it here. Okay, so and lastly we want to get the lottery itself. Okay, so I'm going to do get lottery here. singular get lottery. So I'm going to call this one the lottery. Okay, so now in certain purchased numbers, I will just have to pass in, this purchased numbers. Okay, you want to make sure that you're passing in these things very clearly because, okay, yeah, so you just set this purchase number because it will already be formatted before it comes from this function. So afterward, you want to also set, lucky numbers with this one, and you want to set the jackpot. Okay, you want to set the jackpot with this as well. So with this, you think we are good. So with this piece of code here, it will update at real time. Let's save it out and check it out on the browser. First of all, let's also refresh. Let's try to buy this one. Okay, and see. Confirm. You can see that it's kind of just updated at real time, and you can see the participant increased to 4. Let's do that again with this. Confirm. You see that participant increased at real time, and then this is, we're using Redux to make this thing, a reality right now. So isn't this wonderful? This is an amazing piece of work that we're doing so far. Before we actually finish up here for this particular section, we want to do something, okay? And what is that we're doing? We don't want to be able to be generating when we already have some generated numbers here. We don't, even though it's not going to work because the smart contract is not going to allow it. So since it's not going to work, we want to also block it, from we don't just want it to show up at, okay? So we don't want this thing to show up when we are trying to click on it because numbers have already been generated. How do you do that? You want to come to this jackpot table here, come above. There's this function I'm going to paste here. Okay, it's called onGenerate. OnGenerate, we want to check for the lucky numbers. Okay, this lucky number is coming here. It's an array. So this lucky number, we're checking for the length of it. If it is greater than 0, that means there are numbers that have been, generated already. You should fire this toastify warning saying already generated. Otherwise, it should launch that modal for you, which is what it basically just does before. So, but now we're only just going to call this on generate function right here. And once we do that, we save. And let's just try to perform that again. See, you see that it's telling you what already generated. But what if we come to a lottery that has not been generated, and then we click generate? You see, it's allowing us to generate our lotteries. And then let's say 115. Let's generate that. And please take note, the reason why we can generate this is because we are the owner of this. So this goes successfully. So, but there is one thing that is missing here. When you generate, okay, we are not able to grab all this data at real time. We need to also fix that as well because I'll then have to refresh before the numbers they show up. So we need to fix that. In fixing that, you should recognize that the lucky numbers are coming as a result of this. Okay, so you come to your blockchain file here. This is the export of what? The lucky numbers. So whenever you're exporting lucky numbers, okay, what you want to do is to grab those lucky numbers. Like, look at it here. We want to grab this lucky number like we did here. Okay, I want to grab it afterwards. This. After then, I also want to dispatch them. Okay, store them in that place. This will make it, update at real time. Right, these 2 lines of code alone is so powerful that it will make it update at real time. So now with that saved, even when we try this will not allow us again. So let's go to a lottery that has not had any numbers generated in it. Let's come to the first one. So let's try to generate 8 numbers. Click on this, confirm. You see that it generates, and just list them out at real time, it will not allow us again because all of these things are being monitored by Redux, and we can buy and confirm, and you see that all happening at real time. That is an amazing piece of code that is going on there. So in the next section, we're going to jump into the next thing, because I think, let's see, is there something that I'm missing that I've not included in this video? Okay, I want to know that now before we move on. So another thing here is that we want to make sure that first of all, we want this number here, this generate lucky number, we want it to be disabled if this jackpot has expired. If the time of this jackpot have expired with it being less than the current date dot now, that means the current date dot now is greater than it. So we want to say that instead of like this, we can say this way: if this is what? If current date dot now is greater than it, it should be disabled. Okay, that means it should not even work in the first place. So if I click on it, it will not even work. That is what I'm trying to tell you here. Okay, like before, like these numbers have not expired, we've not been able to, but you can see the time has expired. You can't generate lucky number at this time. So that is why what we've done, one of the precaution. The second precaution is that if this is not your wallet, it should not even appear, because this should be the owner of this specific lottery that should be able to generate this. So this is like extra security that you're placing. So I'm going to come here, change account, switch it to this one. You can see that it doesn't make any difference, right? So I'm going to come to this place. And first of all, I want to say this. I want to wrap this around an if statement, this button here. All right. I'm going to say, if there is a wallet, a person's wallet address. Okay. If there is a person's wallet address, or want to say that if this person's wallet address, and when I convert it to lowercase, okay, if it is equivalent to what? This jackpot dot, this owner of this jackpot. Do you understand it? If it's equivalent to this owner of this jackpot, that means they are the same person. If they are the same person, I wanted to render this, otherwise you render null. So if they are the same person, if this the owner of this jackpot or this lottery, you should what? Show this. Okay, you should show this button. Otherwise, if you're not the owner, it should not what? Show up. So let's save that and check it out on the browser. You can see that that button is gone. If I switch to any account that is not the owner, it will not show up. But if I switch to the account that is the owner of this lottery, you see that it shows up all at real time. So that is quite a lot of positive and useful tricks, that you can use in advancing your development skills. Okay. So with that, let's jump into the next session. So at this point, what we want to do is, for example, let's come to one of these components. We purchase quite a lot of numbers here. So let's come to the draw result page. You see this page? Right now, this page is not dynamic. All these things are coming from the blockchain, the generated data. First of all, let's make sure that this is what dynamically coming from what the smart contract itself. To do that, what you need to do is to come to this script. I'm going to close out from these Jackpot pages for now. I'll come to this results folder, this result page. Here, we just need to manipulate these records. You understand? Once we manipulate this, the data will be flowing in just exactly how we want it. So to get this, we need to what? Get lottery, get lottery basically, right? So want to import, importing this from the store and from what? The blockchain. No, not the store, services, okay? And we're importing the blockchain file. And then inside this place here, once you get lottery, singular. Okay, this in this get lottery right here, this is the function that we want to call instead of this fake one that we have been generating data. So I'm going to replace it here and make sure I put an await in front of it. Okay, so let's save that and see what we have in the browser. So let's refresh first. You can see that these are like the real information that is coming from the blockchain. This is wonderful. All right, so we have that going on for us. And okay, so let's also check something. There is something that we need to check in this structured, participant. Come to the blockchain file. You come to this structured lotteries. There is a certain key that has not been included here, which is winners. All right, winners. All right, winners. This is going to be lottery.winners. We give you the total number of winners, and let's just put that side by side with what participant. All right, winners and participants. Let's save that. Refresh. Okay, and then in this result place, that is in this lottery table, this component called lottery table. By the way, I'm not going to need this anymore. So in this lottery table component, in the result table, okay, we're going to have this. You come here, this lottery dot winners. Okay, you see this thing called result dot winner. We don't want to do it this way anymore. So we want to say jackpot, because jackpot basically has this information. So we say jackpot dot winners. We don't need this dot length either. All right, so let's save that and see how it is on the browser. You can see that it has 0 winners now, okay, and only 1 participant. All right, so we want to be able, the next thing we want to do, want to be able to list out this participant properly, and that is what we want to do next. We want to list out those participants properly, because right now these participants are fake participants. Okay, for you to do that, you're going to need a function called get participant. This function currently is generating lottery participant, but we need a function called get participant. All right, so I'm going to come here and create that function for you. So after this, I'm going to say get participant, and we're going to need a structured participant, okay, because that will help us to structure out who is a real participant and who is not a, it just make the numbers a lot cleaner for us. So basically what it's doing is, by the lottery ID is what getting a contract, and it's querying this function get lottery participant, passing the ID of the lottery, and then return the result. We pass it into this structured participant. What does this structured participant does? Okay, just like before with its colleagues, they will take an array of participants, map through it, and make sure that we specify the proper keys. For this one is the account. The account is the one at index of 0. I want to convert it to a lowercase. The same with the lottery number. Okay, index of 1. We just want to leave it like that. And the paid, which is at index of 2. 1 is a boolean. All right, so it's going to be structured with all of those information. And lastly, okay, you want to make sure that you include it in this exportable function. All right, once you got it there, you save. Then you come here and you say you want to you want to get participant. So instead of this generate participant, you're actually getting the participant. You pass in the result ID, which is basically the lottery ID, and you have to wait for it. Okay, so with this, let's save it and see. So let's refresh. Ooh, you can see that there's only 1 participant that is in this array. Let's come back here, and you see 1 participant because only 1 person has purchased this. Let's try to purchase 2 more. Okay, this and this. Okay, I could also purchase 3 times, like I don't have to wait for 1 to finish. Okay, I could just be purchasing on and on. So come to draw result, you can see that is only one user that purchased all of these things. So what if I come here, I change my address to some new user like this one here, and I click purchase, you know, and I click on that purchase. Okay, this one failed though. So it failed. Let's try that again. Purchased. Okay, why is it failing now? You want to check it out, and it's probably because of nuance. Okay? So nuance is the situation that is going on here. So you want to just clear this. You want to come here, go to reset, clear activity, reset the data, clear it. Okay, with that, let's perform that purchase again. Let's buy the number 1, confirm. See, it's purchased. Let's buy this one again, confirm. It is purchased. Now let's see the results. You can see 6 participants. These are what? The various people that have purchased, bought lottery for this particular lottery. Okay, so let's just buy one more. Okay, go back to the lottery. Let's have 2 more persons come and buy these ones. So I'm going to come here, select a new account. Okay, in this new account, I'm going to make sure that I reset this, clear this, reset that, and also, choose another person like this and reset that. So this person buys this one, all right, and another person buys this one, which is this. Let's use this account, buys this. Okay, so all that has been purchased. Come to this place. It has not been drawn yet. So what we want to be able to do is what? Click on this perform draw and what? Specify the number of winners, and then boom, and that actually happens for us. So that is what we want to what? Do in the next portion of what? This video. So at this point, we want to be able to what? Click this perform draw, and then we can what? Actually draw a lottery. Okay, so this is where all the rest of the miracles are going to happen. All right, so let's come to this blockchain script, right? And let's just create a function that will help us to do that. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to create a function very similar to this. Okay, let me just duplicate this. I'll call this, call it perform draw. Perform draw function. It's going to take the ID and the number of winners. Okay, so it's going to take number of winners. How many people do I want them to win this to win the lottery? Okay, then of course these same things, they remain the same. All right, but here is where we talk to the smart contract, and the one that we're talking to basically is this function. So let's go to the contract Dapp lottery, which is here, called randomly select winners. Okay, you pass in the ID and the number of winners. All right, so you come here and put this randomly select what? Winners, and you also pass this number of winners inside of it. This is the wallet, and the wallet that is coming from, just to make sure that if you're not the creator of this smart contract or the admin account, you can't really draw this specific lottery. Okay, so, and for now, I'm going to remove these 2 guys because they may not be necessary right now. And we click on perform draw. Okay, so let's export this function. Okay, so this perform draw function, save it, come to result table. In this result table, we want to hook it up with this function here. Not here, not result table. Basically, we want to come to this winners here, and want to hook it up with this on submit function. Okay, so now what should we do? Whenever we're submitting, I'm just going to update that on submit button. Okay, make it a lot better. So I'm going to come here, and say on submit, of course, we're gonna need Toastify. We import it from Toastify right there. Okay, the same thing I would normally do, and this perform draw is gonna be coming from the blockchain, the blockchain service. Let's say import this from what? We see at services slash blockchain, and you want to import this perform draw function right there. Okay, so that function is not available. This number of winners is this. Okay, so let's make sure that they are the same name, right? So this is going to be coming from the form, and this is actually this. So want to make sure that those things are very correct. Okay, so this set number of winners is the modal, and it's going to close once this is worked successful. So with this, let's test it out and ensure that everything works as planned. Come here. Okay, we click on perform draw. Okay, how many people do we want to win? We want 2 persons to win. And then now it is saying that result ID not found. So let's actually grab that result ID. For us to do that, we want to say const router is equal to what? Use router. Okay, now, and I want the structure, this jackpot result ID, from the router dot query. Okay, so this result ID is coming as a result of this whole navigational system that is placed here. The name of this file is called result ID, and it has to be what? Commensurate with this one here. Fantastic. So now that we have that together, let's save it and check it out again. Let's say we refresh, right? Perform draw. We want 2 people to win, then perform the draw. You've seen that performed successfully, but of course we know that it did not perform. There's an error that we need to resolve. What is it saying? Unauthorized entity. Okay, unauthorized entity is a mechanism that we placed upon the smart contract while we were developing it. So when you want to randomly select winners, it checks if you're the owner of this lottery, or if you're the owner of the platform before you can do the random selection. All right, so since this person is neither one of them, what we can do to make this situation a fail proof is to surround that button with an if else statement. Okay, so to do that, I'm just going to do something that I've done before. I want to come to this result table. I want to say this. So if this is so, I want to do this, otherwise no, and that. So this is what we're doing. This wallet is not here yet, so but we want to grab this wallet from the store. So to grab it, we can do something similar to this. Okay, let's just grab this here. Come here, paste this. Okay, and make sure you get this use selector, and we're grabbing the wallet. Okay, so this wallet, we're going to use that to make sure that the person this person is the owner of what? The lottery. Okay, so we'll save that and let's refresh. Okay, you see that this person is not the owner, it disappears. Who is the owner then? Let's use this account. This is the account that is the owner. You see that it appeared. So let's click perform and want 2 people to win, and okay, let's perform that, and it actually went through successfully. But how do we know that this is the winner? Okay, this is how we're going to do it. Okay, let's refresh this. It seems like there is no difference, but you can see that clearly we have 2 people that have emerged as what? The winners. Okay, but we need to represent that so that we're able to know who was the one that won and the people that did not win. Okay, that is where we need a certain function called get lottery results. Get lottery results. Okay, so let's grab that. So when we do that, I want to show you something first, because when you come to this result, look at this result here. It's supposed to give us what? Information about these two are correct, this one and this one are correct, but this one is clearly just giving us an empty array, okay? So because we haven't provided the function yet, that will what? Make it available for us. So let's come here. Inside of this place, we're going to create a function, okay, called get result, okay? Get result. All right, in this get result, we also need a function, another function called structured result. Basically, what it does is to help us to what? Structure the result that is coming, okay? Make it in a cleaner format, all right? Because the blockchain doesn't give you a well-formatted structure always. So let us put it here. Okay, so what it does is accept the result, which is an object, and then create a literal object with JavaScript, call it lottery result. And then it has an ID, which would then convert uh, this particular index. This is basically an ID. We'll convert it to a number, an ID. We convert this, we just give it, this is a Boolean, so it's going to be true. Pay that is also going to be true, which is a Boolean. Timestamp, we are literally converting this. I'm going to remove this because we resolved that on the smart contract. Because of this, let me show you why we're removing that. Because of this function called current time, it accommodates for that triple zeros that we are trying to remove. So we don't need that anymore because we make that fix. This is what share per winner. This is how much each winner is going to take home with. And then this is an array that what contains the number of people that won, their information. So, using that, this is where all the winners are captured inside this array, and then it will loop through them. Each one of them, it will add them, push them into what? This lottery winner array here, and then return the entire result. That is what is happening under the hood there. So with this now, let us return this. Let's make sure that this is available. Okay, let's save this. Come here, and right here, we don't really need this. Sorry, we don't need this. So we just say get lottery results, and from this place here, we say await, pass this, and then we'll pass that result ID inside of it. And at this point, for now, let us just put an empty array here, but we want to what? Log out, the lottery result here. Okay, so let's save that, check it out on the browser, refresh. Once we refresh, you check inspect. Okay, so console.log, you can see it's an object. It's completed true. This is the ID of the lottery. It's paid that as well. And this is how much shares each winner took home. And this is what? The timestamp, okay, that it was completed. So you can see that the people with these lottery IDs were the one that won, okay? The people with those lottery IDs, you can see that one of them is this dude here, won, and this dude won again. I think he won the two. Even though this person had all these four, he didn't win, and this was even the creator of but this is the guys that won, these two lottery won. And let us properly represent that by making sure that this here passes in here successfully. Okay, so I'm going to do this here. Save that. You see that these are what? The winners, right? So these are the winners, but we need to represent this result properly. And how do we represent that result properly? Okay, we come to this result table. In this result table, you find out this place here. This is supposed to be an interpolation. Okay, so let's save that And you can see this is how much each one of them, won. This person won these two, and that is how much he won per, each lottery. But the rest of the people failed. Okay, so that is it. Okay, this is pretty cool. So now, just like with the other part, we need to be able to perform all of these things at real time. So in the next section of this video, I'm going to make this thing Redux friendly as well, so that we can perform these things, these operations at real time without having to be refreshing the page before the people, they draw, you see all those things calibrated properly. All right, let's do that in the next video, in the next section. To make sure that this thing first, in this place here, we want to make sure that we send all this information to Redux first before, sending them to this place, just like we did with, this Jackpot, by making sure that this data are sent to Redux before, we are able to read them. So that is what we want to achieve here. So pay attention very diligently. I'm going to basically just duplicate the same set of things that I did before. So I'm going to come here in this global state here. I need some set of things. First of all, I need to set up some new data. So I already have Jackpot there, single Jackpot, and I don't have participants, but I don't have result as well. So result is going to be, an object, but null by default. And participant is going to be an array. Okay, so I'll need this extra data. Okay, so we'll save that, and we'll come to these actions, and I'm going to just duplicate this. Okay, the first thing we want to do is to come here, copy this, set result. Okay, set result, make sure this is result, and make sure it's, capitalized this way. And afterward, you want to set participant as well. So you want to make sure that this is participant. I'm going to make sure this is it. So these are the two things you need for these global actions and global states. Okay, so with that in place, I'm going to grab these global actions. Okay, so let me save that. Come here. I'm going to grab these global actions. Okay, what else am I going to grab? I'm going to make sure that these global actions, I want to have them here. So set Jackpot is really important. I don't need set lucky numbers. I need set result. Set result. Results. Okay. I also need set participant. Okay. Instead of set purchase, I say set participant. Participants. Okay. So I need this set of guys. And not only that, I will also need these ones. I will not need to access them. So I need, let's import this from, this Redux use selector. And what do I need? I need the participant. Okay. I need the Jackpot. Okay, that specific Jackpot. And I also need the result. Okay, these are the things that I need. Okay, and in the const here, I want to be able to dispatch the function. So we'll say use dispatch. Okay, we use that hook, and yep, that is how it is. And let's make sure that this is well straightened up. So this set of information, we're going to first of all pass these things into this place, before we can utilize them in here. All right, so let's we'll do that with use effect. Okay, use effect. I could just copy and paste this use effect here. Okay, and just change the functions basically. This is it. Set jackpot is still going to be this lottery. Set lucky number, we're going to change that to what? Set participant. Okay, and the participant is going to be from this participant list. And we want to do set result. Okay, and the set result is going to be basically from this lottery result here. You understanding what I mean now? So now you want to replace the content here. So instead of this jackpot and its lottery from this place, we are now going to what? Pass in this jackpot that is coming from this place. So instead of this participant that is coming from this participant list, we're actually setting a participant that is coming from this what? This place. So and instead of this the result that is actually coming from here, we want to pass in the result that is coming from this place. All right. And that is not okay. Basically, that is done. Let's check it out and see that everything responds correctly. Let's refresh. So everything responds correctly because you can see all these things are ongoing the way they're supposed to be. One more thing that you need to do is you come to this blockchain place. Whenever we perform draw, because we want this to be represented at real time, right? So whenever we want to do this, let's make it look something like similar to this. So I'm going to copy this set of code, come here and paste them. Then we're going to make some modification. First of all, you know, for doing for performing a draw, we need to what? Get the lottery participant. Okay, so we need lottery participant, lottery, you know, participant. So we need to grab the lottery participant using this get participant function. Okay, this get participant function will return us the lottery participant. We need the lottery itself, which is basically this one. So we don't need to change that. And we need the result, which is through what? Get result. Okay, get lottery result. And want to say what? I want to call this result. Okay, so these are the set of things that we need. And added to these functions that we've been using here, I want to say what we want is things like, let's come to this. I'm going to close the jackpot and the rest of this for now. I'm going to come here. I'm going to need these two other ones, okay? So I'm going to add them here. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to say set jackpot with this what? Lottery. Okay, we've already done that there. So set jackpot with this lottery, set participant with what? This lottery participant. Set result with what? This result here. So these are the set of information here. So with this, you save this, okay, and refresh. Everything seems okay. So now let's test it out. How do we test it out? Let's come to like this here. Let's have people purchase. I'm gonna just purchase some of these, okay. I'm gonna purchase 2. I'm gonna purchase this one again. I'm gonna allow some other wallets addresses to purchase as well. You know, I'm gonna purchase this. Okay, I'm gonna come here and switch another account, purchase. Okay, and switch one more account that is different. Okay, and purchase. Hopefully it doesn't fail. Okay, so all these numbers have been purchased, and if you check the draw result, you can see, okay, I think we're having a little bit of a glitch here. So we're gonna have to okay. Oh, okay. I know what is going on here. Look at this thing called draw result. I need you to come here. We need to make it dynamic. So we need to come to this component. result table. In result table, you find this place here. Not result table basically, but jackpot table. Come here. There's a place that this is not a dynamic number, and that is why it is what messing around. So we need to make this a dynamic number by saying by .id. Okay, so now come back here. So when you hover here, you click, it's gonna definitely take you to the right, address. So you have 5 participants and it's not been drawn. Okay, and let's switch to the account that owns this. This is the admin account. Yep. So let's perform a draw. Perform draw. We want 2 persons to win, and let's click draw now. All right. You can see the state of the winners as 0. You can see nobody has won. So let's perform confirm, and you can see 2 winners, and you can see how much each one of them won. So one of them is this guy, another is another guy, so 2 different wallets that won this, and their money has been transferred to them automatically. Also, we are receiving our service, our service payment as well, how much we are using to perform services and all that. Wow. So basically, this is how the application works, and everything works very well. It's so amazing that we were able to do such a fantastic job as this, and you guys, if you guys have been following and you've reached to this point, just know that I'm proud of you, man. So you've done a great job and you're doing well. Look at this. Okay, we want to put a little bit of a clause here that will help us to make sure that we prevent some stupid things from happening. Okay, so what is that? I want to make sure that if it has not expired, it should not be able to launch this button. Okay, so I'm going to come to not this table, but the result table. This result table here. I'm going to drop this function here. Okay, this function, and make sure that I import toast. Okay, so this function, what it does is to check if the jackpot, if the jackpot is still ongoing. That means it has not expired. Okay, if it has not expired, you should tell whomever is trying to perform, that is to basically just go ahead and draw the thing that, man, this thing is still counting down. All right, so now with that, we can, instead of performing draw straight out here, we can then pass this, here. All right, so let us just see it in action. Let me bring it up here. Sorry. Refresh this. When you click perform, you see that still counting down. That means it's not over yet. So when we come back to, let's see, this one has expired and we want to perform draw. Yeah. Okay. So that is, basically a little thing that you can do to improve this application. All right. So it's quite interesting to know that this application is running on the internet right now, and you can actually visit it by going to Dapp Lottery, .varsel.app. You find the live version of it, and on subsequent week, I'm going to show you how to deploy this. Okay, because there's a certain kind of challenges that I've met in trying to deploy this to this server, but I'm going to show you how I went about it, and it won't be a big deal for you. Hey, congratulations for finishing this course. Okay, this is really cool. I'm so excited that you stick around and you followed the process. You were diligent and you looked through and all that kind of cool stuff. I give you thumbs up. Okay, so just take note that I'm going to put the link to the repository of this project for free, so that in case you have any any challenges, you can go to that repository and compare your code with what I have done and have it resolved as well. Pretty cool, like, right? So these are things are given to you for free. This is a big course that I've spent a lot of time developing, from the smart contract down to the finishing of this product right here. So make sure that you go through it and build yourself up in Web3 development. And of course, we have ton of these premium and better things on the channel. Like, we have this NFT full stack NFT minting platform, which is really great. I bet you have all the whole whitelist, have all the whole airdropping features, have a lot of minting and stage-based minting, stage 1, stage 2, and all those sort of things. So you also want to check out that course. That course is super important. It's also in the description region. We have an NFT minting platform, which you can check there as well, and all of that kind of cool stuff. Okay, please, we have the Discord channel. If you have questions, you can visit that Discord channel and drop your questions there. We can attend to you there, and we have many other people that are willing to help you as you go through this course. And yes, follow me on Twitter, follow me on LinkedIn, okay? And what else? Check out our website, okay? That's where we have the latest information. Please and please and please, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you smash that like and subscribe button and hit the notification bell if you want to continually be at the top of the game in this channel. So it's Darlington Gospel, and this is Dapp Mentors channel, where we transform, Web2 developers into Web3 developers, okay? So with that said, bye-bye.